I'm gonna get mine. I'm gonna try and if you do the time, don't tell me how you're off and down. When you're smiling in my face, but you're playing like a clown and you're fool bitch. I'm just a fact. I'm mad that when I come down straight. I thought you were my face, but you play me out. Now I'm mad as hell. How will I down? Who you want? Who you want? Let's go. Who you want? Revolution machine. For what people say, they stay, they sway. For today is good as any day. You feel slightly this, let's resist. Raise your fist and walk like this. Promises, promises over the top. Don't trust the line, but you know it's right. Who you want? Who you want? Let's go.
Welcome to Cannabis Patient National Cannabis Patient Awareness Day. Here in Trenton, New Jersey, we're starting off. I'm here with Chris. Jim's over there decorating the shitter.
The shitter.
Am I allowed to say shitter?
Yeah, you are.
Crapper.
Crapper.
It was called a crapper. The original name was Crapper.
Crapper. Yeah.
So Jim's decorating it with beautiful signs that we have. So it's Happy Cannabis Patient Awareness Day. Today's the day we're taking back from the stoners. It's 710. 710 is oil, and 710 means we need cannabis oil. And cannabis patients have been passed over in New Jersey. Cannabis patients are suffering. They've been stepped over. They were used to get legalization, and now we need our medicine, and they're putting us in jail. They're putting cannabis patients in jail for growing their own medicine. They won't allow us to grow it. And if we grow it ourselves for our cancer, they put us in jail for 5 years. So that's not legalization. That's not what I voted for. And some of the problems here in New Jersey, we're going to talk about. But right now, we actually have Lance Scott from Texas on. He's on early. So we're going to jump right to Texas, starting off and seeing what's going on in Texas. Hey, Lance, good morning in Texas. Very early there.
Not there really. It's like 10 o'clock. No, 10 o'clock. That's all good.
Oh.
I have to get up early these days because I'm packing up my house and moving to a secret location.
So you're a cannabis patient in Texas. What kind of struggles do patients have in Texas? I can't even imagine.
Oh my God. Oh, well, where do you want me to begin? I mean, let's just start with the legislation side. On legislation side, we worked really hard this year to march through changes to our cannabis laws, because we have cannabis laws here, but they're very weak. Our THC levels for cannabis is 1% THC levels CBDs, we can have CBD levels, but it all comes from hemp. So it's very toothless laws. They were having some decriminalization things that went through the Texas legislature. They had, I forgot what their numbers are, because it's a moot point. So anyways, there's a Democrat out of El Paso that worked very hard to get these decriminalization and legalization for cannabis, basically not recreational, but basically decriminalization, and all the way through the legislature. It went through the Texas legislature, went and did everything it did, went to their discovery committees, their all of that stuff. And then when it got ready to go to the Senate, most people don't know that Dan Patrick, he was the former ESPN announcer for ESPN. He's our lieutenant governor. So the lieutenant, was that?
Go ahead. Sorry.
That's all right. You're good. So Dan Patrick, he controls the Senate schedule. So he basically, whenever he gets finished, everybody works very hard in their legislatures and their House of Representatives, and to get everything passed, and everything gets sent off to the Senate. Well, that goes to one person's desk. It doesn't go to the governor's desk. It goes to the lieutenant governor's desk. That was Dan Patrick. Dan Patrick chose at this time, like he does every year, and they've been doing this forever. The reason why I left to go to California and Arizona and have my life through cannabis is because it never makes it to the Senate. It stalls on the desk of Dan Patrick, and he chose again this year to not do the right thing. And then so Greg Abbott, who is the wheelchair governor, who should be very, very, very supportive of decriminalization of recreational, not only recreational marijuana, but medical marijuana, he doesn't even get a chance to even see it. So ours all died in the basically Dan Patrick's office. But the interesting thing that happened this year was we have a guy by the name of Ken Paxton. He's our attorney general. Now, Ken Paxton has been impeached and is currently fighting for his life in
really interesting politics down there in Texas. Yeah. Give us at least we need at least a nickel background version on what's going on with Ken Paxton, because
Ken Paxton is, and now for anybody that understands what happens is, like, if you're a father and a mother and you get a divorce and you have to start paying child support and blah 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 and anything like that, you become like the fathers of this state, or mothers too that pay child support. You become a slave to the attorney general's office, because the attorney general runs the child support, child welfare, and all that stuff. So I've had a long-standing fight with the attorney general's office. I've been fighting the attorney general's office since Greg Abbott was the attorney general. And I always said he ended up in a wheelchair because I cursed his ass when he was jogging through whatever park he was jogging through, Zilker Park in Austin, and that damn tree fell on top of him and put him in a wheelchair. Wow. I feel that that's my fault, but anyways.
It's a lot of crazy things happening there in Texas. It's more like a Scooby-Doo mystery.
We don't have control. People here in the state of Texas, and don't get me wrong, everybody's moving here. And cities like Austin, in and around Austin, and a lot of places like that have already decriminalized a certain amounts in small little pockets, but it is still illegal. It is illegal to possess, and things like that. Now, on a more personal level, I have been fighting with my neurologists here in the state of Texas for them to prescribe me a Schedule 3 version of THC, which is just Delta 9. And it is available as a Schedule 3 through Marinol, Dronabinol. And I have been fighting since I got here for my neurologist to prescribe this to me. I just recently, I didn't get kicked out of the neurologist's office. I just stopped going. So my internal medicine guy, doctor, just sent me down to Lubbock, and I've got a new another neurologist I'm going to go fight with down in Lubbock. The interesting thing about him is he's from Syria. So I'm going to go see an Al Qaeda doctor. And we're gonna see this Syrian trained neurologist. We're gonna see if he's going to get with the program and prescribe me my Delta 9. And if he doesn't, I don't give a fuck. Excuse my language.
So Marinol, by the way, is that's a synthetic derivative, by the way. So it's like it's a chemical compound.
Right. But it's
it's interesting because it's like it's ultra pure.
Yes.
So like when people are like freaking out and saying, or not freaking out, I mean, some of us are celebrating. They're like, "Oh my God, that's 38% THC." But
it's more like 90.
Reality,
it's more like
99.9%. Synthetic THC.
Yeah, but
it's kind of amazing.
It's
such a small dose that they have to fill the pill with sesame oil to put the dose of Marinol in, just so that there's something there, because the dose of it is so tiny.
So anyways, when I was out in California, that was kind of like the trick that I learned when you went to go get your script. When you went to your script, you went to your doctor, you were supposed to ask for a Marinol, aka dronabinol script at the same time. So any doctor with a DEA license pad, he can write you a prescription for dronabinol. So then you go get your 9, 10, 20, 50 pills. Like usually what they would do is how many refills you get, they'd circle 5, and then depending on how many pills that they would put. And I used to get 30 pills, 5 refills. And you'd get these, and I don't suggest somebody doing this, but for somebody that's crippled like myself, a dronabinol pill is awesome. I mean, it's really is. I don't know if anybody's ever taken it before, but if you're
tried it. I was just about to say, I've actually tried it. Have you? So I assume you've taken the dronabinol pill, right?
What I used to do is I had my little recommendation, and then I used to stack my scripts. And I used to stack my scripts, and as long as they weren't expired, what's going on?
The plants have arrived.
Oh, the babies are here.
The babies are here. You need to freaking plant those bitches like a bunch. We need like 1 million of them out there. Y'all just need to go the little plant. You know that little thing that you put in the ground and it makes the hole. You need to get a team of guys. Team of guys and just fill the state house with plants. So anyways,
so dronabinol, like Marinol, I've taken the Marinol pill. So I've
that's the same thing. That's the same thing.
What
Marinol,
you're describing is what a lot of people like. What we did when people got caught for cannabis, we had a lot of people who were going through the criminal justice system used to go get the Marinol prescription.
Right.
And that would also, because if they did a urinalysis or something,
you're covered.
It would show up as, it shows up no matter what, even though it's synthetic THC, it trips the test. So that's mainly why people, took it. But anyway, somebody who was on probation and who had the Marinol prescription gave me a bunch of the Marinol pills and was like, "Chris, if you ever want to try it, like, here you go." And I was like, "Okay, sure."
But just take one. Just take one, people.
Oh man, I took one, and it was weird. Like, it was a very strange sensation. It wasn't like natural cannabis edibles, but it was very much like an edible type kind of high. Like slow onset, but all of a sudden you feel a little like, oh wow. And then the other strange thing about it is that it, again, because it was synthetic, it had this like almost like sterile quality to the sensation. Like I was watching a really, really boring movie the whole time. It was really bad. It was very strange.
It's Delta 9. It's Delta 9. It's psychedelic because it's Delta 9, but it's what I used to do is I would stack my scripts, and then if I came across somebody that was terminally ill, like my former step grandfather, he came down with stage 4 lung cancer and died between 90 and 180 days. When that happened, I went in and basically got all of my scripts and cashed them all in and gave him a bottle full of Marinol, aka dronabinol. And hopefully, and he was on like heavy narcotics, morphine drip, Dilaudid, and then he was taking the dronabinol at the same time. I wasn't really trying to save his life because I know it was terminal. It was just an end of care life situation. You want people you want people to be comfortable when they're going to that transition, because having cancer or having pain, like a lot of us deal with, is a very, very, very painful situation. It's painful to watch. It's painful to watch people suffer. So when you look at that situation, that's my only recourse here, because Delta 9 is their 1% THC level on Delta 9. And so if I have my medical marijuana card, 1% is useless. I mean, even Delta 8 is being outlawed here. They're trying to get rid of Delta 8. So for me, I like to do what most people suggest you not do, is I get in my car, I drive an hour and a half down to Mexico, or not Mexico, hour and a half to down the road to New Mexico, and I go to a place called Puff. Shout out to the guys at Puff if they're listening. And I get,
where is that in New Mexico? Because I used to live out there.
Tucumcari.
Nice. Yeah, it's on the border town.
It's right on. Well, if you have to understand, if you take a trip out here and you understand, if you're going down I-40, and as soon as you cross over into New Mexico is the reason why Colorado's having problems right now, is because New Mexico stole all their cannabis money. Because New Mexico went recreational, April 1st, 2021, I think.
Oddly enough, they're pretty much following the same track as New Jersey on timelines go. Yeah, but they did a lot better, and in a lot of ways, they really did better with the rollout out there. Here's
the thing. Colorado made it to where only certain towns could do certain things. New Mexico did not do that. They said any town can do it, and then they made it to the licensing fees are affordable, people. So if anybody's listening and you want to move out, there's a place called, there's a Ute Lake, and then there's a little town called Logan, New Mexico, right next to Ute Lake. They got one dispensary there. Tucumcari they're supposed to cap it at 15. And this is a small town, people. I'm like, when you're on I-40 and you're cruising down I-40 heading towards California, and you come across Tucumcari and you pull into a little college town, Mesa Land College, there's 15 dispensaries in this small town. And it's a Route 66 town. So a lot of people ride down Route 66. And
it's always been a desert crossroads. Tucumcari's always been this highway road stoppy kind of place,
right? Because it's where Route 66 kind of deviates right there. And there's a lot of if you look up Tucumcari Route 66, that's where the buses pull over, and there's a couple of restaurants there. But what has happened now is that the town has done what Colorado's done to Trinidad and Pueblo and all their cannabis towns, is they've got hundreds of millions of dollars now because they've stole it, basically. That's what the people from Colorado would say, because Colorado used to be the only recreational state in the area. Well, New Mexico went up to Trinidad right at Raton and pulled the cork out on I-25 and drained about $100+ million into the New Mexico economy. And New Mexico is doing amazing. It's beautiful.
Bound to happen out there.
And people just didn't realize what was going on. And I saw it coming. I mean, I forecasted it on this podcast. I told everybody that when New Mexico goes recreational, watch Colorado have issues with all of their growers and everything. And now they've had layoffs within the industry. They oversaturated the market with their cannabis and blah, 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 blah. So Colorado in 2008, they were the shit. And so now Colorado's focusing on allowing psychedelic mushrooms. Now, they're not going to arrest you if you have them. You can grow them and you can do all this stuff, but they're trying to look for other avenues of revenue, because New Mexico just stole all the weed money. They just literally did. And I think that's awesome. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love Colorado, but I was raised in New Mexico, man. I was born in Amarillo. I was raised in Tucumcari. That's where I used to go every summer, man. I used to go to Logan, New Mexico. I used to go to Ute Lake. My families had ranches out there. I spent a lot of time in Tucumcari. And whenever this was coming, I warned everybody it was going to change the landscape and the access. Now we want to talk about access. Puff, which is the dispensary that I go to, Their dispensary is on the second floor, people. And you get out, I get out of my car, get into my wheelchair, and I go up a concrete 2-story ramp that goes up to their dispensary and inside. Underneath is where all their grow operations and everything's going on underneath in the basement. And then up top is their store, and they run it like a professional dispensary should be run for patients. It's beautiful. Prices are affordable. There's a couple other dispensaries in town. There's Ultra Health, which is the biggest one in New Mexico. I think Ultra Health has 35 or 36 different locations throughout New Mexico. So they're one of your, what would Derek start from Getting High with Cats, he would say is one of your multi-state operators, but they're not. They're just a multi-location. They're one of the biggest in dispensaries in New Mexico, and they do a great job because they're affordable. They're affordable. Like you can get anything and everything you want. So we usually, like right now, what is it? It's 10 o'clock now. So let's just say if I was like got a wild hair up my ass and I wanted to leave, I could leave here at 11, get there by 12:30, be in and out of the dispensaries by like 1, back here by 2:30, easy. And so that's what happens now. So I don't really care whether or not Texas goes legal, recreational, whatever. The state of Texas does, because it's draining money out of the state of Texas, and New Mexico knows this. And that's like everybody goes across border into Oklahoma to go gambling, and Louisiana to go gambling and stuff. Well, everybody goes to New Mexico for their weed. Like in El Paso, for example, like there's a dispensary like right on the border of the state of Texas and El Paso, Texas, and Las Cruces, New Mexico. It's right next to each other. And right as you're crossing the border, there's a dispensary right there that is, it is making money hand over fist, because everybody gets off work in El Paso and drives literally 10 minutes, picks up their weed, turns around and goes back into Texas and goes home, because there's no checkpoints. So, we're gaming the system now. Everybody has to understand that. We're, as cannabis and cannabis activists, we're gaming the system. And El Paso, Texas, and Las Cruces, New Mexico. It's right next to each other. And
Sorry.
Got an echo. I was getting an echo there.
Sorry. Yep. That was me.
That's all right.
All right. There we go.
So
Lance, we're going to jump around a little bit. We're going to get back to you in a few minutes, because we have Tommy Lyons here from Maryland, all the way from Maryland with hey, hold on, Kate. There you are. Sorry.
Hello.
What's up, Tommy? How are you, brother?
I'm amazing, because I am back in Trenton, hanging out with my friends right here at the Sativa Cross podcast.
It's been a while, bro.
It's been a very long time.
Tommy
Years.
is in the house.
Years.
Yes.
Before COVID. Wow. I can't wait to smoke with you.
I can't wait. A lot has happened.
Yeah.
There has been a lot going
wow.
on. And of course, that, Lefty, I want to start by thanking you, man, because everything that we've been able to do, especially where I'm living now in Maryland, is because of the Sativa Cross podcast. I was watching a video from our podcast from 2017, Lefty, in July, when we were here. We were right here in the same spot talking about needing change, and everything that we have been continuing to do, everything that the Sativa Cross has been doing is leading to change. And this change that we have had in Maryland is helping the people, the actual people, not just the government, because you know what we got? You know what I learned about? You know what we asked for, Lefty?
What's going on?
Home grow. We got home grow in Maryland.
Oh, yes. Good job.
We got it. 2-plant home grow, everybody. Now I want to introduce you to Bonita O'Callahan right over here. That's the MD Cannon mom, my girlfriend, my love. Everything that I did was with Bonnie. We went together to...
Hi, Bonnie. Nice to meet you.
Hi, guys.
Hi, Bonnie.
You want to sit there?
So Bonnie and I talked to the legislators. We talked to the Senate. We talked to the House reps. We talked to the comptroller. We talked to different offices in the government. And every single person that we talked to, we went with the mindset of the people. and we learned what the government is looking for. The government wants the money. They want to control the money. And what Bonnie and I did was go down and we spoke to these people and we explained to them how much money they're missing out on and how this is not something that's dangerous. This is not something that's going to hurt people. And they have the opportunity to make so much money off of this when it comes to the recreational and the adult use aspect. There are patients out there that still need help. We told them you cannot let a recreational bill destroy the medical program. So to make it better, give us home grow. Yep. We tried to get 12 plants. We tried to get 6 plants. Let's be honest. We knew that wasn't going to happen. We just wanted something and we got it.
Got your foot in the door.
We got the foot in the door, Lefty. We got progress, man. That's what this is all about. Remember Ken Wolski was talking about incremental progress, right?
Baby steps.
And we always wanted it right now. You know, because we understand compassion.
We're hurting. We're suffering. Yeah, we want it now. Why are we waiting to help ourselves? We're hurting.
Exactly. But he is correct. It's incremental. I mean, that was 6 years ago, Lefty. But now we're at a point where the incremental progress is working. And nothing is ever going to be perfect. We know that. But every step that we're taking along the way is a step that can be worked on and another step that can be worked on. And what I found in Maryland is that that's ours for now here, buddy. Hang on one second.
Oh, yeah, no, that's free fruit, though. Free fruit, not free weed. Not that weed.
Gonna buy it.
Oh, I'm sorry, man. Speaking of that, let me introduce you guys to Peanut.
What's going on here?
Yes, let my people
And
grow.
Ouija Bo.
Wow. I do actually.
So anyways, Peanut and Ouija Bo are AKA part of the Bieber family. Lady Biebs is the mother. And what we're doing with these plants and the main plant.
Names.
Yep. We're keeping it in mother status. So the whole life of the mother plant is just going to have more babies and more babies and more babies. And my goal is to take these babies and give them to patients. And I want to challenge everyone out there who is growing cannabis, every single person who says that they are about the people, everyone like Lefty, like myself, that wants to free the weed. If you can grow out there and you're good at it and you know how to take cuttings and you know how to clone, take these cuttings and these clones, set them up. Let's give them to everyone. This is freeing the weed. And that's what we wanted to do, was free the weed. And how do we do that? We grow it and we give it to everyone. The dispensaries are not going to fail. And that's what we wanted to talk to the government about. We talked to the officials. We talked to dispensary owners. We talked to people in the industry. We talked to the doctors. We talked to multiple growers. We talked to processors. We interviewed these people, their ownership, and we told all of them that we need their support and that their business is just going to flourish. Because again, what does it come down to? The money, right? When the owners get into this business back in 2014, back in the 2000s, they pumped their whole life savings into this. They pumped everything that they had. And of course, they want to make money doing it. I don't think there's anything evil about that. People talk about greedy owners and evil ownership. I mean, these people have been in it since before the game came around. So when you have locally owned, small owned dispensaries, people that are trying to be successful, people that want this, people that want it for the people, they are looking to take care of each other, as opposed to companies like the conglomerates that we've still been talking about since day one. The same people, Lefty, the same ones that are in New Jersey, the same people who take everything over and they make it cookie cutter, kind of like Royal Farms or Wawa. That happened in Maryland since we've had the recreational bill. And I think this might be like kind of one of those hiccups, because every time you make progress, some things come back, right? Well, in Maryland, and we've talked about this before, the prices of cannabis for medical patients, we're looking at $20 eighth price tags all the way up to your $60 price tags. You know what I mean? But the opportunity, $20, $22 an eighth, 24, 27, 30, like there was a lot of, and then the price tags now, we're looking at $43 minimum, just because the rec patients have the same access to the medical patients, the same cannabis. Everybody buys the same thing. So now when you open the floodgates, all the people come in, they want to buy the cheap weed up.
Now,
and that's fine.
This is one of the things that I've really struggled with since I've started my journey to really let my people grow. I'm always saying, let my people grow, let them grow. So, when we went in to the State's House in Annapolis, and I'm talking to businessmen, talking to lawyers, politicians, people who know nothing about the plant. They know nothing about the plant, but they know about the laws and they know about making money, and money talks. Money always talks. So when they're telling me home grow is going to be something that is taking money away, it's not. People brew their own beer. They're still going and buying it. People, they grow their own grapes and they make wine, and it's fun and it's a hobby. But you really still are going to be going to the liquor store and you're going to be buying the what's produced.
Your favorite wine.
Exactly. Because people do it better. What I do in my basement isn't what someone can do with a full facility. But one of my biggest issues, and I'm concerned now that Rec has come in, is I have always been a huge proponent of medical cannabis. I believe the plant is a miracle plant, has so many chemical compounds within it that can do so many different things. And we've legalized it now for recreation. And I don't want that to take away from what we have with the medical. We need to get it into the hospitals. We need to get people doing some serious research, using my plant to break it down, to figure out if we have a cure for cancer. There are some very mild studies out there showing that certain terpenes within the plant are actually going to reduce and eat away at cancer cells. But if we can't get it into the hospitals and we can't get it into the hands of the people who know what they're doing when it comes to the body and the research and getting it out there, then we've just kind of thrown it out the door and said, oh, I'm growing a money tree. So here, smoke whatever you want, however you want, which is fine. I'm all for that too. But I can't let us lose sight of what the medical program should and can be. And
now you see why I love this girl, Lefty. Yep. Same mindset. I can't believe she just popped up somewhere out of nowhere in my life. And when we get into this, it's just like our minds click, man.
Yeah.
So when she mentioned things like getting cannabis into the hospitals, getting cannabis into the hands of people who need it, that's what we've always been talking about. That's what we want. So how do we get there? The legalization helps. Somebody like Ed Fortune, he's a legalizer. He's always been a legalizer. We've been talking to him for a very long time. Big shout out to the NJ Weed man, by the way, he's doing very well. But back to taking care of the patient. So when you introduce the legalization bill, you get these little hiccups here and there. And now we have home grow, right? We've been saying, I want home grow. I want home grow. Now we have it. So it's like, okay, we have it. Well, what do we do now? I know a lot of these people who have wanted home grow, they don't know where to start. They want to be able to grow their own meds because they know and they hear about how you can grow your own cannabis and how you don't have to go to the stores to get massive amounts of cannabis so that you can have your own meds. When you have the plant and you can grow a plant, you can make your own RSO. You can make your own smokable material. Now, more than likely, is it going to be the same stuff that people are looking for in the dispensaries? No, but this is your meds. And the medical benefit that comes with these plants that I have found for myself is that it's not just growing the plant. It's not just consuming the plant. It's getting to know the plant. It gives you a reason to play music. Like I've been listening to albums that I haven't listened to since I was a kid, like Aerosmith Pump. That's like a really good album that I'll put on in the closet with the plants because they love listening to music.
He zones out with his plants. He talks to them. He babies them.
Well, they're really cool. And when you look at the plant, so I'll tell everybody, one thing that you can do to maximize your meds from a plant is called topping it. When you open it up, and I could probably do it right now, you'll see the node on the inside and you split them open. And then there's a node in the middle. This one's not big enough yet, but you grab the node and you take it out and then it'll grow another shoot and you continue to do that and they'll grow shoots out of it. So it's like having stems coming out of the stems as opposed to the plant just growing straight up and having them come out, which is cool too. But this way the plant bushes. So the plant, instead of having it straight up with a couple nodes here and there, now you've got an entire bush. And that's how you can maximize the meds with the plants is to bush it out, because then you're going to have more nugs growing on it as opposed to just those little nugs, up and down the way. But the thing about home grow is that it's special and it's unique to everyone. Everybody that wants to grow cannabis is going to grow it differently. Like we've got these two babies right here that came from the same mom and they're completely different and they're going to be different and they're going to have different babies. And every plant, while the genetics may be the same from plant to plant is a different plant. Like, I mean, here, right out the gate, these ones have different names. When we took these babies, my sons were there, my twin boys, my daughter was there, Bonnie was there, of course. And as we're cutting the babies, we're taking them off, and we all wanted one. So I was like, boys, pick out, you know, the baby that you want. They clipped it off and they named him Peanut and Quidjibo. And they love these plants. And what I talked to them about 2 days ago, I was like, listen, on Monday, this is what I'm doing. And I'm going to teach you guys how to free the weed. I'm bringing Quidjibo and I'm bringing Peanut. And these are going to be given away to a patient. And they didn't understand it at first. They were like, but Dad, I don't want you to give my plant away. And I was like, this is how we help people, dude. Because you see these plants that you don't want to give away. You see that plant over there. That plant's going to have babies. These plants are going to have babies. And your plant is just going to grow forever. And it's going to help people. And other people are going to have babies from your plant. And then guess what? When we're cutting babies off the mother plant, I'm going to keep teaching you how to take cuttings. Now, a lot of things with cuttings, I had some of them die. You know, sometimes growers aren't, you know, they're a little lazy people. I consider myself a lazy grower. You know, I'm hanging out, smoking. Yeah, a hobbyist, exactly. But at the same time, I can do my hobby and grow my meds at the same time. You know, I don't have to worry about everything that they have to think of when I'm doing this, because I know I have friends and family and people who have taught me this. I didn't just wake up one day and I'm like, oh, I can grow cannabis. You know what I mean? There is science and time and effort that goes into this. And I don't think the government knows that so much, when all they think about is, oh, these people just want to grow their own weed so they don't have to buy it from us. It's, well, first of all, when you really want to grow cannabis, yeah, you can take a seed, you can throw it into the ground, you might get lucky. If you really want to grow cannabis, it takes time, it takes money, it's cultivation, it's learning. And now that the government's given us this, you're like, all right, cool. Thank you, government. Now what do I do? And they're like, we don't know. We just gave you home grow. We don't care what you do with it. And then you're like,
no, Tommy, that's the whole point. They don't. I mean, when we were in Annapolis, these men, these women, they don't know. And in fact, a majority of them that we spoke with really weren't against it. They just didn't understand it. It had never been a part of their culture. The nice thing about you and I is that we're able to go in and I can speak their language. I can talk to them. You know, I grew up a very conservative Republican. Like, I can walk in and speak their language. It was in my blood. And I've switched over completely now. There's nothing really conservative about me, but I can still speak that language. So knowing how to talk to these representatives and knowing how to teach and educate without it sounding like we're all going to be sitting at home drooling on each other is really, really important. And the fact that people can break stigma and really get ourselves out there and show that we are actively members of this community who can do big things, and you just have to change that stigma and in their eyes, show them they can make money, break the stigma.
Right.
And Lefty, you remember that podcast we did when I wore the suit?
Right.
And you were like, Joey, why are you wearing a suit? And I was like, he's like, you don't have to do that for the Sativa Cross podcast. I was like, you know why I'm wearing a suit right now, Lefty? It's because they see suits, man.
Yes.
Yep.
They don't see us, man. I'm wearing a t-shirt.
No,
you
guys,
know, my Adidas pants.
We've
We've got a lot to say. We've got great things. We're normal people. We're comfortable people. They walk right by us. They don't see that because all they see is suits and ties, Lefty. That's
right.
why I wore that suit that day, man, to kind of show that, like, this is what you guys want. Okay, fine. Me and Bonnie were like, you know what? Let's get dressed up. We're going to put suits on. We're going to put all the stuff on, ties and everything.
Flash our education. Tommy's master in legal.
You guys. And now you can't forget your little baggie of Coke, because you got to make sure that doesn't fall out of you on the way to the White House.
I'm going to tell you right now, I don't care about. So when it comes to, you know, other drugs and stuff like that, I've never gotten into that. It's not my thing. It's not Bonnie's thing. We know people who use it.
That's exactly
that's totally
the point.
cool.
That's exactly the point of our cannabis movement, is most people don't understand. We will save lives if we just start doing the right thing. Everybody has to understand that Mexico is in cahoots with China, the cartels. All of the fentanyl that is coming across our borders right now is poisoning everybody on a daily basis. You're not going to get, they're even doing it to certain cannabis coming in that's being imported from Mexico. They're dusting it with fentanyl. You have to understand that if you want your safe access to cannabis, The only way you're going to get it for a lot of people is by homegrown. You have to have home grows.
Home grow education. Our children, we've raised them in a safe access. I am not telling you that you can't use cannabis. What I am telling you is you have to be educated about what you're using. Be cautious, be aware. If you want it, you get it safe access. If I know you're getting it off the street, we have big problems.
It's just because there's adulterated cannabis now. And the thing that I don't know
that and coming out of the speaker here. Lefty?
That's me.
Lance.
It's Lance.
Hey, Lance.
Hey, I have to understand that my kid, who God rest his soul, God rest his soul, I raised cannabis kids. And to understand what a cannabis kid can do, he was a cannabis kid from birth, which means their mother smoked cannabis while she was pregnant. She was 4 months pregnant, went to her first.
My babies are cannabis babies too then.
Cannabis babies went to her first cannabis cup when she was 4 months pregnant over in Amsterdam. She walked all around 4 months pregnant. My kids were born. They were raised cannabis kids, which means I fed them hemp and hemp-based cereals all the way through their life, and two-time national champion surfers, pro skaters, 4.0 engineering student before he was killed in a car crash. That these cannabis kids will dominate over anybody else because their brains will be unadulterated and pure.
100% agree. His daughter in high school graduated with her AA degree as well from college. My daughter is a straight A student at a prep
mine
school
was
where
too.
she's top of her class.
Yes.
And she's a horseback rider. She is a stellar equestrian. She was first place. She's gone to nationals, and
they will smoke. Normal children cannot hold a candle to cannabis kids. And if mothers, there was a lady by the name of Ima Hagelin. She did midwifery, and if you look her up, she was the founder of midwifery back in the like 60s or whatever. She recommends to all pregnant women, if you're having a problem with morning sickness, so you're having a problem here, you're having a problem there, take cannabis. Either do it edibly, smoke it, do whatever you got to do, and you'll be fine. You'll be fine.
So are you saying that cannabis is a performance enhancing drug for parenting?
You're damn right it is.
That to be very true.
You damn right. You damn right it is. And it will make your kids, and people need to understand it. I have a son who's, they were twins. I was lucky to be blessed with twins. Javon Allen, he is a professional surfer. He lives in Kauai. He works at the Honolulu surf shop in Kauai, and he's a professional surfer. He would not be there right now if it hadn't been for cannabis. And does he consume cannabis on a daily basis? You're damn right he does. You're damn right. He still does. And he will until the day he dies, because you all need it because of your endocannabinoid system. If everybody understands chemistry, which is my background, and I know Lefty knows my background.
Yes,
I have a bachelor's of environmental science with a minor in chemistry and ecology. I worked for almost 20 plus years as an analytical organic chemist, working in organic chemistry departments. And my last job was working for a lab called Alchemist Labs. And I was the SME, subject matter expert, in the area of cannabinoids and cannabinoid sciences, and understanding the terpenes, the CBDs, the full spectrum, the whole chemical compound, the delta 8s, the delta 9s, and your multiple CBDs. It's a must for your internal organs to have. If you don't have it if you don't have the cannabinoids present when you're born as a baby, you don't know how to suck the tit, because that's what that does. It's a sucking reflex. And if you don't have it in your system, and if a mother goes around and doesn't take it, if she doesn't smoke, this is the thing, is a lot of women do smoke weed while they're freaking pregnant. Just let that out there. But if you don't have it present in your system, the baby's born and then the baby doesn't know how to latch on. Why? Because it doesn't have any cannabinoids, or even the endocannabinoid system hasn't been activated inside the system of the mother. I mean, for the baby, so that it's not going to latch on to the mother, and then you can't breastfeed. And then they're not getting in the nutrients that they need from the mother. So it's a full cycle, people. And if you want your kids to be healthy,
but we have to educate.
And this about the time.
and
So
they don't.
I had the opportunity to really spend time with a lot of mothers doing some patient consulting, and I was bringing
That's why you're
them
the
in.
empty can mom.
And the biggest issue that I kept finding were these doctors who hadn't been educated on cannabis.
Doctors don't know
giving false
shit. They don't.
information. They're firing their women, their mothers. They're firing them from the practice. I won't treat you if you use cannabis. I won't
Right.
this.
Oh,
So you
they'll
have to have a
arrest you.
network
They'll
of
arrest
doctors.
some mothers.
100%.
They'll
Yes,
arrest
they're
them.
calling social services on these women.
Yes.
And
true.
and so I had a list of doctors, and I was helping them network and really doing the consulting, because I'm a firm believer in the chemical compounds within the plant. We have more chemical compounds in one miracle plant than any other plant in the world.
Right.
And
yep.
they're refusing to treat these women. So it's really important
They call
to
them,
get that out
they
there.
call,
Make
they,
sure
they're
we can
very,
do it.
very important. And this is why we're doing, and when I met Lefty and Lefty understood what I was all about, the idea of, I used to have a shirt that said, I love chemistry. And it had the THC chemical structure on it. I love chemistry. Why do you love chemistry so much? Because you're all chemical creatures.
Yep.
You're
Is that why I like the periodic table of elements?
Yeah, Tommy's
Yes.
wearing a periodical table t-shirt.
I never
right
knew
now.
why I liked it. I
Well,
just
you have
made it
to
into a
understand-
when I was a kid to memorize it, and now I'm a big fan of the periodic
Yeah.
table.
Oh, I love the periodic table. I mean, that's why I'm an organic analytical chemist. I mean, I
So
put
Tommy, hold on, Lance.
Yeah.
Tommy, you're in a dispensary now. You still work at the dispensary, or?
I don't work at the dispensary
No.
anymore, Lefty. I'm with you guys, man. I'm just a person that loves cannabis. When it comes to work, my job, I work in the restaurant industry.
I was
rogue.
amazed in Maryland when I walked into your dispensary. There was blackboards on every wall with filled with strains.
Mikey.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing, working in the dispensaries, it was an amazing opportunity for us to really see the ins and outs of it.
Yeah.
But that selling medication to patients when I have ones that couldn't afford what I was trying to sell them. And it was a
Right,
great education. It was a good experience, but my goal is to get cannabis in the hands of the people. So now that I have that education behind me, I can be a stronger advocate without any money people saying, you need to think this, you need to go that way. No, I can be an educated representative of our cannabis movement, and nobody's paying me but me.
Right.
And the thing with
we're
that
called
is too, Marty-
rogue elements. Rogue elements. That's what you're called. You're a rogue element
So-
within the industry.
You and I don't have anything monetarily invested in this. So for us, it's just, yeah, let's get it. Let's get the cannabis to everyone. And then all the people in the background who are like, wait a minute, man. Yeah, we're all about that. And we were about that when we got the licenses and fought for this stuff too. But now we're going to go broke, and it's like, whoa, wait a minute. Everybody's got to be protected, because those people that started, nobody started as a conglomerate. When they walked in and said, I want this license, they went in there as somebody who believed in cannabis on one level or another and believed that it could help. And then when you get sucked into the industry,
Yes.
there's a huge potential for being sucked into a world of hate and negativity and anger,
And
because
I-
it's
Hey,
so hard
Hey,
to get everything.
Does anybody
you need.
know?
Yeah.
Does anybody follows what's happened to Burner from Cookies?
From cookies? I don't
Yeah,
even want to
I mean,
talk about
he's
it.
a multi.
He lost his hair.
He is in trouble, man. He came down with stage 4 cancer of some form. His investors are trying to steal the company out from under him, and
no doubt.
And the reason why they've reported him to the SEC, Securities and Exchange Commissions, for bad business practices, because going in, if you wanted to carry the Cookies brands, you had to bring bags of cash and money and jewelry
Huge money.
and all of this stuff.
Wait, what?
No.
Cookies is the worst brand I've ever come across
you
in my
have to
life. Cookies flour is not great. Burner
No.
started as a bud tender. Great for you, buddy. Whatever. But
Whatever.
Cookies is by far the most evil company in this country.
Well,
and I
look what
don't
he's
want to
done.
talk about Cookies because
Well,
they
no-
don't deserve a plug on the Sativa Cross.
Right, and that's just a situation. is-
Anti-plug, please.
I like that.
I
I
work.
gotta say,
love-
I hold on, because I mean the weird thing about Cookies is, like, again, I don't want to talk about them anymore.
No,
In
talk.
fact, I will say one thing: they have the most expensive medical and adult use cannabis in dispensaries in
is it
New
really
Jersey.
medical?
And it's trash.
I'm
And it
not-
is all trash.
Dude,
It's trash in
trash.
Maryland. It's trash in Jersey. It's
It's
trash
trash.
across the country. It is evil, expensive meds.
And
Yeah,
for
you know, no,
$600
no.
an ounce, it should like clean my bathroom before I smoke it. So
what it
$600
is,
an ounce is crazy.
it's
It's,
a brand-
insane. You know
it's
what I
a
mean?
brand,
It really
it's a-
is.
it's a
$600
brand.
an ounce is an insane amount of money for any amount of cannabis. That
right. It
you know,
is. I
that
agree.
is nuts. And they're
So-
not the only ones. I want to say that they're not the only
they're not the only
doing
ones,
that.
and this is what everybody needs to understand. Like,
But
There's-
seriously though, at these price levels, you know, how do we come down from that? I actually looked at this
they
in
have
New
to
Jersey
go-
today.
They have to go all go
talk about
broke. They have
prices
to all
in New
go
Jersey.
broke.
It is full on absolutely crazy. So yeah,
It is.
you guys, people are showing up here at the in Trenton to the amazement of George
Really?
Lucas, Lefty Grimes. So
George Lucas, Lefty
Damn
Grimes.
award-winning journalist Lefty Grimes.
good.
Daniel's here.
Yeah.
And I'm so happy to see Daniel.
I saw Mike. I saw Bong Holio come through the image as well. I saw Bong Holio.
Julio is here, but I don't see El Rampador. While we're talking about El Rampador really quick, I'd like to bring this up because Lefty, I want to bring this up. Wheelchair access.
Sure.
Something that Bonnie
We
and
don't have
I
wheelchair access to the state house. Look,
Bonnie and I talked to every
look at this.
legislator
It's
about.
ridiculous.
That was part of our list. We had presentations, Lefty. Every single one. And remember, I talked to you about this, mentioned wheelchair access. Because if you're a medical patient trying to get meds, you could very well be in a wheelchair. And if you can't get into the facility, then what's even the point? And every one of them that we talked to said the same thing. They said, absolutely. They said there is no reason there shouldn't be wheelchair access, not only in dispensaries, but everywhere. The government is very, very well behind that in Maryland.
Back to the hospital thing, back to the places. Once we get them in there with their wheelchairs and they're in the hospital, they can't use their medication. They got to get
No.
back in the wheelchair and back out across the street because they can't use the med that's made them feel well enough to be
You
here.
get caught in the hospital with cannabis or a pen or vaping or any of that stuff. They'll bring in the cops and they will chain you to your bed and they'll file charges against you. I've seen those.
It's
I've seen it.
ridiculous.
I've seen it happen.
Awful.
Because
children-
I was
sorry, go ahead.
consuming and they took my pee while I was sleeping. And they just
That's
took
the
it
exact-
because they
the
at first they
best.
asked me, and I had a catheter at the time, so I had no control over my urine.
Yep.
I have nothing. Like I was recovering, I was learning how to walk again. I had shattered my pelvis and I ripped my urethra, so that's why I had the catheter. And they went overnight at this facility and they took my urine. They asked me for it.
That's
And I
that's
told them no.
that's criminal. They stole your internal fluids to convict you.
And then I ended up getting kicked out of the facility, and they're just leaving. It was just too much, you know. And you could have your medical card, but you couldn't
you
hold
can't
your
use it.
cannabis inside,
No.
and you couldn't use it.
So we have
on the
children.
property.
Tommy and I do a lot of advocacy for children who are using medical cannabis for their medicine. I have watched a child. I've been on the phone with a mother who calls me crying because her son took the first bite of a hamburger that he has taken in 10 years. This child has failure to thrive. None of his internal digestive tract is working for him. He started using cannabis. Tommy was a forerunner in that with him, and it changed his life. I have never seen a child like that just turn around so immediately. He went from eating nothing in 10 years and having a feeding tube to having it removed and being able to eat again. And when he
Right.
goes into the hospital, inevitably with his condition, he'll need a surgery here and there. He goes in and they deny him his medication that's saving his life.
That's why
Check
the
him out.
Charlotte's Web thing happened. Everybody knows
They
Charlotte's
deny-
Web.
Yeah.
That's why Charlotte's Web came around. All the families moved to Colorado because they had children. 4,000 plus families had children that had some form of epilepsy or terminal illness or whatever. They all moved to Colorado. That's where Charlotte's Web, that little girl Charlotte, and that's where the CBD movement came from, is because of parents begging to have medication, begging to have their children saved, and they all had to a lot of them had to relocate to Colorado. There was like 4,000 families. So I feel for you, and that's it's a shame. Most people think that the cannabis plant.
It wasn't part of her culture. It wasn't part of her
Whatever.
education, but she was desperate to save her child.
Yeah, you'll do
And
anything for your children. You'll do anything for your kids.
Yeah, she called me the first time that he got the giggles from it and said, "Am I a bad mom?" And I said, "How long's it been since you've seen your child laugh?" And she's like, "Oh, 8 years." And I was like, "No, mama, you sit there and laugh with them.
Yeah.
Like you're doing well,
Right.
but it's
Yeah.
just this stigma. We need to get it in the hospitals. We need these people to start listening.
It's in
to
the
us.
hospital. It's in the hospitals, but they're
Yeah.
not prescribing it.
Feel like a lot of states treat us like potheads, it's cool, smoke and all that, but we need oil, like when I got my urethra reattached, I used a fecal oil straight, that I didn't use no opiates or anything. And that's how I recovered.
Yeah, absolutely.
But
Bonnie, you did that when you they were trying to give you pills at one point. Bonnie is not a pills person. They were trying to shove pills down her throat. I said, Bonnie,
Yeah, big
you don't use
prescription.
pills, Bonnie. You've never been a pill user. You don't like this opiate crap. I'm going to help you out. Just listen to me. We got her loaded up with RSO. We got her with some really good edibles. We got her taken care of with the transdermal balm, the CBD THC transdermal balm to take care of that face. Bonnie, how did you feel hours after, maybe even the next day?
Oh, it was amazing. I laid there with a nice smile on my face, eating ice cream. Just couldn't have anything else. Yeah, no, it was perfect. But they did. That dentist was real quick to give me, 15, whatever they give. I don't even know. Percocet, probably. Yeah.
Start with that.
Yeah, anything that they can do to, because I mean, look, if you're a doctor, anytime you prescribe a pharmaceutical, you're making money because you have stocks and all that stuff. So I get that, that's another thing that's scary to who? To the doctors.
Chemo doctors, too. They have a lot of money invested in the patents in those chemo drugs, I found out.
Huge.
Yeah, I didn't realize that.
Ask your history. I have ADHD, which gives me a larger propensity for addiction. And especially addiction for things that give you a rise. So you're now going to feed me something that's evidently a highest rise. And now my ADHD is going to be like, yes, we can take all of this.
Yeah, and then you start drinking. And my friend told me that I should have a beer while I'm on these too, because that'll really make it great.
2 beers.
Oh, shoot. Lefty, I want to ask you, man, how have things been going with your spinal stenosis? How have you been when it comes to the treatment that you're getting from doctors? What's going on with the pain? Tell me a little bit about you, man. I miss you.
I'm in terrible pain. Every day I'm in terrible pain. But I was amazed when I had the cervical surgery. I used zero opiates for that. Zero. Yeah, I didn't need it.
Would they have given them to you?
I had them. They were sitting right there.
Oh, I had mine too.
I was ready. I'm like, all right, I'm going to take them if I need them. And I didn't take them. I was taking suppositories and every possible orifice was filled with cannabis.
Yes,
and it was worked. It worked.
Yeah,
I was like, wow, it really works. It really works.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah. I couldn't believe it myself. Yeah. I'm a pothead for 40 years. And I was like, whoa, I don't need opiates for a surgery.
Yeah, that's amazing.
That's crazy.
But the doctors don't ask. Am I about to get you addicted for life?
Yeah,
probably.
Like even growing up myself, like he's older than I am, and then just the difference, like just finding out about it or getting used to it, and then here I am available to all this, but they're stopping me from getting it, so it's kind of like different worlds, it's messed up because I guess that's how it goes down to generation, and that's how it gets passed on.
Yep, exactly.
So I'd like to talk really quick because one of the main things that I wanted to talk about today was the legalization in Maryland, and I don't want to forget about doing that. So let's talk about the bill and what the bill did for people. So the legislation allows home grow, right? Which is great. It allows purchase of personal use quantities of cannabis, and this has taken effect on July 1st. So since then, the dispensaries have exploded. They've just been going crazy. Everybody's got the hype. They want to get in. They want to get their meds. Home grow patients are like, wow, I can't really afford the meds as much now in the dispensary, but I have home grow, which is great. But now I got to wait months to grow. It's actually, you don't get that much money, when you grow plants versus what you would have bought in the dispensary. So legislation wise, those 21 and older may legally possess up to 1.5 ounces of cannabis flower and or 12 grams of cannabis concentrate, even though rec patients are not allowed to buy concentrates. But it says adults may also cultivate up to 2 mature plants in a private restaurant. So mature plants is a plant that's 12 inches or is a budding plant. So you can have as many clones as you want. So right now I only have 1 plant, right? I've got a couple cuttings that I'm trying to make live, but I started out with just 1 because growing 2 plants at the same time in a home is a lot. And when you start taking cuttings, now you've got a room that's just filled with them and they grow fast and it becomes a thing. And then you're like, oh, I'm into this now and I can't get out of it, but that's okay because it's awesome. So those cuttings, and this is why I'm talking about free the weed. I want to tell everybody that again. Quidjibo and Peanut here, my son's plants. I taught my sons about freeing the weed. They didn't want to give their plants away, but now they understand that these plants are going to be given to someone who needs meds. These plants are going to be given to someone who knows how to make babies with these plants. Those plants that they make babies with are going to make more babies. And everyone out there is going to be able to afford it. Because I have never been rich. I've always worked for my money, and I'm happy with that. I'm proud of that. I never had anything against people with money or different classes or anything. I don't care because we all have that endocannabinoid system, and I want everyone of every class up and down to be able to have one of these plants in their home at least. Because when you have that 1 plant, if you're only allowed to have 2 plants, now you've got a bunch of plants. What do you do with them? You try to keep them and be selfish with them? No, you give these away. I know people that sell clones for $250 each. I get it. You have to make your money back. It is expensive, but come on. If you can cut it down to cost, if you have clones that you can give away, if you've been growing your entire life and you've got a room filled with plants, give some of those plants away because it does cost to get this started, but the cost pays for itself eventually. Sometimes you can afford it. We have to put a little bit of ourselves up. I'm investing my money in this and I'm not asking for anything back because I believe in it. Lefty, I believe and I care about the people out there who don't have enough money to do this because I know what that's like. And it sucks. It sucks to not be able to get the medicine you need because you don't have money. I'm not asking these people for their $1,000 Percocet pills. Each one of those pills probably costs thousands of dollars or whatever. This is something that provides peace. It provides healing and it's real and it doesn't cost much. And when you've been doing it your whole life, you have enough that you can say here. Now you are empowered. Now you can do something for yourself and you don't have to worry about it breaking your pockets or breaking your bank. And I don't want to say this because the government, if you're listening, turn your ears off really quick. Best thing that you can do, again, free rainwater. Let the rain for an hour, half an hour or so, and that gets all the acidity out of the rain. Then you collect the rain.
Rain tax.
Oh, well, the government. Well, the reason I say government turn your ears off is because the government owns the rain. All right, let's just get that out of the way. Legislation, the government, it is illegal to collect rainwater. So, hey, government, we get that. We're not asking you to legalize the rainwater. Okay, we're not about that. We're not trying to take the rainwater. But rainwater is the best thing that you can do. So for indoor plants, I collect rainwater. I double filter it. You probably don't need a double filter. I just like to be bougie. And then I put it in my plants. And then in my car, I have 2 bags of rainwater to accompany these plants as well. Because I believe that if you're, 2 bags of rainwater is not a lot. All you need is a little bit of that rainwater in there just to give it to the plant, because the plant, like if you put nutrients in your water, put a little bit of rainwater in that. You know what I mean? I'll have bags. And with these things, I want to talk to people as they're doing it because I want to help people. Like if you gave me this plant and I was that lady off the street with her really cool hat right there, I would say, what am I supposed to do with this? And then I am here to teach her and her friend with a very nice pink skirt over here how to use this cannabis. Those 2 ladies right there, you can have a plant and you get 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 a plant.
Tommy Cannaseed, I'm telling you, it's his new role in life.
It's not, I appreciate that, Bonnie. It's not about anything aside for a true desire and a love for this plant that I discovered when I was in high school. And now after being with the Sativa Cross, after being someone that has followed you, Lefty, since 2015, I understand so much more about this plant than when I was a kid. Where's Jim Miller? Jim Miller taught me about this plant is medicine, and it's not a joke. Because for my entire, what did I understand come 2015? Same thing as, the suit dummies. You're a pothead idiot, people that like to smoke pot, blah, blah, blah. I didn't know what an endocannabinoid system was. I didn't know about medical. Like all I knew is that I loved pot. And then people like Jim Miller, like Lefty, like Bong Holio over here,
then
Michael,
you
like
learn.
you guys have taught me that it is medicine and it has to be treated somewhat seriously because there's many out there that don't know that. So you guys said, Tommy, you understand some of this. Let's get together and figure out how we can take this message and make it so that they can understand it and see and actually see us as people and not just numbers anymore. And when you can learn to take it from a joke and make it serious and make it real, now I get it. Now I get it. And now where are we, Lefty? We're here still sending the message. And what do we have here? Plants. We got Homegrow in Maryland. There's Homegrow and a couple others out here. What's going on with Homegrow in New Jersey?
Well, let me ask who's online right now. I see Derek Shirley's online. I see Honeybee Thomas from Oregon is online. Honeybee's here. Hi. She's one of our co-hosts in Oregon. Hi, Honeybee. I'm gonna say hi to her. And who's George? George iPad. Who's that on the line with? I see George's iPad. Who is that? I don't know who that is.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Honeybee. What's up, Honeybee? How you doing in Oregon?
Oh, it's cold here today. Cold and cloudy, and I'm on my way to the State House right now. Getting ready to set up, getting ready for my time later today with Paul Stanford. So I'm doing great. I'm excited to get out here and be in front of the people that are at the State House in Oregon to see what we can do to make a difference. Because, you know, just like everyone else, we have needs, we have things that need to be changed, and I'm so excited to tell you all about it later. Paul and I are going to be on at what time, Lefty? Your time. It's 3:45 Eastern Standard Time. Paul and I will be on, but we're going to be on all day, on and off. We're going to be giving away a magical butter machine and some products. So whoever's at the state capitol in your state will be receiving a magical butter machine to give away to everyone. So I'm excited about that. And I want to thank everyone for showing up and helping us make a difference, because without you guys, we wouldn't be here doing what we're doing. We have a lot of things that we have been working on. We've been working on the Cannabis Patient Bill of Rights. We have like 23 states. We have, I think, 4 states at their state capital today. Just so much going on. I'm just so thankful. Thank you, everyone. And is Jim on next?
Where's the old boy, Jim? Thank you, Honeybee, for everything you do.
Right here.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Gentlemen listening out there in the ether, I want you to give a huge shout out and so much love to one of the most powerful cannabis advocates that I have ever met before in my life. Can we give it up for the good old boy himself, Jim Miller?
Yeah. Yes, Jim. Thank you, Jim.
Yeah. Tell us about New Jersey, Jim.
Tell you about New Jersey. What would give you the idea I know anything about what's going on in New Jersey? Well, let's see. 30 years ago, I pushed my late wife's wheelchair across the state, ended up right there after 25 hours and 58 miles. And that's what it took to get the press impressed.
58 miles.
Yeah.
Wow.
So what I'd like to impart to other states is, do you remember what it was like in your state when patients came first? Patients came first in the 1990s here because they were the ones you'd board first on an airplane. They'd get in a lifeboat first, you know. It seemed like a good place to start, especially with a wife with multiple sclerosis who could only move her head at the time. And fast forward to now, I can't even keep up with what's going on in New Jersey. I still pucker when law enforcement pulls out behind me, and I'm coming from somewhere where I may or may not have 4 or 5 ounces on me. I'm not saying, I might not, but I don't have to pucker because that's legal in New Jersey. So I know while we all have a lot of bitching and moaning and whining to do, and damn if we don't have a lot of that still to do in New Jersey, every now and then, sit down, take a deep breath, and remember what it was like a decade ago. And no matter what state you live in, it's probably better now. What I like about what we're doing here is things are different in each state, and it shouldn't be. Patients shouldn't have a bigger advantage in one state than another if cannabis is their medicine. And the disparities are so extreme. There's no other social or business or anything of a concern that's so extreme, where patients are so at the bottom of the ladder that you basically can walk right all over them. What's happening in New Jersey, if I want to give you the short version, is we've forgotten that here. Patients don't come first here anymore. I understand the business is necessary. I understand that we have a medical marijuana program, because that's what it was and we had it. So you can call it that. We have a Senate president saying we got to get the program off the ground before we talk about adult home grow. And that may well be true, but he's forgetting that we have a patient-only bill for plants, for mature plants. And the irony is that patients and adults and everybody dropping what they're doing and trying to get that particular bill heard in committee would behoove everybody. That's right, I said behoove. I never did before, it sounded strange. But anyway, it would be very good, because 90% of what patients will successfully argue in a committee hearing applies to adults, and it already would be on record. So next session, when an adult bill is reintroduced, it already would have legs due to the patients, just like we got legalization here after patients got theirs. And let's not forget that New Jersey patients were paying up to $560 an ounce then. And through patients having to do this, some who couldn't afford to go black market because, people with disabilities and need special care are very careful not to be in trouble with the law. So what the bottom line about today is, for me, is we need to be able to be in touch with each other. I couldn't tell you which states have home grow for patients and which don't. I couldn't tell you how things are going in another state. But what I want is somebody from another state doing better than New Jersey, a state that does have home grow. If I can coalesce with somebody in that state and they can point me towards a legislator that helped get that done in their state, a legislator who would know that our Senate president's full of shit here and would be available to counter some of the roadblocks we're encountering with a reality dose from their state. This is the beauty of the United States of America. We can try one thing in one state, a different thing in another state, stand back and see the results and extrapolate from reality, not hypotheticals. And we're not doing that. Our Senate president says, yeah, now that there's no pandemic, I'm going to get back to Colorado, because he likes to go to Colorado, as if you need to go to Colorado. You could Zoom there from your office. You don't need to smell it. I mean, that's the only thing. If he's going to spend taxpayer money so he can smell it too, just say so. We need to know what's going on in each other's states. And it's my hope that when this is done, that Sativa Cross will be able to go back and say, we need to be able to get in touch with each other with, I think it was called back in the day, a listserv email thing, where 2 people or 3 from each entity are allowed to take part. So if you have a question, you put it out there. Imagine if you could right now ask a question, type it in, and people in other states, pretty much all who have medical marijuana concerns, would be able to answer your question. We need to use that interconnectivity and people who have gone further than others to metaphorically reach back and help them into that rowboat too. Not just celebrate that you have it in your state, understand other people don't. And we have that opportunity if Sativa Cross can keep this up year to year, and nobody else is trying it. So the idea that there's 20 or 20 some states ready to weigh in on this on July 10th this year and then July 10th next year. And my guess is most of us will still be alive for yet another one the year after that. Sometimes cannabis consumers have a hard time seeing too far into the future because they're having so much fun in the today. And so I say that with love and affection, but I also get to say to my best people all across the country, you are not an easy consumer group to steer anywhere. You're like cats. You have a race, everybody's going to go in different directions. And while that's endearing, it doesn't get things done legislatively speaking. So I hope something grows out of this here. I'll start coughing.
Well, think about.
Thank you, Jim. Thank
Jim.
you so much, Jim.
Think about this, Jim. In the state of Texas, our cannabis laws are based on city by city, county by county. So you're talking about 354 plus counties that all have, and cities within those counties have different laws dealing with cannabis as well. So no, that's why the movement needs to be deregulation on a national level. If we deregulate it and we have no regulation, then all 50 states can be unified on how they deal with cannabis. And how they deal with cannabis is that we have no regulation. You do what you want to do and you leave people alone. It's just a plant and it grows out of the ground. It's completely effing harmless. That is the only solution for us to all get on the same page. That's why it's like herding cats, is because it's on a state by state basis. You have a situation where the bigger states, like in California right now, it used to be all over the whole state that it was a medicinal state. Once recreational kicked in with Prop 64, that was the opportunity for the counties and the cities that didn't like cannabis to outlaw it. So now it's been whittled down to just certain areas, and it's been outlawed in a lot of the areas. So you have to understand, for the movement to be successful, the deregulation is the end game. And they're not going to let us have deregulation because they want to have their tax dollars and they want to have their money.
Question: if they're not going to let us have it, and that's what we need, that sounds like an impasse. What I'm saying is we make it mutually exclusive, like it has to be one or the other. It's like, I like the idea of preparing a lifeboat before we even need it, but while that is to me, that's like the absolute end goal. But getting other things improved along the way, wherever that may be, that shouldn't slow down either.
Well, it's a progressive movement. We're definitely a progressive movement because we're moving down, and that's how it used to be. It started out with medicinal. The patients did all of the work, and then all of a sudden recreational falls up behind it. And if you look in Colorado, where is the movement going? They're going towards psychedelic mushrooms. They're moving down the psychedelic pathway, and they're having an easier time having their PTSD medicine dealing with psychedelic mushrooms as they move on, because it's a very broad, if you look at the cannabis industry, it's very broad with all different types of people. Now it's been fused with the psychedelic mushroom movement, and the mushrooms that are you're not being arrested for mushrooms now. There's a lot of places where you can cultivate at home your own mushrooms and stuff. But in the meantime, patients are being forgotten because we were the ones that laid the groundwork back in 1996 and started this whole movement. And now, as long as everybody keeps an eye on the prize for the patients and the patient access, and when Lefty talks about patient access, me and Lefty agree. It's a big difference for what it is like on New Jersey. You guys have the one step is a wall situation. I don't have problem with access in certain areas because we're so flat. I can take my wheelchair the majority of, like 99% of the place, because the ADA was enforced here in the state of Texas. It was enforced in a majority of the Western states because we're flat and it's easy to do that. Not so easy to do in New Jersey, where a lot of things were grandfathered in. A lot of places have steps. A lot of places have a lot of walls. A lot of people have a lot of, the 6-step walk-up brownstones. So a lot of the historical buildings don't have elevator access because they didn't have elevators. And if they do have access for patients, it's behind a steel door that doesn't work, or is battery operated, or it's blocked. It's blocked. So it's looking at going into the future, trying to like earlier the lady was saying, we've got to educate our legislatures and educate the legislatures on how this movement got started and why is it on the East Coast now, everybody coming along and making all of these. You guys are doing such amazing work on the East Coast that you're drawing people from the West Coast, California, Oregon, Washington. They're coming out of their drug infested, homeless infected communities, and they're going back home because the majority of the people that live on the West Coast, my girlfriend included, from New Jersey, that Bayonne, New Jersey. So they left New Jersey to find greener pastures, found out that the greener pastures are not so green anymore, and they're now on this journey back home, which she doesn't realize it, but in 2024, we're going to cruise up there. We'll draw, and she's going to be with her family, and she's going to be able to see the changes that have taken effect on the West Coast. They're going to be in New Jersey. She'll be able to go to the dispensaries because she was a pot selling drug dealer when she was going to Rutgers. So, everybody has their experience, but back then you were getting arrested for it. You get arrested for a joint, you get a record. So these things have all now, you guys have come leaps and bounds in such a short time, and it's going fast. It's like called the quickening. And that's where you got to understand where we go from here is going to be very important to not forget about the patients and patient access. We have to have access to the kind of cannabis that you want, not the kind of cannabis. Yes, right. Right. You have to have access to full spectrum. And most people don't know what full spectrum is. Full spectrum includes Delta 8, Delta 9, and then the 360 cannabinoids and terpenes and whatever's that's in there that makes this plant such a wonder plant. That's what full spectrum is. And if anybody wants to have a taste of that, that's that Rick's Oil formula. That's the Jason Cordero does a Rick's Oil extraction that is probably the best in the country. I've tasted it. I've had it. It's probably the best in the country because it's full spectrum extraction out of the cannabis plant that gives you all of your cannabinoids, all of your THCs. And whether that's the Delta 8, the Delta 9, and sometimes they're mentioning now the Delta 10s and all that stuff. When you do a full spectrum extraction, you're getting all those THC cannabinoids, even though you only know about Delta 8 and Delta 9. There could be 360 different cannabinoids in there because you're dealing with stereochemistry. So at some point, when you click along those chiral centers, that's what gives the cannabis plant such an amazing properties. And a lot of people don't know about it. And a lot of people are against it. I saw some guy on a podcast the other day. He's a professor from Stanford that was on, he was on, I think it was Tom Segura's podcast. And he was talking about how cannabis is bad for certain people or other people, and the abuse of cannabis or chronic use of cannabis is bad for certain people. And I was extremely upset by watching this guy because he doesn't understand his chemistry. He's just a mouthpiece, spouting from Stanford the ills of cannabis because it makes him money. He's getting money. His professors at Stanford, they're all getting money from big pharma, or they're getting money from whoever, Bayer, whatever pharmaceutical company that's paying for their research. The difference between me, the difference between Lefty, the difference between Mike, the difference between Bong Holio or anything is that we cannot be bought. We can't be bought. And that's how it goes down.
Oil can be bought with kindness.
Oh,
I've seen it happen.
He can be bought. He can be bought with
He's a good guy.
Brownies. So at some point you want to educate your yeah, I can be bought off with a lot of stuff, but but it has nothing to do with
everyone has a price.
Mine just happens to be those what do they call it, the sins of the flesh.
Oh man, I was going to tell this story because it was funny. I was reminded about the price thing. Bobby Platshorn, who was a great friend of mine, passed away earlier this year, and he was a great cannabis advocate. He helped us out up here. We did a bus trip. Remember the bus trip we did down to DC with the Silver Tour, man. And
Old people ruled that day.
oh man, and Bobby was great. Like 3 years ago, he calls me on the phone. He's like, Chris, I got this great company and they want to do this strain with me, because that's kind of how Bobby talked. He talked kind of like the guy in the diner on Star Wars, when Ewan McGregor's guy comes in, he's like, hey, Chris. And he had that salesman thing, and he's like, this great company wants to do a strain with me, and I want to get you involved. We're talking 6 figures. I'll bring you in like 150K right away. And I'm like, wow, that sounds awesome. I'm like, what company are you talking about? He's like, True Leave. And I'm like, Jesus. I'm like, dude, have you ever heard of Congressman Matt Gaetz? And he's like, no. And I sent him this Orlando. Well, I mean, he had heard of him, right? He lived in Florida. He wasn't totally unaware, but he's like, what does he have to do with True Leave? I'm like, oh my God, dude. I'm like, every time somebody buys something from True Leave, every time somebody spends $60 for an eighth of Wiz Khalifa strained True Leave middies in Pittsburgh, Congressman Gaetz gets a campaign donation somewhere in the dark money. So that's the problem. Gaetz really helped out True Leave, but I was thinking about Bobby, and he made a lot of money. He got a strain, his black tuna strain is there. And I told him at the time, I'm like, dude, you spent 30 years in prison. Milk them for every cent you can. Like, invite me fishing on your boat, but I can't take their money. You know what I mean? And I can tell that story now because Bobby passed earlier this year. But I'll tell you, that's the thing. When you talk about them paying people off, they do. They come along and they pay people off, because that's way cheaper than dealing with an honest group of consumers out here. By the way, I did my price list for today. Do you want to hear the lowest price flower in New Jersey?
Through a legal source.
Yeah, this is adult use.
Yeah.
The lowest. Okay, by the way,
What is the lowest?
Cureleaf really dropped their prices after they had their license pulled and returned.
Yeah.
Did you guys see that?
No.
You can get an ounce of at Cureleaf now for $150 on the medical side, medical only.
Wow.
$150 ounces of Cureleaf, but that only happened after they got their license pulled. So I think I think that's a signal. If regulators will regulate, prices will come down. Honestly, last year in Pennsylvania, what was really interesting is John Collins, who was the former program director in the Pennsylvania medical marijuana program. He released a chart that was like WikiLeaks, right? He comes out and he releases a chart, and he's been tracking the wholesale price of cannabis in the program versus the retail price the dispensaries are charging. And as the wholesale price went down, the retail price was going up. So they were getting more and more of a margin over time. And the best thing that he could do was release the data to the public. And then he said that this is the director of PA's program last year. He goes, Pennsylvania patients need to demand lower prices. And, prices in Pennsylvania come down. I mean, that's the weird part. And
How do patients get to demand something? Because we don't get to do that in New Jersey.
I agree.
Yeah, I
agree.
I'm just saying
It's
that.
the method for that. Yeah.
Well, it would be the organization that patients aren't really as capable of as other organizations that are organizations to help patients. They got to start remembering patients as much as everything else that there is to be involved with for cannabis or medical cannabis organizations in New Jersey. And I would always say, getting back to, I guess, what we're doing here is to learn from what worked in other states, like what you're describing must have, or did it happen in another state? I mean, we have predictors out.
Well, I don't know. It's funny now,
think?
Jim, because what you've got is Cureleaf announced that they're pulling out of California and Colorado. True Leave announced that they're pulling out of Massachusetts. So I've been pointing out to a lot of people that these large companies and these companies, and when you look at how New Jersey's works right now, even the independent retailers that are getting to open, they can only resell wholesale product from Cureleaf and Ascend and GTI and the larger operators. They control that wholesale market, and they can only mark it up as much as they can from wholesale. So when I look at the prices at like Block, it's $70 for 7 grams of ground flower. So that's $280 an ounce for ground flower. That's a that's a hefty charge for
I can
a bunch of
grind
kids.
my own
Yeah.
flour. That's the
Process.
leftover bottom of the bag.
Well,
Can't
that's-
ground it because it's already ground.
Actually
That's the funny
grounded.
part. That's the
ground
funny
by
part.
ground by nature.
Yeah.
And then
No artificial grinding here. We let nature do the work.
I keep including the Harmony line permit revoked because they haven't gotten their permit back yet. So we'll see what happens to those guys. But yeah, so I don't know. You know,
Other states, seriously,
we're
they're-
unique though.
but we are, meaning other states can learn from us in a unique way.
In what not to do.
No, but that
Yeah.
matters, really.
It does in a way because
What not
again,
to do is as important as what to do. And we were the first state to not allow home grow.
Yeah.
We
First
owe,
of something.
we owe at least the next 3 or 4 states that also didn't do that, not just an apology, but if we're advanced,
I want an apology.
or wait, no, but if we're more advanced than them in some other way, what we owe them is to help them with,
I don't know. How are we advanced?
Okay.
I mean, this is what I'm trying to figure out.
we can smoke out here right now as patients.
Yes.
That's decriminalization. I mean, that's what's funny, Jim, is that there were 3 laws, really 4 passed,
Could
if
an
you
adult-
remember.
could an
Yeah.
adult smoke like here right now? Would this be legal under New Jersey law if you're not a patient?
Yeah.
It is.
I mean, we're in public
I
view.
don't think rec
The
is.
police can't arrest you for it. So,
Well,
like,
not arrest, cite you.
I mean,
You'll get a ticket, I
yes, but
think, if
Can they
you're
have, the police have the
recreationally-
right to say no when you tell them to go away?
the police don't have a right to investigate you for the smell of marijuana. We are sitting here in front of the state house, and the only indicator that we're smoking marijuana, I guess, is the smell. And what we did very carefully in the decriminalization law is make it so that the smell of marijuana, you couldn't approach somebody to investigate or arrest them just for that. And that's powerful. Again, I was
I'm not discounting that, but I'm talking about the law on the books.
yes,
Because if this is how we're doing it, then that law should be changed by, hey, we're already doing that. It's funny how sometimes the law is happy to change.
I think that there's a big part of the law that includes personal rights, and that was separate from the retail cannabis law, if you remember. So there were really like 3 laws passed. There was a law that covered basically that broadly changed the criminal penalties for cannabis and removed them, and also was supposed to start expungement. There was a law that specifically addressed all the regulations for retail and tax. And then finally, there was this cleanup law that was passed to address juvenile offenses, if you recall. And again, what we did with 2 out of those 3 laws was get them spot on. I think that we did everything right as far as how we treated the police, the downgrading penalties. We could do way better on expungements. We could do way better on that. But the law that needs to change is the retail and tax law. That needs to be changed.
Here's what I'm hearing this at a very wonderful time, because I keep hearing in my own head, well, then can we learn from other states that have already done this? But we are doing some things right now. There's 2 out of 3 things that we got right. Other states haven't gotten to yet, maybe.
Oh no, other
But
states have
my
done
question is
better
this.
than that.
Is there somebody we know in the legislature who would say, yeah, if somebody, my colleague in another state got in touch with me and,
No, they only go to Colorado on vacation. You
Yeah,
know that.
yeah,
So
yeah.
they only go out to Colorado, and when they go,
Yeah.
they only talk to the state troopers when they're there.
yeah.
And get the free weed from like one dispensary
Great
owner. So
experience.
yeah, I mean,
Cannabis
come on.
experience right there.
Yeah, they don't do that. I mean, that would make too much sense, Jim. Come on. I mean, look, I think it's amazing. What's up, man? I think it's amazing that, for the last, since, I've been at this here in New Jersey since I moved back here in 2008. So, the idea that most of these legislators are the same is kind of a little freaky too. I mean, these are the same players, the same people. They've got the same interests at heart. It's the same, lobbyists.
Okay,
it's the
but-
same lawyers.
But
Everybody's the same.
I keep swinging back to in my head that if I'm going to be having been in a testified in committee again, it was real easy for what I was there for, but the next time I need to be more to a point, and I would hope to be able to quote a legislator from another state that had already gone by some bullshit we're going to hear in committee, to be able to counter it by reading a statement that I would get from a legislator in another state. So that I would have a 15-second retort from a colleague and then be able to say, if you want to take it up with your colleague, why don't you take it up with somebody who knows what you're talking?
Well, if you're up before somebody like Mike Testa, you can just like have a list of questions that he always asks on marijuana and have like you can just record your answers before on a little thing.
No, not my
on
answer.
5.
Don't miss the point. Not my answers. Answers from a legislator. I'd like to ask a legislator in another state, how did you deal with something here?
They do that though, Jim.
I want to be able to quote, in Missouri, they've already taken care of that, and they just got started and quote somebody there.
They do.
Yeah,
I mean,
because what I say doesn't matter in committee. What other people say.
Oh, yes, it does.
Well, somebody already had, I've already been through that, and here's how it went in our state. A legislator saying that, and me being able to read that in committee, you know, and then I could say, oh, I promised I would do this. And
All right.
like point or something, you know.
All right. So
Have a little fun.
I'll send you a link to this. The New Jersey legislators participate in something called the National Conference of State Legislatures, the NCSL.
Yes.
And the NCSL has had cannabis programming, as well as the New Jersey League of Municipalities for mayors and the local officials. You can go back and look at the things that they've adopted, things that they've discussed. But they do that. They bring legislators from multiple states together to discuss their progress and maybe not progress. But again, that's why things have turned out. Like if you wonder, like state legislators do talk to each other. I mean,
state legislators do what I'm suggesting we do.
They do at the NCSL and they do in other places, but
maybe they're right.
They don't testify. It is very extreme. I think it was in a medical marijuana hearing in New Jersey here. I remember right in that room, in the Justice Committee room. A state legislator came down from New York. What was his name? Angel Cruz, right? There was a state legislator from New York that came down and testified for a medical marijuana bill in New Jersey. And it was shocking because state legislators, I mean, it's extremely rare for a legislator to just go to another state house and testify in favor of another bill, no matter their experience. It's just a matter of like,
how did it go over?
It was heavily covered at the time. It was very well accepted, and it was really interesting. And he did it because he had family in New Jersey.
Yeah, but I would assume you were at that committee hearing.
I was.
Did you take a look at the committee's face and notice that they were a little more intent on or?
I think that was also the day that Bob Barr came and testified in his wheelchair. So, or I'm sorry, Bob. I'm trying to remember his name now. He's.
I had fun picturing Bob Barr in a wheelchair.
Yeah. When did that happen?
No. He was another lawyer. He was a longtime prosecutor. He came out in favor of medical marijuana at the time. But it was a very intense committee hearing. But again, it's very rare for state legislators to do that. But they do get to, what I'm trying to say is they get together in this NCSL format and they do it there. So
here's something else they can do. They can join a Zoom meeting if you're lucky enough to get a Zoom meeting with a legislator. They don't necessarily need to know also on the Zoom meeting is somebody that knows a little bit about what's going on in their state.
Speaking of Zoom, who's on the Zoom? We have one anonymous person and we have George. Who you got? Who's checking in? What state's checking in there? Anonymous? Who's anonymous?
That's a state. That's a state. That's a state of being anonymous. Yes. So like everybody wears the Guy Fawkes mask there. It's always the 5th of November.
Are you putting on your put on your mask, anonymous? Answer the phone.
Have no cannabis use in that state. It's probably not legal.
Yeah, that's why they're probably afraid. It could be yeah.
Hey, it's not legal here in the state of Texas, and I'm willing to let them come and kick in the door. Come on, bring it on.
Let's go. Let's go.
Put me in a wheelchair, stick me in the jail, and all that does is give me an opportunity to start proselytizing to the inmates about why they should stop selling crack on the side of the road. I'll go in there and become the most dangerous man in the jail, and they're going to have to get rid of me because it'll cost them more money to take care of an MS patient in a wheelchair than it would to do anything else. And then it gives me an opportunity to start spreading the word. And I'll spread it all over this planet. I mean, that's it. There used to be an organization called overgrow.com. And what we used to say is we wanted to overgrow the planet. And that was not just, that was Mark Emery from BCC company before he got in trouble out of Vancouver. And that's the plan. The plan is to overgrow the planet, people, because cannabis has been used on this planet across the planet. every culture has cannabis dating back 5,000 plus years. They found it in, okay, just this is kind of an example I want to put out there. Vincent Van Gogh. Vincent Van Gogh. There is a number, and he was way back in what, 1700s. You can even go back to Shakespeare. They found Shakespeare's pipe where he used to live that had elements of cannabis and cannabis in the indica inside his pipe when they unburied it at Shakespeare's house. So this has been on our planet, and we've been using it in medicinal qualities dating more than 5,000 years ago. The Chinese have been using it for over 5,000 years. They just don't use it like we do. They use it as an industrial hemp processing for oil because they don't have the oil wells to produce it for their many industrial factories that they have. So, it's one of those things where people need to educate themselves where we've come from. And the best place, if you want to get the knowledge about it, there's a book by Chris Conrad called Hemp Lifeline to the Future. And that Hemp Lifeline to the Future will explain how we got to this point. Now, in Chris's book, he says when everybody legalizes, which he foresaw what was happening in California going across the United States, when all 50 states it becomes legalized in some way, shape, or form, the multi-state operators like unfortunately Trulieve, all those other ones, they're gonna have to shut down because the price of weed is gonna be $200 a pound. $200 a pound, people. It's gonna be so affordable that your normal man will be able to buy a pound at a time. So we're on a march down this pathway, which I foresaw back in 1996. That's why I got involved in the cannabis movement. I saw it in college in 1994. I saw it when I was in high school when I started smoking weed. You have to understand that once you get a taste of what is going on, it is an extremely important movement, not just because you want to be a stupid stoner and you want to smoke weed. That has nothing to do with it. It's what it's going to do for our planet, people. It's what it's going to do for the planet. It's what it's going to do for the people of this country. It's going to bring a lot more people. How many people do we have to lose to fentanyl drug overdoses, people? We already lost Prince and Tom Petty. I mean, come on now. We lost two of the greatest musicians known to this planet. So it's coming. People are not afraid of it anymore. More states are getting on board. It's just unfortunate that they're not going the full distance. They'll go recreational. They'll say, okay, we have adult recreational. Anybody can go into little dispensaries and we're going to give licenses. We're going to do this. And then all of a sudden, once you leave the dispensary, AKA pharmacy or whatever you want to call it, that's all they're going to allow you to do. They're not going to allow you to pick the seeds from the hermaphroditic weed that you just bought from the dispensary that's generating seeds because they don't know how to control their crop. Then people can't take those hermaphroditic seeds and grow them out, aka feminized seeds. Most people don't realize what hermaphroditic ones are called. They're actually called feminized seeds. They're actually forced feminized seeds. So no homegrown. I'm wearing a shirt right now. And on the back of my shirt, it says "Stop Terrorism, Buy Homegrown." You want to stop terrorism? Everybody wants to keep the cartels at bay. Start buying homegrown. We'll bankrupt the cartels. We'll bankrupt them. And this is where we have to understand where we're going, how we're going to get there, and what the future looks like. And if everybody wants to figure out how I know this stuff, well, I studied futuristic studies when I was in college back in 1994. You study futuristic trends, and those trends have told us in the way it's looking right now is that eventually all 50 states, the lower 48, Alaska and Hawaii, we're all going to be legalized. We're going to stop arresting cannabis patients, and they're not going to arrest people. But where we need to be is we need to be able to be the master of our own destiny, which is homegrown. You need to have homegrown at home. So George, I see that you showed yourself. George's iPad. What's up, George?
Senator.
I see that you showed yourself. George is iPad. What's up, George? George is iPad. What's up, George? George is iPad. What's up, George?
Hey, morning, everybody. So I think Paco I'm from Nebraska. My name's Frank Shoemaker. It shows up as Paco. So good morning. I've been watching for a little bit. This is very cool.
Yeah, the idea behind what Lefty's doing here and what I'm doing here and what everybody's doing here is that we would like to have a representative from all 50 states to kind of explain to everybody what is their situation in their general area, because it's different in all 48 states, and within all 48 states sometimes it's different within a county basis or a city base or a city by city basis. So nobody knows that you're driving on I-40 going across the country, and these days it's safe from New Mexico to California, but once you cross over that New Mexico border into the state of Texas and you've got your quote unquote medicine with you, if you get pulled over and the cop searches your vehicle, you're going to fucking jail, people. You're going to jail.
We're going to jump over to New York right now. We have Adam Umansky from New York. Are you driving down to Trenton, Adam, by the way? Adam, can you hear me? You're muted.
He must not have been able to hear you.
Yeah, I believe you're muted.
Yeah, he's muted.
Okay.
Unmute your mic. Somebody send him a message.
George's iPad. Who is George's iPad? Who's that? Who's checking in? What state is that?
Nebraska.
Oh, okay. It's Bill the Farmer.
Yeah, correct, man.
I didn't know. You have a different name here, so I didn't know. Bill the Farmer, how are you doing, buddy?
So I'm Paco. I'm not Bill the Farmer. Bill the Farmer's we got a place over at State Capitol, on the north side of the State Capitol, to do this gig. And so we're trying to, get a vision of what we're going to do. And I've been watching for an hour or so. Like I said, this is what the guy just said. Everything everybody says is really pertinent and very real. And so it's really nice to be here. I don't want to take up anybody's time. So we plan on being here at 3:00.
Okay, right on. Nebraska checking in. That's great that you guys are going out to your state house. That's amazing. Thank you for taking part from Nebraska.
Hey, Lefty, can you unmute Adam's microphone?
He can do that himself. Adam, can you hear us?
There he goes.
Yeah, I can hear you. Sorry, I was having a little bit of a microphone problem when I joined. Everything's fine now. You got me?
Yep, we can hear you loud and clear.
Perfect. Yeah, I was. Hi. I had some traffic. I was supposed to be down there in Trenton with you guys, before. But hey, I'll be there in 15 minutes, Lefty.
Oh, okay. So we can get to you when you get here if you want. If you don't want to speak now, but I know New York has a lot to talk about. You got a lot going on. You got homegrown New York, bro. You actually moved to New York so you can grow weed. How about that?
Well, I mean, I moved back to New York.
Talk about that.
All this. Yeah. Well, all right. So New York, technically, their home grow hasn't taken effect yet. They have these weird provisions in the law where they pass the law, but then it doesn't go into effect until a milestone occurs. In the medical grow, that was them passing the rules for medical grow. They were way behind, but patients didn't wait. And most people started their recreational grows then anyway. Technically, the law in New York says that the recreational grow, which is the same as the medical grow, is allowed 18 months after the first legal taxed recreational sale occurs. And that happened back in January. So that started the timetable, the clock ticking. So, do your math.
Right.
Again, most people are not waiting. I know so many people that are growing, not, large scale, but for themselves because they should. So that's what's going on in New York. I mean, the legal market is complete chaos and full of internal contradictions And I think just like every other state that legalizes, it's really just designed for big money to come in and make a lot of money for themselves and the tax revenue at the expense of, you know, whatever else. Access, quality, things like that. My personal opinion.
What is New York modeled after? New Jersey, because you guys have home grow, so it's not New Jersey. It's more like a. It's not a Maine model. It's,
No, it's
a
more like an
Colorado.
amalgam. Yeah, it's more like a hybrid of Western states models. You know, because they're letting us have our home grow. Well, you know, that sounds awful to say, right? Letting us. They're letting us. See my quotes. They're letting us have home grow. Well, all right. I'll. There was a lot of, more than any other state, I think, a lot of focus on social equity and things like that. But at the end of the day, I think that's just marketing, because, well, aside from the way that they botched all the timelines, the New York OCM, and they're going to let the ROs, the MSOs in much sooner than they had originally said. The head of the OCM or someone at the top of the OCM who may still be working for the OCM or not, and you know how that stuff works. He gave an interview where he said that social equity is basically your window to establish market share before big money comes in and either puts you out of business or buys you out because they want your market share. That's really transparent and also really gross and really profit driven. You know, regardless of what we think about social equity, that's not social equity. So the social equity in New York State is to get a chance to get into a gladiator match with all the other social equity applicants, so that a couple of you get bought out by Curaleaf or whoever comes in, and the rest of you just go out of business with whatever money that you pumped into your business to try to get it not to go out of business before it did, just like happens in all the other markets. So I think that's really disingenuous and not fair to the social equity movement. You know, that's not social equity. That's marketing called social equity, but really it just benefits big money. I guess the silver lining of that is that they're not going to come after you for your small grow in New York. It's not illegal. So, you know,
Awesome.
That's kind of a win, you know, for those contexts. You know, that there's also, I don't want to harp on it because that's not what this today is about. But, you know, there's also the arguments for, you know, sacramental use, which, you know, don't really, that stuff doesn't have to be subject or isn't subject to all these rules and regulations meant for commercial production. But, you know, another tale for another story, another day. That's what's going on in New York. I got plans.
Sorry, I'm producing right now.
That's all right.
I have a lot of scheduled here. I'm here. I'll put Chris back.
You're George Lucasing. You really are. You got the George Lucas look going on. You got that salty pepper beard. You know, you're in the chair. You got the headphones on. It's like you're behind the scenes at Star Wars right now. You're shooting. I mean, just, you know, maybe Bong Julio is going to be the next Jar Jar Binks. Maybe you need to get Bong Julio a Jar Jar Binks costume right on the top.
Oh no, don't.
I'm the color guy. That's what I'm here for. I'm here for the Star Wars color. So
color commentary.
Yes.
I mean,
like
show of hands for Jar Jar Binks fans.
So in New York, we were talking about the ethics codes here in New Jersey, actually. And I was suggesting to the Maryland that they look that up. In New Jersey, we changed the ethics violations codes for all elected officials related to cannabis. And if you look at the code now, there's like 200 mentions of the word cannabis. And when you read the ethics code, you kind of you realize that some of these elected officials might have already broken the ethics code. And it's not just like a slap on the wrist kind of thing. The ethics code violations in New Jersey, at least, closely follow gaming, like the casino industry. And they're actually supposed to be like, if you break the ethics code related to cannabis and you're an elected official, this goes for like mayors and land use people. Any elected official or appointed official is covered by this ethics code in New Jersey. It could be a crime investigated by the state of the office of the attorney general. So I have this weird notion that a lot of elected officials haven't read the updated ethics code when it comes to cannabis in New Jersey. And you should look at it in New York too, and Maryland. I mean, I feel like elected officials are very cavalier when it comes to this transitional period for regulated cannabis. And okay, let me make an example.
Yeah,
so
please.
I have the New Jersey ethics code up now, right? And in reading through it, they made it model the gaming, again, casinos. And so if you're an elected official, not only are you supposed to have no business relationship with a casino, like none, nobody in your family, like in your extended family, like your adult daughter can't work for a casino. You know what I mean? If you're an elected official, basically. But also there are strict rules on how you pressure the licensure process for the gaming board. So you can't really advocate like an elected official. Like so far, we haven't had anybody do this outright. We haven't had an elected official say, I want this name's person to get a license. But I just listened to a legislative hearing the other day where several senators got up there and said, oh, I had somebody in my district and they're not getting a call back from you, CRC, and they need a call back. That comes close to violating the ethics code right there. They're not allowed to sit in an official judiciary hearing and bring up a constituent who's got a license up before the CRC. That alone is a violation. Now let's get to Senator Nicholas Scutari, the Senate president. Because he last year put pressure on the NJCRC to issue the first round of licenses to the large operators. Now, they didn't do that in New York. That's the big difference between New Jersey and New York. They didn't get grandfathered in New York. They're only going with these small social equity retail locations first. We could have done that in New Jersey. I advocated for that. I wrote op-eds about it. I testified over it. I quite practically begged the legislature here to not grandfather the large operators in and do exactly what New York did, that we could hold off and wait, that cannabis consumers in New Jersey had plenty of weed, that we were okay for another year, okay? We could sweat it out another year just so that our small businesses could have a little bit of leverage against the big guys. But no. When Senator Scutari rattled his big Senate President Bong at that time and put the pressure on and continues to do so, I think he's violating the ethics code, and I think he's doing it in a criminal fashion. Let's just put it that way. And it's not for me to decide. I'm not a lawyer. I play one on TV. The truth is that, the attorney general should take this on. But unfortunately, we just found out with the Curaleaf licensor that our state attorney general might have a conflict of interest here. So if the attorney general isn't going to look for and prosecute ethics violations over cannabis because they've got a conflict of interest, we're in real trouble here in New Jersey. And that's why I think everybody should look at the code of ethics. I think that it shouldn't be trodden upon. If they're going to make rules, if the legislature's going to make rules for itself, maybe they should try following just a couple of them, one or two, instead of just ignoring all of them. Just one or two. It would be nice. So what about New York? Is New York still on the line?
Before you guys get into that really quick, because I don't want to be...
I am.
But I'm going to be out of here. We're going to be driving back to Maryland, myself and the MD Canna Mambani right here. I just wanted to say thank you so much to you, Lefty, to the entire Sativa Cross, to everybody that's here that is Sativa Cross, that is all about freeing this plant. I want to give a huge shout out to all of the Maryland regulators who were willing to listen. So many people that opened their minds and agreed that the government really is for the people. We talked to them about that and they listened. So big shout out to them. Big shout out to everybody in the cannabis industry in Maryland, not only Maryland, but across this country and globe fighting this. Because if you're in the cannabis industry, things can get so haywire when it comes to money. But if that you're in that industry, then that means you committed your life from some base level of believing in it and trying your hardest to provide a service to people who are sick, who want this plant. I want to give big thanks to all of the medical patients, and especially the minor medical patients who I've watched over the past 5 years beat different conditions, get relief from different conditions. The minor, just seeing how kids react to it and grow and get better is so amazing. I also want to say about women's empowerment. When you talk about how women have fought to break the glass ceiling, how women are right there with us, with all of us.
Yes.
Bonnie is
Thank
just
you, Tommy.
she's a woman to look at, you know, like in magazines. She's just great. So everybody that was a part of this, I want to say thank you. Please make sure we free the weed. Help me out getting that in the right hands, Lefty. I love you guys. I love the Sativa Cross. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tommy.
Line.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you.
Oh my God.
You guys didn't say anything about who's your father.
What's that?
You guys didn't say
Right on.
anything about who's your father, Lefty and Tommy.
Who's your father?
Who's
Yo,
your
you guys,
father?
Marilyn, thank you.
Thank you. Safe travels, everyone.
Yo, Marilyn is killing it down there. You guys are really, really amazing activism. Thank you so much for your work. Thanks for coming up here, taking part in Cannabis Patient Awareness Day. And Marilyn in the house, heading down the highway. They got what, like a 2-hour ride? They got a 2-hour ride. But you know what?
Oh, that was awesome.
Hey man, that's a beautiful drive though. Hey
Oh,
Lefty,
why not?
I wanted to, can we talk about patient access, like where the wheelchair ramps and stuff? I wanted to show you on the bike behind my screen is the festival map for that Aftershock festival coming up. And if you look at the map, all of the main stages are going to have a wheelchair accessible. They're going to have a wheelchair accessible viewing areas in front of all the stages. And what that means is you go to the festival, you come with your +1, whoever your caregiver is or the person that you want, you show up with your handicap placard, and then you're going to get front row seat. No, I wouldn't call it front row seating, but you're going to be on elevated platforms in front of all the stages. And they start down here. There's going to be a stage here. There'll be the minor stages down here. But as you go through the evenings, you're going to be the two main stages. We're going to have the concerts and the biggest things. And look at all the handicap accessible stuff that we're going to have. And this is in Sacramento. It's going to be at Discovery Park where the rivers meet. And this is what I'm talking about, people. This is what Lefty's talking about. When a step is a wall in getting access for somebody like myself, the reason why I chose Aftershock as my end of the summer festival is because of what it's going to do for me. How are they going to cater to the wheelchair accessible people that need to have, I mean, because I don't want to be in the pit in the front of the main stage when Pantera's on. Who wants to go down there and be in that pit? I'll get trampled. I'll be dead. So, but the guys out of Austin, Texas have made a festival, and it's a huge festival. If anybody wants to go, tickets are still available, but it's understanding when I get there, I'm going to be able to go pull into the parking lot. They're going to have ADA accessible parking close to the festival site. They're going to allow me to be in my wheelchair. They'll allow me to bring a +1. Now, the only negative for the festival, which I don't see how they're going to enforce it, is that cannabis and cannabis-related products will not be allowed on festival grounds. But but we'll see about that. We'll see about that. I'm sure that there's some really we'll see. There's some very ingenious people out there that listen to Tool and did listen to Godsmack and listen to Megadeth and all of the bands that are going to be there. But for me,
you could bring anything you want in your wheelchair, pretty much. You could probably bring.
I have not explored the hiding places that I'm going to put, because I have the big one.
I had my Puffco and Bruce Springsteen concert. We were smoking the Puffco. It was great.
That's awesome.
It was,
I haven't decided yet which arm or which metal thing that I'm going to take off, and I'm going to put pre-rolls down that little tube. Then we take it off and we just pour it out like this, and they're going to fall out. I haven't decided yet. And I'm allegedly doing that. I'm not saying I'm going to do that, but
you don't even have to do that because they're not going to make you get out of your chair to
I
search
don't
you.
know. I don't know what's going to happen, because there's going to be, when you go in, see over here on that Jabroom Steep, that's probably where I'm going to be parking. The ADA parking is going to be right there, I think, is where I'm going to be able to park, because I think somewhere over here is where I'm going to park. And then I'll be able to go, when I go to the inside the festival, there's going to be a processing center when I go through the front gate, and they're going to process me, give me my wristband with me and my +1. But once I get into the festival, they're not going to be able to stop me. Now, traditionally, what I did when I went, there was one in California called Blackfest, is I had a hemp 420 hat, that the hat is a bucket hat, and the hat had a secret compartment in there, and I stuffed it with like 10 joints, and it was on my head. And when going through security, they pat you down, they don't patch you up. Plus, I was sitting in a wheelchair anyways, and it was like, once you get wheeled to the front in a wheelchair, they're like, well, this way, come here, come on right through. So it'll be interesting to see what the festival is going to be like. It's going to be tough. It's a 4-day festival, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And I've only chose to go to the 5th and the 6th date because I've said to everybody, it's like, I'll be on fine on day 1 and day 2, I'll be fine. I might be struggling on day 3, but day 8, I'll be dead. I'll be dead. I'll be in the hospital probably on day 3, and then I would probably end up in the hospital on the 8th, because it would be just too much for me, somebody like myself. I would probably be suffering from dehydration by the time the 6th comes around, by the end of the day on the 6th, because they're not allowing you to bring in all the water you want. You're only allowed a 20-ounce bottle of water. You're going to have to, they have water stations and stuff like that. So I'll be able to get water, but at some point they want you to go over to the beer garden and all over here to buy and it's all stuff like that. But at some point I would probably be dead by the time Guns N' Roses hits the stage, and I'll just like, I don't want to go out like that. I'd rather go out seeing Tool than I would to seeing Guns N' Roses, Screw Axl Rose. But anyways, this is kind of like when I think about a dream world for sativa.
Wow.
Axl Rose.
What's going on? What's your beef with Axl Rose?
Well, I just Guns N' Roses. Come on, man. They're not. They shouldn't be a headline of a festival. They should be a minor headliner of the day 1. But day one, I'm getting Incubus. I'm getting Avenged Sevenfold and Pantera day 1. So Thursday is actually a bunch of headliners that because Guns N' Roses shouldn't be ending the festival, they should be beginning the festival, because not really I guarantee you on the ticket sales, a majority of people aren't buying that Sunday. They're not buying it for a reason, because nobody wants to go to see. I'd rather go like on the 6th. Limp Bizkit's going to be there, things like that. There's other bands that people, Tool especially, like Tool, this is going to be one of their starting of their cross-country tour and stuff. A lot of people want to be able to see Tool and Maynard and things like that. They don't want to see Axl Rose. It's like seeing Fat Elvis, man. Come on. You know what I mean?
I'd pay to see Fat Elvis.
You would pay to see Fat Elvis, really?
Yes. Oh, shout out to support. What does that say? Support veterans, cannabis users, and home growers. Shout out to our vets.
Yes.
And thank you. Thank you for every time.
Definitely. Well, thanks for that, Lefty. I mean, because this is something that I think you and I, it's near and dear to our heart, which is accessibility. Accessibility for people in wheelchairs, accessibility for patients, and having an example of a company that is designing a huge event that doesn't forget about the patients. I'm going to be treated like a VIP without buying a VIP ticket. I'm going to have viewing platforms. I'm going to be able to be close enough to where it will not put me in danger. So it's a beautiful thing whenever you understand. These people understand. and they're out of Austin. I think the group is out of Austin. They understand what accessibility means, and accessibility is just that. It's accessibility for everybody. When your song "A Step Is a Wall," I mean, I don't think people kind of understand that until you end up in a wheelchair. And like I've said before, we all end up in a wheelchair at some point in time, and you're all going to end up in diapers in a wheelchair some point in time in your life, and it sucks. It does. And so when we found each other, I was like, well, Lefty, I mean, Bongholio, I mean, I remember being on some of the podcasts and saying, like, your little setup with the cars and stuff, I was like, this is awesome. But then all of a sudden you got your light up, you got your light at Avenue C put up, you had the ability to go out every day and show how dangerous it is for somebody in a wheelchair to cross a major intersection in Bayonne, New Jersey.
The cops are afraid to cross the street in Bayonne, New Jersey. That's how bad it is. The cops are in the middle. They were stuck in the middle because people were not even stopping for the cops. They wouldn't even stop for the police. So, yeah.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see when I show up out there and I'm in my big red wheelchair with, and I'm coming down the sidewalk with my girlfriend, and I'm not going to be able to go into every shop, but she tells me I'm going to hate it. She tells me all the time, you're going to hate it. You're going to hate it. I don't know why you want to go. But at some
every
point,
store on one street, it's every store. You can't find one store you can get into. Everyone has a step.
Why hasn't it gotten to the point? I know they're grandfathered in, but how come people are not suing? Because that's how it happened out in California. It's happened in other states, especially Texas, is if you come across an ADA, non-compliant ADA store, you can sue them for compliance to the ADA. And then that's where there was out in California, especially, there are patients out in California that made it a business to sue people that didn't have wheelchair ramps. They would literally sue them. So I don't understand how come it hasn't gotten to that point yet. I mean, I mean, if you start suing, and I'm not a very litigious person. I don't believe in taking everybody to court, but suing a police station, I have no problem with that. Suing just anybody that doesn't, especially on a governmental level, that doesn't pay attention to what we need as patients, and that's access for people in wheelchairs, access to good cannabis, access to everything that we need to prolong their lives, not cut them short. All right, well, there's my little rant for the moment.
Well, Lance, we're going to move on to Rhode Island right now. Ann Armstrong is on from Rhode Island. How are you doing, Deaconess?
I'm doing very well. Let me just finish getting set up.
Sure. I'm glad you
rest. We've been spending the morning slaughtering chickens.
Awesome.
For if anybody wants a farm share, let me know. I'll cook you chicken dinners, but I don't know how I'll get it to New Jersey. Anyway, let me finish putting my shirt on.
So how is it?
We could start. Alan's here too.
So how is it to wring a chicken's neck?
Oh, we don't do that. We slaughter kosher, and to slaughter kosher, you have to make one clean slice through the carotid artery and the jugulars, and then you let them bleed out.
You bleed them out upside down.
It's not bad, and the chicken is delicious.
Do you have now with kosher? I heard that you have to have a rabbi come and watch the process or approve your process. Is that what it is?
Well, we're taking lessons from a rabbi.
Yeah.
And I'm not labeling it kosher because I'm not competent to certify kosher. Yeah. I'm just following those methods, and it's up to somebody if they want to follow it. I am the only person in the country who's registered in New York and competent and certified to judge whether cannabis is kosher.
Wow.
And so if anybody's interested in hearing about that, because kosher cannabis, I think all the patients in New Jersey are going to want to hear about this, all the patients all over the country. One of the things that makes it kosher is that it cannot ever move in commerce. If it moves in commerce, it's not kosher
So
anymore.
the multi,
Trace,
so the
that's not
multi-state
kosher.
operate right there, the multi-state operators are out of business. They can't be
And
considered
there's a
kosher.
lot there. It has to be grown outside in the
Okay.
sun and the stars.
So
It
outdoor
has
organic.
You have to have a relationship with your plants and pray with them. We have certain fertilizers you can use. But the thing about kosher is that it is not something the state can regulate. And because kosher cannabis cannot move in commerce, they
Right.
have no authority over it. Even in that race decision, remember the race case from California where they said that even though everything had come from within the state, they said it might move, it could potentially move in commerce.
Well, because of in California, what happened when Prop 64 passed, they considered all of they federalized all the highways. So anytime a grower got on the highway, whether in Northern California or whatever, they had to use federal highways to do it. So that's where they said it was involved in with the Interstate Commerce Act or Interstate Compact, and it's dealing with interstate commerce.
Right, because it's interstate commerce.
Right. And everybody
But
knows
if you
back
keep
then,
kosher as a Catholic or a Jew, if you follow Catholic principles, they have the same rules because to Catholics, buying or selling cannabis is the sin of simony.
right,
From Acts of the Apostles, chapter 8,
right,
when Peter was healing, and then the magician Simon Magus said, "Sell me that oil you're healing with." And Peter said, "May your money perish with you,"
right,
because you thought you could buy. So the thing is,
money's no good
it has to be at no cost.
right.
And this
that-
is
it-
where I think all the patients can benefit,
Right.
because I came up with a method. It's called regenerative funding. It makes it so that all the cannabis to the patients who aren't able to grow for themselves for whatever reason can be supplied to them at no cost, while the growers and the distributors get paid very handsome remuneration, and it's funded by lowering taxes on wealthy investors.
Yep.
So, and they'll accomplish like about a 2-to-1 return on investment, because the way it works is the investor and the grower make a partnership
Yeah, exactly.
called an LLP, limited liability partnership.
Partnership. Yeah.
And then in that partnership, the investor pays the grower. Like, say he pays him $3,000 for his work. He's paying for his work to grow a pound of cannabis, turn it into dosed medibles.
Whatever.
Now, for a pound of cannabis, you could get like 3,000 dosed medibles, like a good strong dose, right? So if the partnership then donates those 3,000 dosed medibles to a nonprofit that gives them away for free to the sick, they now have a third, because those greedy effers at the dispensaries are charging $10 a cookie, right? $10 a candy.
Well, I have
So
an example.
that's
I have an example for that.
$30,000 in kind donation. And when you run that through the IRS laws, it's about, for the $3,000 that he paid, that the grower earned for his pound of cannabis turned into medibles, he gets probably $6,000, $5,000 to $6,000 in tax avoidance.
Right. And now,
Tax rebate.
I'm going to say this right now. Pre-Prop 64 in California, when Prop 215 in California, because I was a part of that time period, I was sponsored by a company called Moxie. And Moxie had a deal where they would show up to me every 3 weeks and they would hand me 3 grams of flour, 3 grams of the oils, and 3 grams of the extracts. And they were allowed to give it to me and gift it to me for free. That all ended when Prop 64 passed in California and went recreational. They got rid of the medicinal gifting movement and started charging patients. They just gave you a 10% break on taxes. That's why the whole thing happened out in California, is because the medicinal patients in California before 2018, we were being gifted by the growers. The growers could literally give. I was being gifted from growers pounds and pounds of weed that I did not have to pay for. And they could then use me as a patient and then say when they, just to say if they incurred losses or if they had some sort of problem with their grower or whatever, they could use me and take it off the taxes. Because there was a gifting program prior to 2018. Now there's no gifting program, and that's why there's a mass exodus of patients out of California and moving to other states because we were forgotten. That's why I moved back to Texas, because I have access to land out here that if I choose to, I could grow fields and fields and fields of cannabis if I wanted to. So it's that idea of what you're talking about, is that the growers that are putting themselves at risk not only financially, but it's very hard to grow. People don't understand that. It's very expensive, very hard to grow. They need to learn how to link up with the Amish, or they need to learn how to link up with somebody that.
Okay, well, that's us. We are the healing church. We are the oldest continuously existing Christian church in the world.
Right.
We trace our apostolic succession directly, mother to daughter, all the way back to Mary Magdalene.
Wow.
Okay.
That's awesome.
And the Catholic Church has always considered cannabis as active ingredient in the sacrament of anointing of the sick.
Yep.
And
Most
also
people
it's
don't
an
know
essential
this.
element.
Most people don't know this. People don't
I
read
know.
their Bible. Most people don't look at the Bible and they don't read their Bible. They don't understand how far back it goes. I was talking about it earlier, is that there's an ancient history here that the Christians and the Jews and everybody back in biblical time, they used cannabis and cannabis oils. That's the anointing oil that when they're talking about oil, the anointing oil that everybody uses in their sacrament, it was cannabis oil.
It still is, though. It still is. The Catholic Church, it still is.
Wow.
Remember in 2015, we walked all the way from Rhode Island to Washington, D.C. when Pope Francis was there, and we asked him in a letter if they were still using the real stuff, and he answered a lot of different ways. But they're not allowed to.
So you think the Vatican's filled with weed? So you think
they grow weed in the Vatican gardens,
Vatican City? Wow,
for the sacraments. But the thing is, like, remember how Pope John Paul II publicly died very painfully of Parkinson's disease?
Yes, ma'am. Mm-hmm.
He could have used cannabis medicine and been fine, and he had it growing right there for the sacraments, but he wouldn't, because everybody else can't. He's not going to use it when other people can't. You see, it like breaks solidarity. And that's why the church has always been pro medical cannabis and anti-legalization, because legalization is commerce and special privileges and licenses while other people still go to jail. That's wrong. It's just wrong. And it's a sin to participate in it.
You were tossing out some serious knowledge there for people that don't understand how we've gotten to this point after, what are we in 2023?
So what I'm saying is, we as a healing church, our mission is to grow the cannabis balsam that the Catholic Church uses all over the world in their sacraments. The church used to have the public distribution of the Agnus Dei every 7 years. The bishops would line up, and they called it wax. It was actually wafers dipped in chrism, and they'd use that chrism for the sacraments. And the bishops would line up with their miters, and they'd fill the miters. That was the ceremony.
Right.
The church has always been all about cannabis. And so here in America, because America is the only country in the world that has freedom of religion,
right,
in our Constitution, Congress shall make no law. Right? Which means that none of those laws apply to the church as long as there's no commerce. Right? As long as we use regenerative funding.
Is that the reason why that now with psychedelics and things like that, a lot of people are doing church? They're doing the church model. Is it the same way?
It's not that they're using it, it's that it's authentic. That's what church is.
Right.
Relig. Doesn't cannabis work on the ligand receptors?
Yeah.
Ligand, it connects us to God and to each other. And then as far as mushrooms, there's always been microdoses of psilocybin in the Eucharistic host. You know how it makes you understand language better? And Terence
Yep.
McKenna said that's how
Yep.
apes got speech.
Yep.
Right?
That's the eighth.
God's
Terrence
word
McKenna's
made
eighth theory.
flesh. In the
Yeah.
beginning was the word. So there's Native American cultures in Central America
Yep.
revere the mushrooms as God's flesh.
Yep.
It's the same as
It's
the Catholic.
interesting.
This is
It's
my
interesting.
body.
I
This is
think
my
somebody
blood.
said one time I heard that mushrooms are God's sperm, because because it only comes around after it rains, and after God rains on the earth, mushrooms pop up afterwards. So they considered mushrooms God's sperm. And that's how Terrence McKenna, that's like the ape theory. That's where Terrence McKenna was talking about. It's the plant kingdom talking to the animal kingdom. And this is how we develop to be the talking ape theory, or whatever he called it. So,
and real quick, let me get back to the reason we're here, which is cannabis patients. We want to, because we have Brian Wilson from Colorado coming on in a few minutes. Hi, Brian. And what do cannabis patients need the most in
Wait a
Rhode
second.
Island?
I'm sorry.
What do cannabis patients need the most in Rhode Island right now? What do they?
Well, in Rhode Island, we've achieved a great deal of respect and acceptance. And I believe that a great deal of that is because Rhode Island is the most Catholic state in the country.
Makes sense.
And so everybody was raised Catholic and knows their census fide tells them that the church has always been the source for that little bit of cannabis that kept us going throughout these past years. So, like, I think in a lot of states, people get a lot of discrimination, and that's been written out of law right now. And everybody can grow like 6 plants per household in flower and 6 plants per household in veg, and you could grow outside. So you could grow your plants as big as you want. And like the cops are pretty much totally over it. There's a few pockets of resistance here and there. But I think mainly what the patients need are 2 things. A way and a place to grow their own if they live in rental housing, or if they're too sick physically, they need assistance. And they need a way kind of to get off that dispensary dole model, because it's degrading. I mean, it's expensive, and the stuff, I mean, even the medical now, it's all packaged like party hardy. It doesn't look like medicine.
No.
And so I really think what the patients here need is the same thing the patients need all over the country, is regeneratively funded outlets set up where they can just go and get free cannabis or assistance for someone to help them grow. I mean, because we have home grow here, the level of discontent has gone way down. Like, people are pretty happy. And you can't get fired for it anymore. They can't take your kids away anymore for it. So thank God. We really, this very recently, I don't like a lot of things our governor does, but that's a good thing he did. He made it, you can share up to an ounce for free with anybody. They don't even have to be a patient. You can, and again, I think it's because Rhode Island's Catholic. So the people are like, oh, by the way, did you see this book? We're in it. Lefty, we're in this book.
And now, I've seen that, but I've actually read that book.
It just came out.
Well, I mean, I've read there's a version of that where they talk about the banned church, the outlaw churches and stuff like that.
There's a brand new book. My friend wrote it, and it's like all the different churches.
Where's that available? On Amazon?
Yeah, it just was released to buy July 5th.
Wow. Cool.
And Lefty, you should invite this guy to have a book signing. Mike Marinacci, he's really good, and he really did a good, like, he has Roger Christie in there. There's a guy named Ruben X. What was his name, Alan? I don't know. So can I send you like a picture of that regenerative funding? Because that's what patients need, is how to get free cannabis with no hassles.
Yeah.
What was the author's name?
Huh?
The author's name. What's the author's name of that book?
Oh. Mike Marinacci, could you see? Or is it
Yeah, and
backwards?
what's it called again?
Marinacci.
Show us the title again.
That's
Move down.
cool.
So it's psychedelic,
Psychedelic
cults
cults and
the
outlaw
churches.
churches.
That's
And
cool.
then, let's see,
That's cool.
And those
we're
love it.
under minor sex. I mean, we're actually we're the original Catholic Church. I don't know why they call it the minor sex, but we're right there. See, the Healing Church. We're in the book.
For you.
Somebody
Oh, wow.
noticed.
Look at that. You're beaming from year to year. That's
But
awesome.
anybody could be like, this is what I'm saying. Any other people that are listening from any other states, if you follow the church model,
Yeah.
they can't interfere with your grow and they can't interfere with your distribution. It's against the Constitution,
That's what
which
they're doing
gave
in
them, but I
Colorado.
mean, you have to be
Maybe
willing
Brian
to
can talk
stand
about
and
that.
assert your case.
I know the psychedelic mushroom movement in Colorado, that's what the model they're going to use for people to be able to grow their own mushrooms and give them out to their friends. They just have to have an excuse to why they're doing it.
And can you come with us for a while? We're going to jump over to Brian because I don't know
All
if he
right.
can stay with us the whole time. But if you want to stay with us, please hang out. I want to talk to you some more. But
I'll
Brian
hang out,
Wilson,
and Alan's here in case you want to ask him anything. And I'll see if I could send a link to that regenerative funding, because it's really the key to everybody gets free weed. Taxes go down so we don't fund the war machine anymore. Like, and
love
it makes
this.
Republicans like it because it's like less taxes and
Less
free
taxes.
enterprise. All right,
Less
have your
government.
fun. We'll be hanging around here.
All right,
Okay.
don't hang
God
out.
bless.
Don't hang up. Brian, how are you? What's going on, buddy?
Good. How you doing, man? Long time.
Yeah,
Long
long time
time.
no see, brother.
Yeah.
How's things going in Colorado?
Pretty good. I mean, really can't complain about anything. Out of the new. Oh, I was going to say we're out of the New Jersey humidity, but we've had about a month of rain or a month and a half of rain. So.
Are you in Denver?
It's good.
Where are you? Are you in Denver?
Yeah, in Denver. Yeah.
Wow, I saw some videos from a friend of mine, and what was it?
The hell?
Colfax was like a
Oh,
river. You guys had
yeah.
you guys were like getting torrential rainstorms where it was a torrential river down most of the streets and stuff. People were not.
Yeah.
Like,
Parts of 25.
were just flooded.
And now, when we first moved out here, I saw maybe 3 mosquitoes, and now they're becoming regular. So
Well,
thought I escaped the worst of New Jersey, but it's
Well,
following
the
me.
thing is, there's a product out there that I just saw. It's called ZEVO, and it puts out this little blue light that you can put in your house. And
Mhm.
it. You know how they had those bug zappers when we were kids and stuff.
Yeah.
This thing attracts all insects to it, so you can plug it in. It's like a little Glade plug-in thing. You plug it into your wall, and it illuminates. It illuminates a very beautiful blue hue light, and all of the bugs just go attracted to that. So if you don't like mosquitoes, just populate your studio with these Zevo things, and then you won't have any bugs. I plan on getting them for my new studio when I build my new studio, because we have mosquitoes here in Texas that are the size of most horses. They carry off small children.
You live in New Jersey, and you had to move out of New Jersey because your daughter didn't get the medicine that she needed here in New Jersey, and
Right.
I guess you were able to get out in Colorado a little bit better.
Yeah. It's been a little up and down, but in general, yeah. It's as soon as we moved out, it was free reign. The only challenge we had and still have is just finding appropriately pre-made meds, and oil, not like shower oil, but like just liquid oil.
Rick, you need that Rick's oil. Does your daughter have epilepsy? What does she have?
Yeah, Dravet syndrome.
Okay.
So and one of the issues that still goes on is they're still doing mostly butane extractions, which most people. I mean, whenever people are doing oils, yeah, I mean they'll say they clean them up, but they're not doing at least alcohol extractions or nothing. So, for my daughter, that's not as much of a problem. I know some other people who have some extreme medical conditions, they have to worry about that a lot more.
What about CO2 extractions? Is that not popular?
I don't really see that happening. It's all market. It's all market.
Right.
The butane's the cheap one. And as you've probably seen elsewhere, in states with very big industries, it's a lot of a lot of hedge funds and stuff are buying up all the dispensaries and stuff. So it's all about cost efficiency. I mean, it's still quality product being made and all, but it's
Right.
and it's easier to get than ever, but it's it's being consolidated under big business.
I've traveled to Colorado.
It's
I
not
know like
efficient.
Green Solution and stuff like that. A lot of the dispensaries around Trinidad, Pueblo. I've migrated and done the experimentation and those things. And yeah, you see a lot more, and it's because of those butane recapturing systems that are on the extracts, and they tell you that they recover 100% of the butane, but there's it's called residual solvents. There's residual solvents that are still present in the oil that is bad for the consumer, because it's the main vehicle for the cannabinoids getting drawn into the plant. They're using the butane, and you cannot get 100% of the butane out of whatever you're using. And they have, they're finding out now, a lot of people are getting sick from doing butane extracted or consuming butane extracted hash oils and oil and cannabinoid oils and stuff. So that's very unfortunate. That's very unfortunate.
Yeah, and the other issue
I wish I knew an analytical chemist up in Colorado that could help you out, because there's some.
Yeah, well, the issue was too, when we first moved out, it was a real pain, but I was making my own oil, using Everclear basically.
Yeah.
And for a while we had access to the labs to get it tested.
Okay.
Right now we couldn't get it tested for residuals or pesticides or anything like that, but we could get it tested for potency and just cannabinoid makeup. But that was only because there was a loophole that the labs are only for the medical marijuana process, so you had to be a licensed process to get through it. But since they hadn't gotten around to issuing the licenses to the labs yet, we could bring it to them. Once they finally got access to issuing to the labs, we got cut off from the labs.
So you could you could go just take your little sample and take it to the lab and pay whatever the cost was per sample to have yours tested.
Yeah, we were able to do that, and then they got rid of that, and we tried getting that, overcoming that one, and there was a lot of people from the industry fighting back, because they're like, why should we have to pay for all this stuff when and consumers can go for free? Now that that brings up a whole other side that I won't get into right now, but then at least somebody, Terry and Greg, I forget their last names, they're down in Pueblo now. They have they've got a test. They bought their own testing machine, so they'll test.
That's what I'm saying. Have you ever thought? Because I used to. By trade, I'm an analytical chemist. Have you ever thought about? Have you ever thought about getting yourself either a GCMS or getting your because they
sell HPLC. It was an HPL machine. They got one, and then you got to get the standards. And it's we
it's
ended
very
up
expensive. But once you get the method set up, you're only testing for the cannabinoids and the THC. And I think Restech sells the columns. The standards can come from Restech as well. You can find a machine. I can see a lot of stuff behind you studio wise. So you could pretty much buy used on a website called LabX. You don't have to pay the hundreds of thousands of dollars. Buy a legacy machine, something that's not brand new, set up an HPLC in your garage and do your own testing. They can't stop you.
That's definitely a possibility, and that's basically how they're running that other one. But the our thing is, so we had to stop cannabis for about 2 years because there was another drug that my daughter tried. It was an FDA trial, so obviously, as you know, you can imagine if you're in an FDA trial, you can't be on cannabis.
Can't do
so she was off for the time. So when we went to go back on, I went down to my dispensary to find that, it took a while to find the strains that worked for her.
Right.
And then I went back down to my dispensary to go buy those strains again. They're like, oh yeah, we stopped carrying those. Right. So that's problem number one. So at that point, I was faced with the idea of, do I go through the potentially year-long process of buying and making and trying a whole bunch of different plants to see what's going to work with her? Or do I first try something in a bottle? So I tried something in a bottle and it worked. Now, again, it's a butane extraction. She's taking a very small amount of it. So I'm not too concerned at this point.
How old is your daughter, may I ask?
She is 12 now.
Okay. So what's going to happen when she turns 18? I mean, is she going to be free to consume whatever cannabis she wants, or is she just going to stick?
Well, she'll probably stick with medical. This way she can, it's cheaper with the medical anyway.
Right. 'Cause you guys get that, what is it, medical 10% discount in Colorado, I think, or
Yeah,
something
it's
like
quite
that.
a bit cheaper. Plus, the other funny thing with Colorado, I remember Lefty will appreciate this back when, back in the 2014 days when it was nearly impossible to get anything in New Jersey, and what was like 350 an ounce or something.
Yeah.
Right.
Ounces are expensive.
When we moved out here, there was all this competition, right? So competition breeds discounts, it breeds loyalty programs. It's buy an eighth and get a 15-minute back massage in like a massage chair, or get a free meal at a food truck, early bird discount, right? So
Well, aren't you having deep discounts right now? Because I've heard up in Colorado, because of New Mexico going recreational, that the amount of money is coming into the recreational cannabis market in Colorado is less.
Probably
they're having
dropping.
to go, because they're $100 million. I think Colorado was off in their market by over $100 million. And that coincided with New Mexico going recreational, and they made $100 million. So you can see where the transfer of the money went, because a lot of the people that are going to the dispensaries in Colorado are coming from states like Texas. So the people from Texas stopped going to Trinidad, or stopped going in and across the border, and started saying, hey, why do we drive for 3 hours when we can only have to drive for an hour? Yeah. So are you not seeing cheaper? When's the last time you're in this? Are you?
I haven't had to buy in a while, because that's another thing. A lot of the companies have these compassion programs. So my daughter just gets it through that. So we're not even paying for it.
Does somebody deliver it to you, or do you get it through the mail?
No, we would just go down to the business and pick it up. And they just gave us a large supply last time. So we're set for quite a while.
Good. That's
it's
what I like to hear.
Yeah, there's still a ton of great people in the industry. There is in terms of the dispensaries, as I was saying, a lot of those are being bought up, but a lot of the companies, there's always, I always take it, being from New Jersey, I always take people's goodwill cynically. But it's there. But it's there. They're giving it, right? They're saying they care and all that.
They do. They truly do.
They're not asking for photo ops. It's just like, no, here, so it's,
and that's the thing that I noticed whenever I did my time in Colorado, and I still have. Trust me, I'm going to be coming through in 2020. Actually, at the end of 2023, I'm going to be doing a tour to make out Sacramento. I'm doing a big loop, and I'm going to be dropping down from Cheyenne. I got friends in Cheyenne, and I'm going to go through Fort Collins into Denver and Boulder and stuff. And I'm going to visit all of my friends and go into these. And some of them don't have companies. A lot of them are just are basically patrons of the dispensaries. But I'm going to go out and check and evaluate what Colorado's like, because what I experienced, my experience in Colorado as an outsider coming from another state, is that pulling in a wheelchair, even if you're not a registered medicinal patient through the programs in Colorado, I was being ushered into a different line, and they were automatically giving me that 10% discount, even though I was not a part of the medicinal program in Colorado. So a lot of those companies like Green Solution, and there was a few companies down in Trinidad that, because what I would do is I would drive there, get a hotel for a week or so, and then go around to all the dispensaries and just try to figure out which is the best one, which is the base product, which one works for my symptoms, because I have MS. And then what you ended up doing is you end up butting into the producers, the people that are actually producing stuff. And then that takes you down a different lane.
Yeah.
And the one thing that they do in Colorado is that they do protect the patients. They want to make sure that the patients have what they need before the recreational people, because the recreational people is what's keeping the program going, because everybody's, it's the college kids, it's the stupid stoners, it's those people that are going into the recreational side.
And what do patients need in Colorado?
For children, I mean, everybody needs to get a doctor, right? So for children, it's 2, but they've made it so it's ridiculously easy. I mean, the application fee is $30.
Yep.
The big expense is going to be the double doctor, right? So I think for my kid, for Vivi, I think the last time it was maybe $150, but most of the doctors, it's 2 doctors at one place. So you schedule a visit. It's like 10 to 15 minutes with each doctor. You apply online at the computer. They have it all set up there. So they fill it all in. You just do the last parts, hit the button. And then, when we first moved out here, it was about a 2-month wait list. Now within like 5 to 7 days, your card's renewed, if that long. So it's
Right.
become so streamlined and so efficient. And, it's funny because people are always like, oh, government can't handle this, government can't, get
Well,
stuff done.
crap.
And it's so streamlined. It's one of the
What's
easiest
the-
processes. The biggest holdup is that 150, right? So if you have a kid and you can't afford that, that's a problem. But, for us, that's not an issue, fortunately. So
Right, and it's called in Colorado, it's the Marijuana
Yeah.
Enforcement Division.
correct.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
yeah, for anybody that moves to Colorado and you want to be a part of the industry, like if you want to be a bud tender, you want to be in things like that, there's a process on
Mhm.
their website to be able to apply for your medicinal card. And in towns like Colorado Springs, they're the medicinal only town. So
Yeah.
there's certain towns that they've designated, this is medicinal. Now for Denver, it's a free for all. Denver has free for all. It's always been that way. And then when you go down to places like Pueblo or you go to Trinidad, they're recreational and medicinal. But when you're in Colorado Springs, that is a medicinal only city for patients and patients alone. And I think that's great. I think that is something that people, it brings awareness to the mountains of people, because most people don't know what's in Colorado Springs. Well, there's a ton of military people that are suffering from PTSD coming out of the Air Force and living in and around the Colorado Springs area that use medical marijuana to battle PTSD. And then again, for you with epilepsy, there's those 4,000 families that moved there to support Charlotte's Web created the whole CBD. They realized Colorado created a whole movement. Most people don't realize that the CBD movement that everybody talks about, where now we have dogs taking CBDs and just, the CBD gummies that you see advertised everywhere, that all originated in and around the 4,000 families that moved there to save their epileptic children.
And one thing I want to bring up on that, though, it's funny you bring up CBD because that's not what my daughter's taking. THC is what helps my daughter with her seizures. And I think that's a really important thing people have to realize with seizure disorders is that, CBD alone, CBD was actually bad. We don't give her any CBD. CBD was bad for my daughter. It really comes down to the individual. And that's another great thing about, Colorado and states that are a lot freer or that have a lot more variety available, is that you can experiment and find out what works. And when I talked about being off of cannabis for a while and coming back on in that whole trial and error period, you hit it on the head. It's like, what's the spectrum that you're going to find in the different plants that's going to react with the individual the best to get the optimal result? And I think part of the reason why a lot of people might have shied away from cannabis, especially for seizure disorders, is because they were sold on this line that, hey, you take the CBD, it's going to make your kid better. Right. And it's, back when we were really active with this, we were really trying to push the idea that that's not necessarily the case. If you're lucky, that's going to help, but you got to be willing and have the stamina to try other things. And a lot of people would just, they would hear the line, hey, CBD doesn't get you high, so I can give it to my kid and I'll be safe with it. But as soon as you would say THC, they'd be like, oh, no, because that's the devil thing, right? It's like, no, it's okay. It's just another medicine. And you're not giving your kid like 500 milligrams of THC. You're not having your kids doing dabs, although I've heard about, well, that's a whole different thing. That's just kids in school. But, you're treating it as a medicine, and you're titrating up until you start seeing an effect. And if you're not seeing any beneficial effect, go down and try something else, right? So
exactly.
So if there's other people out there who still haven't tried it for their kids and all, just remember, it's not a one size fits all, and it's just a slow trial and error. Yeah.
Yep, and God bless you and your family. I mean, God bless
I
what
hope
you guys are doing
well. Say hi to Megan, everyone. Can you stay on with us for a while? We're going to be on for a while. We have Joe from jumping on with us right now.
Sure thing.
How you doing, Joe? What's going on? Can you hear me?
His
He's on
mic's
mute right now.
You're mute. He's muted.
Let's see.
Looks like he's setting the time machine in the back of the
Yeah,
car right now.
there you go. He's unmuted.
Zooming in.
Yeah.
There you go. Joe.
How are you?
Working these
What's going on tonight?
What's going on in Idaho? We're busy trying to get medical marijuana legalized here. We're down to the last state. I mean, really, we're last state in the union right now. And as far as things go here in the state, our senators, like Senator Crapo, who sits on the banking commission, banking committee, we're the state with these senators that have decided to hold up literally everything related to advancing marijuana nationally. You know, whether that's on the banking committee with the SAFE Act, whether it's working with the legalization, getting it shifted from the level 1, you know, down to level 2, or even just deregulating it altogether.
That's the key right there. And that's hard. That's hard. I mean, I feel for Idaho because when you look at the map, you guys are white as can be on the green map. There's no laws. And I think Kansas is another state that doesn't have, there's not even but that's unfortunate. You guys are so close to Canada. You'd think that you'd be able to have some sort of partnership across border, because there's plenty of cannabis across the border.
And it's worse than that. We Idahoans buy nearly $3 million in marijuana a week. Okay, $3 million a week.
Wow.
We go across the border to Oregon. We go across the border to Washington. We go across the border to Nevada. $3 million a week is what we spend in border town dispensaries in order to cover medical and recreational use in the state of Idaho. Wow. You know, we got the hardliners who were saying, we don't want those drugs in Idaho. It's like, dude, they're here. $3 million a week comes across the border. You know, the money's being spent. Idaho money is being spent in these border town dispensaries. You know, the Treasure Valley, where I live in Boise, we were responsible for 10% of Oregon's sales the last 3 years running.
Wow, that's what's going on here in Texas. Is that they're supporting the border towns in New Mexico with hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars, because people are willing to just drive, you know, an hour and a half across the border. And you know, and that's a concern. The state of Texas is that the legislature, even though they tried very hard this year to pass some laws, it's getting held up in the Senate and not being passed. Is that the state legislature knows that there's hundreds of millions of dollars going to New Mexico from Texas, but on the flip side of that, they like the enforcement end. They like arresting people and throwing people in jail and still continuing that part of the equation. They like their big contracts with the prison industrial complex to be able to throw people in jail.
Well, and that's the thing. If you want to actually get into the whole conspiracy, 13th Amendment, you know, we got to put people into slavery because they've committed a crime. You know, the war on drugs is one of those that's been the primary driver for modern slave states. Idaho, Texas, Louisiana, they've all been strong drivers. They're some of the few states that actually allow the export of prison labor. Yep. You know, you got somebody who, you get a shop factory run by prisoners, you know, they can build furniture. They can ship that stuff out of state. There's only like 4 states in the union that do that. Those 4 states also happen to be some that still maintain some of the toughest drug laws.
Yep.
You know, we run across the border, $3 million a week. That's the mix. But we have no medical program here, which means people are driving across the border, committing felony, you know, trafficking crimes, because they're literally crossing state lines with a class 1 drug.
That's interstate compact. That's dealing with interstate compact laws, and that's what's going on here in the state of Texas. Is that what's being busted along Route 66, aka I-40, on a daily, is huge, large amounts of either the oils or the cannabis. But with that, it's the cartel-driven trafficking that's going on. You're also catching meth. You're also catching fentanyl. You're also getting cocaine. You're also getting the other large drug traffickers that are coming through the state. And then that's what's it is populating the industrial prisons here in the state of Texas. And a lot of people don't see the prisons because the majority of people that are driving around and they see a prison over there, they don't know what's going on behind the barbed wire fence. They don't understand actually the dynamics of what. And I think at some point in time, I don't know what the percentage is, but I think it's over 75% of the prisons in the United States, or in not the United States, but in the state of Texas, are run by private corporations. I don't know what's the I don't know. It's a real high percentage. I don't know if it's 75. I've heard as much as 80%. So every one of these major Texas Department of Corrections prisons that are in there, when the inmates are in there, they're not making license plate people. They're making products that are being sold at Walmart. They're making products that are being sold on the open mattresses. They're making toothbrushes. They're making, Q-tips or whatever it is. They're making whatever product that private company came in and said, hey, I need prison labor. I don't need normal labor. And then that pushes out the normal person. That pushes out a normal person that could do that industrial job, making a living wage. Now they're getting slave labor that is in a lockdown situation where those guys are begging to be let out of their cells every day to go to work for pennies.
Now, Idaho has the exact same thing. We ran the private prisons for a little while, except turns out that the prison organization, the guards, were running gladiator sports, filming and broadcasting it internationally for, gambling reasons. And they got busted doing that, so we shut down the private prisons in the state of Idaho. We're down to one right now, but the problem is we only have 8,000 beds in the state of Idaho, and we have 10,000 prisoners, nearly 2/3 of which are related to drugs. Now we ship, our nonviolent criminals to out-of-state for-profit prisons in Arizona and Texas and some of the others.
Louisiana, Georgia.
We've turned around and taken first-time offenders, that were caught with 3 ounces of marijuana. We're taking them away from their support network. We're shipping them out of state to companies that are turning around and putting them to work in, work release programs, and in addition to that, Idaho itself, we actually have a work release program for our nonviolent criminals. We are the packing plants, meat packing plants. We got prisoners that are working out of slaughterhouses right now. They're getting paid $16 an hour. If that were a union job in any other state,
it'd be over $50 an hour sometimes.
I mean, you're dealing with blood, gore, guts, 50, 60, and if you were doing it, but we are using prison labor in order to do that now, and because we are a slave state, we can export all of that meat product to other states.
Yeah. Wow.
So
if people truly understood the depth of how deep it actually goes, and like you said, you're not a conspiracy theory. This is not a conspiracy, people. This is actually happening. This is real day-to-day stuff, that how your sons and daughters are going down the pathway of getting involved in drugs, ending up in prison, and then all of a sudden being considered a slave because you're making and doing things that are then turned around and sold for profit on the open market. It's sickening. It's sickening.
Yeah.
It's sickening. It makes me want to. It literally wants me to. It makes me want to vomit. It literally does. It does, because I see it.
I'm going to add an extra layer to this. Right now, Idaho has the highest per capita female prisoner population in the United States. Okay. You know why most of those women are in prison?
Why?
They took the hit for their boyfriend's drug charge.
So they got pulled over, found a little bit of whatever it is, and then they said the girl took the case instead of the man.
Yeah. Now she's doing time and he's screwing someone else.
Oh my God. Now it's a layer of women empowerment, which a lot of people don't understand. The attack on women right now. Everybody saw what happened with Bud Light and that Dylan Mulvaney thing, because there's an attack on women with the LGBTQ+ community, and this trans community is getting away of. They're trying to get rid of Title IX women's athlete sports in college. They're allowing men to come in and compete on women's levels, and so it's an attack on women. That's just another layer of it, where some jackhole gets pulled over with 5 pounds of meth and is like, it's not mine, it's my girl's, and then she goes to jail and he gets off scot-free.
Yeah. Well, And we can even add another layer onto that. You know, at any time in one of our female prison facilities, we have as many as 5 to 6 women pregnant.
And how are they getting pregnant? They're being raped.
Well, they
by
either
guards.
showed up pregnant or they got into a relationship with a guard.
Yeah, or they're being raped by guards.
Right.
And that's what I'm talking. When you're in a position of power and you have sex with a woman, that's considered rape. I don't care if it's consensual or not.
Absolutely.
I don't consider that consensual at all. If you're a teacher at a school and you have sex with one of your underage students, they don't call that child molestation. They call that rape. And it's the same thing in prisons. And they're happening in prisons. And this is the thing that's happening. A lot of people don't understand this. If somebody comes into the prison system and identifies as a female, they're starting to lock up these transsexuals in prisons, and they're impregnating females in prisons as well. And that's rape right there. You're taking a rapist who would have been raped himself in his own version of prison if he was put in a man's prison, but they're locking them up with females and they're getting them pregnant as well. So
no, it's a messed up situation all the way around.
What do you think?
Idaho,
What do you think the future is going to be for Idaho? Do you see a light at the end of the tunnel, or do you think there's going to be?
I really do see a light at the end of the tunnel, and a lot of that, you know, is because of the current SCOTUS. Okay, regardless of what you know, and this is one of those things. The Dobbs ruling was a reactionary ruling from an extremely conservative SCOTUS who really wanted to turn things back over to the states.
Right.
Well, the thing is states like Idaho, we're a conservative state. That means we don't like radical change. One of the things we had to deal with post Dobbs was extreme radical change. Okay, yeah, it was conservative, religious, evangelical change, but it was still radical. It exceeded the threshold of Idaho's general live and let live personality for an awful lot of our residents. So right now we're seeing an awful lot of people who normally wouldn't vote, who normally wouldn't run for office, who normally wouldn't get involved in politics, saying, you know what? I'm done with this.
Yeah.
I'm done with it. You know, sick and tired. I want to be able to drive across the border, buy my stuff, and not worry about getting arrested on my way back. Better yet, I want to buy it, you know, at the little bodega just down the street.
Right.
I want my daughter to have the best OBGYN care possible. I can't do that under the current laws. So we're seeing an awful lot of people who went, you know what, SCOTUS has our back. SCOTUS has our back. The stupid's going to stay away. Yeah, well, they realize the stupid's not going to stay away under this SCOTUS, and they actually have to be active and engaged in the politics in order to keep the stupid away now. You know, so it's the silver lining of the current SCOTUS. It's the silver lining of the post-Dobbs ruling. You know, it's the idea that there are people who are actively engaged in the politics and paying attention now because their lives have been dramatically affected in ways that they honestly did not expect to see happen in their lifetime.
Yeah, no, a lot of people didn't expect this. A lot of people thought that it wasn't going to go this fast. You know,
can you Joe, can you stay on with us for a while? We have to jump over to Florida real quick. We have Garen Angel from Florida. Garen Angel, thank you so much for the magical butter machines that you've given us to the State House part. And what's going on in Florida, brother? How you been, first of all?
Been really good. Just enjoying the family. It's scallop season down here. We've been out on the boat and scalloping. It's been incredible. So Florida life has been fun. Hi, Brian. How are you, my brother? It is great to see your face.
Good to see you as well. Been a long time.
Hi, honey.
Hi,
How are you?
I'm good. Look at, we're all here in Portland, Oregon. We got your magical butter. We're here ready to rep Oregon. So thank you for being on.
I love it. Thanks for having me. Lefty, always good to see you. So I love your journey and your advocacy. Like you just continue to go. It's remarkable. Absolutely remarkable.
Well, it's amazing when you had actually me deliver the magical butter machine to Brian for Vivian because she needed to make oil. And that was many years ago. I remember that. And that was a
Yeah.
special moment for me. And very
as well.
helpful. Thank you. You've helped so many people with those machines because they're all going to cancer patients and multiple sclerosis patients and people that are suffering. And so you've really changed lives with those machines, man. So thank you. What are patients going through there in Florida that they can, how can we make lives better for patients in Florida?
I think it's really moving towards the ability to just grow your own. And it doesn't matter what you look at. Let's take it towards food, and because it's a lot easier to see that. When you get a tomato from a grocery store, for example, it loses 30% of its nutritional value 3 days after harvest. And think about all the hands that touch that. And that's what we go through with cannabis. It's this is plant-based medicine. Those are nutrients, right? They have nutritional value. And the closer we can get that plant to the patient, the better the response is going to be, the more consistent it's going to be. And like that, it's not a statewide problem. It's a worldwide problem. It's give people access to locally grown plants that are right from the vine and have all of the magic within them.
Why is it important to be ripe from the vine? What does it lose immediately?
So let's take like vitamin C is a pretty easy one to measure. And, a lot of people don't realize that frozen vegetables, canned vegetables, and fresh vegetables all have basically the same vitamin C. And we're stuck. And this is the same with cannabis. It's the same with freshness matters. And if you just look at the way that plants were designed, it was designed, we were a hunter-gatherer, you were walking along, you were hungry, you saw something, you picked the ripe one and you ate it immediately. When that plant leaves the vine, it starts to die. It's living till the second you harvest it. Then the second you harvest that, it starts to die from the outside in. And molecularly, it's going through changes, and those changes get consumed in your microbiome. So the fresher the food you eat, the healthier it is for your microbiome, and also the more vitamin C and other nutrients that are going to be contained within that food. And when we're talking about plant-based medicines, we're talking about cannabinoids and flavonoids, terpenes. You're going to preserve all of those profiles by consuming it direct. So how do you just get the farm to people's houses?
Let them homegrown. It's homegrown. I mean, they're teaching them, because the problem that you find, which problem I find among cannabis and cannabis users, a lot of them don't understand how difficult it is to actually grow a quality, medicinal quality cannabis plant that can be extracted into some form of medicine. They don't have the technical knowledge, because most people are just barely took chemistry in high school, much less went on and made a career to understand how the plant actually consumes nutrients. And like the biggest problem out in California was, they had mold issues, and then they were using certain types of chemicals and fertilizers that all get taken up by the plant and passed on to the consumer. That's why they started banning certain types of things, like the spider mite and mold issue that was created that destroyed crops out in California was created by the growers themselves. They just didn't realize what they were doing, and they started having powdery mold issues and spider mites because of their growing conditions and not knowing how to identify it. And whenever they went legal for recreational and actually had to start testing crops, I think within the first couple of years, a majority of the crops that were going on the legal market were being trashed because they weren't passing the residual solvents or the residual pesticides or the powdery mold issues that they were having out in California. And whole crops were being destroyed because it wasn't passing the mustard and was not being able to be considered either medicinal quality or recreational quality. It's very difficult, people. And you need to have I wouldn't say a science degree to do it, but you have to have a scientifically minded individual that understands how to do the process. And if you don't know,
Karen, don't you have a machine now, or some kind of I don't know what that thing is cool. What is that you have? It's like a tent, it grows whatever you need, right? It's pretty cool.
Yeah, you can grow basically anything anywhere. Our quest has always been how do you help patients? And originally it was the only thing that you could do was smoke cannabis. And so Magical Butter was really designed to help people get edibles because, for New Jersey, for example, it took forever to get edibles. And, that was really, we were solving that problem. And, we've been around now for 10 years. So about 7 years ago, we started the process of how do you complete the vertical? How do you make it so the patient's empowered to grow their own medicine, watch it, and then consume it? And we're here now, and we do have on magical.com, we have the Magical Grow, which is an AI grow box. It handles your nutrients, your plant, collects 400,000 data points per day, or 300,000 data points per day. Every 0.4 seconds, we're measuring all the box readings. We can monitor it with the camera and adjust the recipe in real time based on how the plant's expressing.
Is that scalable? Are those things scalable? Like say somebody wants to come in and produce 1 plant or 10 plants or 100 plants. Is it scalable for something to go up for the industry people that can want to put that technology to use? Doing thousands
we
of
have
plants, hundreds of thousands of plants. That's what I'm saying when I talk about scalable, because I understand the home person to be able to do the situation, but when you scale it up, sometimes it gets a little bit more difficult for the people to kind of grasp the concept.
That's actually the problem that we solve. So the problem with cannabis as it's grown today, or any plant-based medicine as it's grown today, is that it's been scaled. And we can cure cancer in a petri dish pretty easy. We can't scale that out to population.
No.
And what we're doing with plants is we're planting, let's call it 20,000 plants of the same strain. And we want that plant to express the same at the end, but they're all being cared for in the same manner. What we've done is we value these as precision medicine and high value plants. So it's 1 plant, 1 computer, 1 environment. And we make adjustments to that environment based on what the plant's expressing. So it is scalable. We have Magical Wellness in Canada. It'll be open the end of this month. And we're growing medicine for first responders and veterans. So, it's about getting, precision medicine, strain specific, to that end customer so they have a reliable experience.
Right. And I think that's interesting because people don't understand, in a grow room, 1 plant that's been cloned and maybe it's considered the exact same genetics, depending on where it is in the grow room, will express different characteristics. Just because it's over in the corner, it's not getting enough light, or it's not getting enough circulation, this or that. So it's trying to understand how the cannabis plant actually grows. And the only way people really understand that is by growing their own and seeing what works for them. It's a very difficult process. A lot of people don't think so. They think, oh, it's just a weed, or we can grow, it grows anywhere.
I tried growing it. Oh, yeah, I tried growing for a while. It was not easy. And
No,
in
it's
fact,
not.
Garen, I'm jealous of that thing now, because back when we were trying it, I had to go on a work trip for a week, and Megan was left trying to pH the water and mix all the nutrients. Then she'd check the pH it and read one thing, and then she'd check it again before doing it. It would read another, and it was just, it was a nightmare. It was every single night going down, checking on stuff. Again, you're trying to grow, medical grade. It's really difficult.
Right.
And the other thing I admire about it too is the fact that, I do think it's great with the freshness, right? When you're talking about even scaling up and out, right? And it's all these, large suppliers. I think recently, I'm not 100% sure, but I think somewhat recently in Colorado, they started a semi-wholesale growing, right? It wasn't just each dispensary growing in a little space. You can have a grower supply you, right? And now all you're getting is whatever they're growing, and it's all cured. Now, if you find out from a medicinal thing that fresh flower is going to be better for you, good luck finding that anywhere. Right now, if you're growing your own, and they're talking about in Idaho and all these places that are looking for home grow, if you are growing your own, you have full option of how long you're going, how fresh it's going to be. Maybe cured is what you need. Maybe cured is not what you need. Maybe you need to do, what is it, living extract when it's fresh off the plant. I forget all the different terms.
Straight from the vine
right?
into the processor.
But you have all these different options. Whereas if you're just getting the cured buds from a dispensary, that's all you can get. And so that's why I think it's
And a lot
the
of people don't
options. It's
understand
options
that.
is what are important, right?
Right. And a lot of people don't understand what the half-life of an actual THC compound is. And it's 10 weeks. And after 10 weeks, it starts degrading by half. So when you have a situation when it comes fresh off of the plant and fresh off the vine, once it goes into the cured process, that's what starts the degradation of the cannabinoids. And then that, as it goes down the line, and eventually, you get dried product or cured product, it gets packaged, and whether they package it with nitrogen or whatever their little packaging things are, it's still degrading, whether it's in a jar sitting under fluorescent lights. And then by the time somebody comes in and buys it, or it's been handled by a bud tender, it's slowly degrading over that. And if it's older than 10 weeks, that's what I used to consider. That's what I considered swag. If it was older than 10 weeks, you could look at it. And some of them say the born on dates on some of the dispensary stuff, that they try to control that. But yeah, there is a degradation of the cannabinoid compounds, and the half-life is approximately 10 weeks, I do believe. So you have to be cognizant of that. As a grower, you'll be cognizant of that. You will understand, freshness and how to get to it. And that's why in the beginning of this whole process back in the 90s, the reason why California kicked Mexico's ass, or the reason why the cartels were not being able to keep up with what was going on in California, is because we had freshness on our sides. And then we had the ability to select out plants to prevent the crops from getting seeded up, and then that affects the cannabinoids and the cannabis, if it's a seedy strains and whatever the stuff. I remember back in must have been 98, going to a Cannabis Cup and being in the Cannabis Cup over there by High Times. And you go into the PAX Party House, and you would find every once in a while Mexican growers showing up to the little PAX Party House where they sold the seeds and stuff, and saying, I need all your seeds. They would sell them big old bags, like pounds of non-sterilized seeds. And those growers were shipping those seeds back to Mexico so they could compete with what was going on in California. And then it slowly started a process where you were seeing seedless weed coming out of Mexico, dealing with, but it's a long process of dealing with freshness and how you get it to the consumer. And it's very hard, people, to do cannabis science and to be able to and to do it perfect. I mean, I've been in grow rooms, I've been in dispensaries, I've been a part of the cannabis industry out in California, and to see the emergence of new pathogens, new chemicals that are being brought in and introduced into the growing process that causes people to get sick. So to grow a clean product, a clean, fresh product, is very, very difficult. Very difficult.
Guys, I have a 2:00 hard stop. I appreciate you so much. And I would love to catch up and just chat. It's been a minute, and I love you. It's great to see your face.
Thank you, Garrett. Thank you so much.
You're the best.
Thanks for doing what you're doing, man. Go out and get that hard work done, man.
Thanks, Lefty.
Yes,
Thank
thanks.
you, everyone.
See y'all.
Bye.
I've actually got to drop too. So I've got another meeting coming up.
See you later, Brian.
That's great.
Great. Thanks for having me on,
Bye.
Lefty.
Thank
And
you
nice
so
to meet you,
much.
Lance and Honeybee.
Yeah.
Thank
hope
you
your
all so
daughter
much.
does well, man.
Thank
Thanks.
you.
She's
Say
doing
hi to-
fantastic right now. She's full
Awesome.
of love
I
and
see the
joy for
picture.
everybody.
God bless.
I'm loving it.
Hey,
See
Lefty,
y'all.
God-
So awesome.
hey, Lefty, how hot is it there today? You guys roasting yet?
Beautiful here. It's beautiful. We're under a nice big tree that they didn't cut down, and they didn't cut this one down yet. They cut everyone else down. Put 4 trees down. Trees like this, they cut them down. 4 of them.
Why? Why?
I don't know. You ask
Were
them.
they afraid to fall on somebody or something?
We are actually caught up. We're waiting for Tony and Tony Liberté. Actually, Tony Liberté is late. Does he know about we're on Jersey time, or is he on Stoner time?
Oh, he's on Stoner, California time for sure.
Well, I thought Derek was coming up. Derek is supposed to be on at
Oh, we got
2:15, so Derek's coming up next.
Fun.
Oh, sure. We do. We actually have time now. We actually
Oh, good.
do catching up. That was great having Garen and Brian on because Garen gave me a machine to deliver to them years ago. That was
That's so
amazing.
great.
I didn't realize that he was the magical butter guy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that
the
makes sense.
dude. Well,
No,
man.
no. I get it. No, that makes sense.
Getting in for 15 minutes is amazing because he's super busy. He's going on a jet right now somewhere. He's flying off in a jet.
Yeah, what was his background? I thought he was inside of a yacht.
Or a yacht. He's floating on a yacht somewhere to some beautiful island.
No, that's cool. I didn't when I saw the list of speakers, I didn't realize that we had magical butter guy. That's all.
Yes, sir.
For Florida. He's repping Florida.
I know we've given away a bunch of magical butter stuff.
Yeah,
So that's just like
Yeah.
I'm glad that we have that close of an association. Those guys are awesome.
He's been so helpful.
Exactly.
He has.
Exactly.
He has, really. It's awesome. So I'm gonna give away my magical butter machine today in Salem, Oregon. And I have a decarb box and I have a gummy tray. And look at this really cool magical butter machine. Brand new in the box. The latest version. It's really cool. They just get better and better each time.
Back. Let me spotlight you. There we go. Show me again. Let's see. Oh, look at that.
And then the decarb box and the gummy trays.
Gummy trays.
Yeah.
And
I will be
butter
giving
machine.
away today at the state capitol. I am in Salem, Oregon at the state capitol.
Wow.
And it is cloudy and it's not hot, so it's cool. It's actually the perfect
Nice.
temperature, perfect weather. I got my little setup.
That's cool. That's cool. That's your state house is beautiful.
Isn't it? I'm at the state capitol state park.
That's beautiful. Wow. If I'm ever in Oregon, I'm gonna have to go by there. That's beautiful.
And I got, fountains right here. And I got this for free. So everyone can do this at their state capitol for free because we're having a rally for Cannabis Patient Awareness Day. We are the voice for people that can't be here. And even though there's not very many people here, I'm the voice for worldwide. We are here together to help the sick and the dying. And I appreciate everyone that's here. We work so hard at this. It's a lot of work and we don't get paid for it. We actually pay to be here. We spend our money to come and help the sick and the dying. And the benefit that we get is knowing that we're helping each other and we're doing God's work because we should love one another. And that's what I'm doing. And I am so excited because this is our second annual Cannabis Patient Awareness Day. Last year, it was just Lefty and I. And now, how many people do we have, Lefty? Like 23 states. It's
Yeah, I don't know how. I don't know how many. We're aiming for 50. I don't know what's the total right now. Well, I didn't do a count.
I think we're at 23.
Right.
I'm pretty sure.
We need representatives. If anybody knows anybody from the states that we're not, and a cannabis and a cannabis activist, we need people that are representatives from other states to get involved with sativacross.org and to be able to do. And that's what it is. I'm not getting paid to sit here all day and do this. I'm not. I do this out of the knowledge that I bring to the table that I spent years and years in college and years of sacrificing to become an analytical chemist and work in my industry. I never once wanted to be repaid with a monetary. It's all about educating the masses on where we're coming from and where we're going into the future. And that's how important it is. And, me and Lefty, we have so much in common when it comes to this stuff because of we're not just talking about cannabis, we're talking about accessibility, ADA accessible places. Because a lot of people, I'm going to do a tour starting in the end of September, going out to Sacramento to do the Aftershock Festival. And I'm going to show and record on my YouTube channel everywhere that I go to how accessible it is on the West Coast for somebody in a wheelchair, because it's different. It's different in every situation. Like when you it's different, and people don't understand that. That you're going along a highway, you're going from state to state to state to state. You would think that you would have accessibility at every place that you get out and go. Well, I'm going to record raw footage, post it on my YouTube channel, which is my YouTube channel is Hammer Scott, and I will let people see whenever I get to that point of what it's like for somebody in a wheelchair. What is it really like? And that's kind of like, it's not just about consuming cannabis and taking, that's dealing with my symptoms of my MS. There's another part of that. Everybody's going to, at some point in time in your life, people have to understand there's two things going to happen to you. You're going to end up in a wheelchair, and you're going to end up naked in a diaper, because we were born naked and put in diapers. And then you're going to go out in a wheelchair in a diaper. Happens to everybody, especially if you live long enough, because that's where everybody ends up, in a wheelchair, in a diaper, trying to find trying to find some way to get through this world. And if you're lucky enough, like I am, to have a caregiver that is, God bless Jersey, she is a godsend. If it wasn't for my girlfriend, my / caregiver, the person that does everything for me that I can't do for myself, I would probably be dead. I would not have survived COVID. I would not have come out of California. I would not have been able to come here, set myself up in the state of Texas, and to be able to do what I'm doing right now. So it's very important that people honor the caregivers that are out there. Everybody has a caregiver, especially if you're in a wheelchair. And then to be able to go forward into the future of where we're going. And the future's bright, people. I mean, it looks pretty depressing right now because we got Hunter Biden dropping his cocaine at the White House, and everybody's thinking that there's the Ukraine war, we're on the brink of nuclear war, and all this other stuff that's going on. Let's not focus on the bad things that are happening in our country. Let's focus on the positive and the uplifting stuff. And within our movement, the cannabis movement, especially what we do with sativacross.org, it brings people hope that we're going to be able to affect change. The change that Lefty's not even mentioning now is that he got his light put up on Avenue C. He hasn't even talked about it. I mean, people don't realize that.
Woohoo! Good job, Lefty.
His hard work of going out there, El Rampador, going out there and putting himself at risk on a daily basis in his wheelchair to cross the street and show people what it's like from the wheelchair point of view. He affected change at his city council in Bayonne, enough so that they put up a light. Now, what did Lefty do from that point on? He's moving on to the next intersection, and he's going to move on to the next intersection. He's going to move on to the next intersection until you have ADA accessibility throughout that Bayonne, New Jersey situation. That's what it's going to have to take, but it's a lot of hard work. It's endless, it's tiring, and it's something that has to be done, because nobody's going to do it for us. If you want to know what it's like to be a forgotten population, just get in a wheelchair and then put your blue placard on. You're a forgotten segment of the population. People don't care about you. I've had doors slammed in my face. I've had people cut me off. I've had people be rude to me, all because I have a blue placard. I've had people take away my handicap accessible parking because they think it's more convenient so they can park closer to the stores. So it's a needed. This organization in the future is going to be the organization that brings effective change to the rest of the planet. Because once we do the 50 states, the lower 48, Alaska and Hawaii, we're going to take this shit international. We're going to be sativacross.org, name a country.
Yes, you're right.
we're going to take care of the 170 different countries that we have on this planet and start realizing that, because you don't see crippled people in other countries, do you? I don't see them. Where are they? Are they in hospitals? Are they locked away? Are they dead? Are they euthanized? What's going on with the handicap accessible people in other countries? Who knows? I don't see them. I think for me, I think the only place that has handicapped people is the United States. But you know, I don't see it. But I'm grateful for what Lefty's doing. Ever since the day that I met Lefty, I knew that this was an organization that has, in a good way, because Bong Holio, and where shout out to Mike, and El Rampador, what they do is use, you know, satire, if you will, to bring attention to an issue. And it rubs people wrong some ways. I mean, if you go back and look at some of the videos, I mean, there's some funny videos out there where Bong Holio and El Rampador are getting accosted by the police, or whenever. Remember that one video of you and going to the basketball court, and you guys got harassed by the cops for having a torch, and somebody called the cops on Bong Holio. It was,
They didn't like it. Hey, I'd like to introduce our next guest. This is Maine is calling in. Maine checking in with Dawson. Hi, Dawson. How you doing?
Hi, good. How you doing, Edward?
Hey, man. What's going on up in Maine? I mean, you got the best cannabis in the world up there. We're very happy to take the 5-hour drive up to Maine to our caregiver. What do you need in Maine? You don't really need much, do you?
No, just need some representation in DC. We're getting ready to announce something real big, and it's you know how they have this PAC thing they just set up, United States Cannabis Council? It's with Curaleaf and a bunch of other corporate cannabis.
Right.
Yeah, so we're getting ready to announce that we're in the final stages, but we're getting ready to start a union in Maine, and from there, it's the same people that do General Dynamics with a union, and they also do a lobstering union, and it's not like a regular union. This one won't be strikes and stuff like that. It'll have benefits for employees, but they'll also lobby for us. They'll do it in DC, Washington DC, and they have a big union right now because their union is General Dynamics in Maine. That's Bath Iron Works, and they also represent machinists, all a union all across the country. So they already, yeah, so they already have huge representation in DC, and they want to add us to the list. So we're we're working out the details, but it's going to be the first state is going to be Maine, and then from there they're going to look to expand to other states. So maybe we can get you guys interested. I don't know.
Wow, that's well, that they started. I don't know if California unionized or not, but there is a cannabis union out there. I forgot which union it is.
Yeah,
I think it's a part of the team. That's part of the Teamsters.
Yeah, it's something to do with the food service.
Yeah, food service workers. Yeah, it's the Union of Food Service Workers. You're right, exactly.
Yeah. So I don't know a lot about that, but I know that these guys are going to be real friendly for small businesses. And you know, I don't know about the other one, but I don't know. Any union is a good union, I think, you know, as long as we get represented in DC.
And
Because
keep out the corruption, because that's kind of a lot of people don't understand that the unions of today are not the unions of my grandfather, and no, they're not having the Teamsters kind of corruption that happens in unions. Unions actually do a good thing for a lot of industries because they attend to the workers' rights. They make sure that they deal with safety issues, because a lot of people don't understand. That's why, like, I think Trulieve got in trouble because somebody died, and she inhaled. She was working in the cannabis where they were doing the sifting or doing a pre-rolls or some situation like that. And she was inhaling the keef, and she ended up getting lung cancer via the keef or something like that. She was inhaling raw product, and nobody was wearing masks, and she got lung cancer that way and died. So this is what, because industrial processes, when you're doing industrial processes to produce cannabis and cannabis related products, you have risky situations that need to be attended to. And the only way that's going to be handled is because there's no union out in California for all the trimmers that are going and being abused that show up every summer out in Humboldt to trim for all of the growers that are on the black market out there. So there's no union on the black market. There's no union for the growers that are being abused, kidnapped, killed. They call it Murder Mountain. There's, if y'all want, anybody wants to read or see the documentary, I think it was on Netflix or Hulu. It's called Murder Mountain, where, you know, people were disappearing within the cannabis industry. Growers, people, trimmers would come up to Southern California to trim during the summer, and people were disappearing because, you know, the grower itself didn't want to pay his trimmers. So how would he do them? Get them trim the crop, and when they're done, they kill them and bury them in the redwood forests.
Oh man!
So we have to. It's true stuff. We have to have unions within every industry. And now that we're moving towards recreational, medicinal, and these multi-state operators that are big, somebody has to hold those multi-state operators' feet to the fire. Somebody has to. Somebody has to. And of course it's going to be a union, especially powerful unions that have already held the like with the food producers. So they're dealing with the Food and Drug Administration, and they're dealing with people that actually make food that goes to people's tables. There's unions within that to hold the regulations, to make sure those regulations are being enforced on the company level. And the companies aren't being able to go rogue because they're having to have inspectors come in, USDA inspectors come in to make sure that you're doing what you're doing properly. FDA, USDA, all of those kind of they have unions for a reason, because they make sure they enforce the regulations that have been put in place to protect the industry.
Right.
Wow. Well, no, I give Maine has been doing a bang up job to be able to do it. And you guys are not listening to the other states.
Don't go up there. We all come there. All the Jersey patients come up to Maine to get their cannabis. Just saying.
Here's how it works. We have 3 companies that trade on the stock market in Maine: Curaleaf, Wellness Connection, which trades on the stock market as Acreage Holdings, and then Theory Wellness. Theory Wellness is all operating in Maine, and they're on the stock market. And get this, so Wellness Connection and Curaleaf both used to have 2 of the most craziest lobbyists that we always battled against in Augusta, and they stopped contracting the lobbyists in 2021. So we ran them out of town. They don't mess around anymore. And basically, when we the coalition got together with some other organizations in Maine, and basically when we want a law, we just go and tell our representatives and our congressmen. We get a meeting with the senator president, and we tell them what we want, and it becomes law. It's pretty awesome.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I'm not even exaggerating. Basically we put their feet to the fire. Last 2021, Office of Cannabis Policy tried to make all kinds of rules, and they should have been laws. they weren't rules. It wasn't fine tuning any law. It was basically just making new laws, and they tried to implement them, and that's
Yeah, I
one
can definitely do that.
And then see
Yeah.
if it's available
Yeah.
inside or outside, but there's no other city thing that shows up that you can tap into.
No, there's an LIN somewhere or other now.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought they were taking part. Sorry, I unmuted them. I muted them. Sorry about that. So
Okay.
in
Hey, Lefty, man, you're doing a good job of running the board, though, man, because it's got to be very hard to balance as many of the people that are coming in with all the distractions that are going on around you. Smoking, you're smoking. You got people coming up talking to you. There's Bong Holio right there. You know,
I'm getting hit from all sides with cannabis smoke, and they're throwing edibles down my
there
throat.
he is.
Just literally throw them at me.
There he is. There's the man of the hour right there. Derek Shirley of Getting High with Cats.
Yeah, we love
As you guys know, I was on earlier and I was listening, and then I have my son duty today. My wife's at work, so I was listening and I got him down to sleep, and then I was like, oh shoot, I've been listening and I just, you know how it is. But hello, thank you for having me. I think you guys are doing awesome. You guys are doing great. I think it's absolutely important. Like I heard earlier, it's all about communicating from state to state. We all have different issues when it comes to certain things. Heck, even in the state of Maine, some issues can vary from, farm to farm, person to person, depending on where you live at in the state. But it's really comes down to one of those things where it's going to just be the key to organization. If we can all organize before they try to force legalization, I think we're going to actually have a chance. But like I agree with a lot of other people I heard today is, it's really about descheduling. I myself am a felon for 4 ounces of cannabis, which I got hit with. They hit me with the intent to distribute an illegal substance. So it's not just a simple cannabis charge. So I still have to carry that to this day. So for me personally, I am that's my personal internal flame for a lot of my stuff, is because yes, I love Maine and I live in Maine and I will always fight for the medical caregivers. But my actual juice and my gasoline that keeps me running is personal. You know what I mean? Like, I will always fight for my, caregivers here in Maine. And I think it's that's one thing I felt was very special is, I came from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and I relied on the traditional market, went out to Flagstaff, Arizona, and I joked and I became a dispo diva and I loved the dispo. But I didn't know anything better. So then when I came to Maine, ran into the great Dawson Julia and company, they really showed me and explained to me personally, like, hey, like dispos are fine. We're not against dispos, but you should learn about this corporate cannabis. And that's when Dawson Julia really kind of set me down. And over several years, probably 2 or 3 years, he basically told me, the runaround of how they were kind of fucking his small farmers. And how, I always tell people one thing special and what everyone needs to know about Dawson Julia. He probably already said this. If he hasn't, I'm sorry. But, he is a pioneer of the caregiver storefronts in Maine. So one thing that's the biggest confusion about Maine, that there's a dispo and then there's caregiver storefronts. Those are 2 different things. So the fact is Dawson back in the day came up when there's a patient recognition, when you can only have a certain number of patients, there was 5 patient slots per caregiver. So what Dawson did, he came up with how the 5th patient became a rotating patient, and that's how basically the birth of storefronts became because of Dawson. They couldn't really stop that loophole essentially after it started. So it's been for me, I've been up here I've been up here since about 2006, 17. I met Dawson probably a little bit after that, maybe in 2018. This is my son, Hayes. His real name is Hazel, but we call him Hayes or Hazy.
Next generation, and he's got your hair.
Yeah, and his middle name is Dawson as well, after Dawson Julia.
He's
So
awesome. Next
for
gen right
us
there, people.
for us people, it's one of those things where it's all worth fighting for. I think one last thing before I'll stop running my yap. One thing people don't understand why calling this stuff out is dangerous, air quotes, is because it puts every other industry in perspective.
Yep.
Like, obviously, it's not just cannabis that has this issue. It's literally food. It's
Yep.
literally,
Meat,
screen
anything.
printing companies. It's
Yep.
literally, retail stores as a whole. So the fact that we cannabis folks are having this realization of what that's actually doing is actually, I don't want to say dangerous to capitalism, but it is, it's scary, because people are actually understanding, like, oh, wait, like, you guys can't even have small farms there as businesses? Like, why? Meanwhile, granted, our medical program, and there's been less caregivers and it's been tougher, but you can at least try to be a small business here in the medical program and compete. Granted, you could do that, air quotes, do that in the adult use program, but how the laws are currently written, I mean, there's no such thing as really as a surviving small business in adult use. It is designed to outpower the small people, no matter what, how the rules are written.
Awesome. Well, I definitely enjoy your Instagram, and I follow you on Instagram, because if anybody wants to see some of the funniest memes on Instagram, it's Derek. You're the king of the memes, my friend.
Well, thank you. I look at memes as kind of a form of art and a form of communication.
Yeah.
Because how I just talked to someone today, it's like, you're, no matter how big or how small your following is, if it doesn't matter, it's all about how you can communicate with them.
Effective communication.
If you can communicate in a language they understand,
right.
And I'm the same way. I'm a normal guy. Like, no, I'm not saying anyone, but like, I'm not a guy. If you post like 12 pages of cannabis bills, honestly, guys, I'm probably not going to read it. I just can't read that long. But if you tell me bullet points, or I'll pick out bullet points to make the meme from, and that will travel, light years farther than just the page of law. You know what I mean?
What activism are you doing these days? Are you going? Because I know you're the kind of guy that goes and actually attends the meetings and
so recently, recently I went up to the State House a lot this session.
What's that?
And I have a whole list of the bills that
this shit doesn't even fucking work now. Wait.
Farmer Bill's having technical issues, people. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about Farmer Bill. You handle you just got to turn your camera on. Your video, your audio's working, your camera's not.
But the biggest thing recently, and I've been dealing with so usually how I usually roll is I obviously try to go to the State House when they're in session, and then for air quotes practice ish in the summer, I try to do more local town stuff and try to stay up on the towns. And it's good practice for state stuff. You know what I mean? It just keeps you fresh. And
how do they receive you? I mean, do they not like you as much as? I mean, do they receive you with open arms, or are you kind of?
It depends who they are, and it depends who they are and where I am. I try to read the room. You know what I mean? I try not to be too much of an asshole if I don't need to be. But if someone, my rule of thumb is this usually. I never go to another place, especially a town hall, without being invited by at least 3 people.
Right.
Because, frankly, I have no business being there. And I would rather stay home and hang out with this guy.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? So I don't like to go places unless if I am invited. Now, when it comes to being accepted, I mean, how I explain to people, it's like this. It's like, I've lived in multiple states for multiple times. I know how I am. So usually how it goes is people try to figure you out and try to figure out if you're how you are. And, for me, it's like, I just don't ever really change the way I am, and I feel like people then come to accept like I'm just the way I'm the way that I am. I think I'm just loud. I think I just talk to people like I normally would to any other person. Like if I'll talk to you the same way I talk to an authority figure. You know what I mean? I don't like hold people up to a standard of power. Really, I just definitely when it comes to cannabis. But to go back to what you're saying, the biggest issue recently in the towns have been smells. I've been getting a lot of people with smell complaints, even one in my own town. Not on me, but on a business. But it's one of those things where it's
an operator of a grow situation. Is that the smell they're talking about, or is they talking about smokers?
They're talking about operation of grows, but that's just the beginning, right? Because like if they can bitch about that, they can bitch about me. You know what I mean? With my legal plant count, you know what I mean? And it's just like a nuisance, like a smell nuisance. In my opinion, isn't like something that is like unless they come out with some crazy study that says, hey, the smell of cannabis is rotting your insides, some bull crap, you know what I mean? Unless if they come out with like some real like a smell like you like old, I don't want to say old people because that's ageist, but like especially old people that have been affected by the propaganda of cannabis. Like, of course, when you have that smell, like you are naturally gonna say that smells bad. You are offended because you were told that it was bad for how many years?
Right.
You know what I mean?
I
Like you were
know
told
that-
for like decades, even like probably centuries or a century that, you know, almost that like, you know, cannabis is so bad for you and it's the devil and everyone does it's bad. So of course, like as soon as you get a whiff of it, you think they're going to have a favorable like response regardless. And that's talking about someone else earlier talking about mushrooms. What's crazier to me is, at least with me, I think why we're having such an acceptance nationwide of mushrooms is because of the lack of propaganda that was super pushed. Yes, there was mushroom propaganda pushed. I'm not saying there wasn't any, but cannabis obviously was attacked. Like straight up, like
dude,
attacked.
mushrooms are having a much easier path of acceptance.
Gateway, dude. They're just fucking skating. Like I was in this is true fact. One of the last public hearings I went to in the State House, it was a psilocybin bill. And I was sitting there listening to VLA members that I've listened to for the last, at that time, like 4 or 5 months. Some of these people that came up with crazy cannabis fears, like insane cannabis fears, were just like wondering why this particular bill didn't allow children the access to medical mushrooms.
Wow.
And like, again, I think that could work in some scenarios. But for me, that was like one of those things where like, especially the 2 representatives that were like hinting that, I'm like, you guys don't even want people to grow like 6 plants in their fucking house. Now you're telling me like
to accept tubs and tubs of psilocybin being grown.
Or not even just tons. Like it's just like it was just wild to me. Just like
that's my big problem right now is because I feel that the psychedelic mushroom movement, God rest his soul, Terrence McKenna, he started a long time ago, and he even predicted along with his brother Dennis McKenna that psychedelic mushrooms were that, you know, like he said, they're the God's sperm. I mean, if you listen to Terrence McKenna and his theories. Patent mushrooms? No.
Yeah, has the federal patented mushrooms yet? Because they sneaked that with weed, you know. So
I know, but they can't do it with a fungus because it grows everywhere.
They're all they can't patent nature either. But you know, here we are, 6630507. I'm just being, you know, skeptical and cynical.
I
mean, maybe that's another reason why it has so much traction in all these different markets. I think the lack of negative propaganda is really interesting.
Exactly
and
what's
almost
going on.
certainly that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I mean, like especially it was for me. It was especially when the 2 representatives. The one was literally against our adult use home grow from going to 3 mature plants to 6 plants. She was against that bill. She actually voted against it, but she was like questioning, like, hey, could children maybe also have an access to mushrooms or psilocybin in this bill? and just like and like again, it's like for me, it was just the perception of those particular people that like shocked me because they were so like, you know, cannabis whacked. You know what I mean? They were just like,
yeah,
just not with it. You know,
there is definitely something that the people, because we were talking to Brian Wilson earlier, and that's about the in Colorado, they're allowing people to grow homegrown mushrooms as much as they want. And I don't know if anybody is familiar with how you grow mushrooms, but all you need is a fresh medium and the spores, and you could fill up this whole room with mushrooms in a very quick amount of time. So, but they're not allowing sales, they're allowing person-to-person gifting of mushrooms, but they're not allowing open sales yet, but that's coming. They're gonna have
Did you guys see by chance when they were the Oregon bill, when they were showing like the pricing and stuff of the therapy and the mushrooms? They were like what they were like recommending, like that would cost.
Cheap.
It was bad, dude. It was like
hold on, when they said how much for man, it was expensive.
It was $3,500 for a single session with an eighth of or up to 4 grams of mushrooms.
Wow.
And I even said that in the public hearing here in Maine on psilocybin. I said, hey guys, like I'm all for like getting a bill and like trying to get it passed, but if this is like truly about helping people, and like I think the forced therapy aspect is a little weird, because like I think like you should have access to therapy like afterwards. You know what I mean? Like maybe you shouldn't have to like talk to a therapist the very first time you do mushrooms. I don't know about you guys, but I don't know if I needed to talk to a therapist maybe the first time I did mushrooms. I need to, have some alone time.
Right. Yeah. I think that's where the whole
do some searching and then like have that access to like go see a therapist. But to have like you have to be administrated by a therapist is like,
and then have to sit in with paying all that money. I think that's why the movement of microdosing and people purchasing their own little microdosing is going to be popular. But I've heard that microdosing is not really the way to deal with PTSD. You need to have a session with 5 grams or more. Somebody needs to be able to assist you with through that therapy session. And
similar to cancer and THC.
Exactly. I see in the future where ayahuasca, ibogaine, and a lot, because ibogaine and ayahuasca there's certain places in California you can do ayahuasca, and then across the border in Tijuana is very popular with ibogaine, dealing with addiction as well. So, and then there's the ketamine therapies for dealing with PTSD and things like that as well. So yeah, we're definitely in a really strange world, but I find it very strange that cannabis is still having the problems that it's having. We should be deregulated, and it should be on every corner by now, and it should be in every, like the guy was saying earlier, it should be in every bodegas on the corner, like Joe was saying from Idaho. It should be in every bodega at this point, but it's not. And why is that? I don't know. I don't know if it has a thing to do with the nicotine industry and RJ Reynolds and tobacco or what. I still don't know what the holdup is, but
I think I can answer that. I think it's the hemp derivatives. Because they don't really have control over that. I think that's really like kind of the biggest like kind of like elephant in the room that no one really talks about, is like the fact that you can't, anything of the shit you can get at gas stations now is like probably sketchy as shit. Right.
Well, the gas station stuff, you're seeing a lot more the hemp, like you're saying, the hemp derivatives, which is not, it's CBDs, and then it has Delta 8 in there. It's not Delta 9. So it's a completely different cannabinoid that they're doing it from. But those are having their issues as well, because people are getting hip to the Delta 8 market, and they're starting to ban those across the country as well.
Well, think about it too now, especially since they're banning flavored stuff everywhere. Like, where do you think these kids are going to fall to? Who they're going to blame next?
Right.
Because like my opinion on the flavor ban is this, it's kind of more or less like, listen, it's like these kids are already addicted to those flavors by the time they get the vape. The parents have created the addiction through the sugars and other foods. That's how the addiction is created, and they're the big tobacco is just smart enough to market off of that. It's not because, oh, we like that flavored smoke. It's like, no, because we're already addicted through it through our food and other poor health choices.
Everybody knows if you're really smart as a parent, the gateway drug to your child is sugar.
Yep.
Then it goes sugar, caffeine, and then everything else falls in line after that. Kids find sugar first, and then the second thing they find is caffeine, and then that's.
I was listening to all these testimonies of upset mothers about my son getting the cotton candy vape, and that should be only for festivals. And I'm like, no, the kid should probably never have cotton candy because it's just straight raw sugar. You know what I mean? Like,
right. I mean,
of course, it's okay to have treats. I'm not no picture of health by any means whatsoever, but I'm also not forcing people to make different decisions. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. And they're never in this country. They're never, ever, ever going to ban sugar. Never.
No.
It's too.
Or if they do, you'll be forced to use something twice as lethal,
which is the saccharin and the high
aspartame,
yeah, and stuff like that.
I'm addicted to aspartame. I didn't know it was bad, dude. I'm addicted to that. I can say that with confidence.
Well, they just fooled everybody saying this is a sugar substitute, and people didn't do their due diligence and actually go and find out what aspartame is. And if I've done my research correctly, I think aspartame is a form of it was a toxic waste of some form that they converted into. Not only is it 10,000 times sweeter than sugar, but I think it comes from the toxic waste industry for somehow. I'd have to go back and research it again.
I can believe that. I mean, I would want to know what industry,
it's a waste byproduct of something, and it's at large dosage it's actually toxic. So, but sugar, that's what everybody has to understand. And being a proper parent and understanding that you have to learn how to limit your kids with some things. I taught my kids how to do that. You have to realize that, yes, I smoke weed, I have cannabinoids and stuff like that. But there's other things in your life. And I say count your addictions. And a lot of people don't know that. Start it with sugar and start counting your addictions. How many, like sugar, caffeine, nicotine, cannabis, heroin, fentanyl, cocaine. Everybody has these lists of addictions, and that the best thing you can do for health wise is start learning how to either limit or cut out altogether as many of those addictions as you have possible. Because they will. I mean, copious amounts of sugar will kill you and make you fat, and you'll die. So, it's but here deep in the South, sugar cane rules. Imperial sugar rules, and then they're so in bed with Coca-Cola, Pepsi, and pretty much every product. A lot of people don't realize that every, like Chef Boyardee, like a lot of products have elevated levels of sugar put in there. And where does it come from? And this is why, I find it very, very ironic that the actual evils of the world get such carte blanche whenever people could just turn around and say, yeah, well, sugar is the gateway drug. It's not cannabis. Cannabis isn't going to lead you to doing heroin and doing smack on the side of the road. It really starts out as children with sugar. It goes from sugar to caffeine, then it works its way up, and kids find.
Because think about it like this too. It's like, that's why they probably can get away with saying cannabis isn't addictive, because I've never had, obviously unless if it's an edible, I've never had a cannabis smoke that tasted like sugar.
Nope. No, and now they are starting to infuse. There probably are some oils and vape pens out there with the flavors and the terpene stuff that they are starting to probably boost the sugar levels in some of the vaping cartridges. I'm sure that if you tested it, I bet you there's elevated sugar levels in those vape cartridges, especially dealing with the flavors.
Yeah, and with that being said, too, just know they're going to be coming for strain names.
Oh yeah.
They're going to be coming for them, dude. If they're coming after flavors and stuff,
yeah,
like they're going to say it's coming after kids and stuff.
Yeah. Oh man,
It's only a matter of time.
the dangerous webs we weave. The dangerous
Yeah, but other things we have to get through.
Oh,
That's why the battle's never really over. You know what I mean? You might win little victories here and there. That's why for me, I don't even care about the losses because like I know the battle just continues.
Right. Oh,
You
Farmer
know,
Bill.
but
Farmer Bill
I'm
got
gonna
it
get
finally.
going. I appreciate
Later,
you guys
Derek.
having me on. I'm sorry I got on late, but
Later, buddy.
better late than never.
Later, Hayes. Later, Hayes. See you later, Hayes.
Say bye, Hayes.
Say bye.
Bye, hey.
No pressure.
No, adorable.
Bye.
Is Farmer Bill ready to
Yeah, I think
introduce Nebraska?
I think
If Farmer Bill's ready, we'd like to introduce Nebraska, but if they're not, we'll they're on at 3. So if you guys want to jump on now, you can out of Nebraska if you'd like to join us now.
The great state of Nebraska.
Yeah, we'd like to know what's going on in Nebraska.
He's trying. I know you got your audio. You got your video for
Let's
sure.
see. You're unmuted, which is good. Now you're muted.
Now he's muted.
Well, they're
So
not technically until 3, so
That's fine.
which is like 2 their time.
Lefty, you have to agree with me. Derek Shirley is an amazing individual of what he does. To see him,
I follow. It's great.
I follow it. To see what he does when he does what he does is so creative. It's so ingenious. And it takes a lot of balls to stand up in some of those places. It really does. Wow, your crowd is thinning. You got a lot of people coming up though, man.
Well, people are coming and going.
Yeah. Getting super love too, man.
Hey, thank you so much. Those are the best signs I ever saw. They're so cool. They're super cool.
How's it going with Honey? She sounds like she's talking and busy. How's it going with her?
Honeybee, you're out in Oregon. What's going on out there? You're
Yeah, look at her.
at the State House.
Well, what we're doing is we're smoking weed, and I'm dancing around, and I'm having so much fun.
That's awesome.
Look, this is Canna Mike. You guys want to say hi to Canna Mike?
What's up, Canna Mike? What's going on, buddy?
Oh, he can't hear you. Hold on.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine.
He doesn't have to hear us.
Okay, he'll be on later with Paul. But I'm all set up.
Yeah, you're ready to go.
You know.
Yeah, you're much
It's
earlier.
you. You look like us there. That's great.
Oh, we're getting ready. You know, this is my second time, and I am just getting more and more educated and more experience on how to do this kind of stuff. So I'm excited. I got my podcast stuff here, but it's not going to be set up today, but I got it started. So next year,
Running
it's
a
going to be better.
Running a studio is very hard. Me and Lefty and I, Lefty runs his own studio and so do I. And I can tell you right now, it's a very difficult thing, especially when
I know.
it comes, like I was telling Lefty earlier, is like after this podcast today, I'm actually tearing down my studio and packing it up, and I'm going remotely for a while. And but I'm moving to a really small town of about 65 people, and setting up a studio in a town of 65 people when you have to put up your own power pole, put up on your own electricity. And then now I've got to find access to the internet where it can be consistent. And I'm looking at Starlink at this point. I'm going to probably, because Starlink is satellite, and I'll be able to keep constant communication even when everybody else's networks are down. And I'm looking at wind generation, solar generator backups, because what happens is if, you know, you're running a podcast and all of a sudden, you know, the power goes out or you're having issues
Right.
there.
Your video.
Yeah. Well, the whole thing runs off of electricity, and then also with your internets. Having the ability to go remotely and to be able to travel. So we'll see. I mean, once I do my 2023, probably by 2024, when I come out and see Lefty, my mobile studio will probably be finished at that time. And then I'll be able to come and see everybody, because the idea is having this nationwide patient network of everybody in every state. And we need to go into places like Arkansas. We need to go to places like Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and we need to find one individual that's willing to come on board and start picking up the torch to be able to give us information about what's going on in your state, so that you can broadcast that out over YouTube, and then people can see what's going on in different areas. And somebody like myself, or somebody like Lefty, or somebody like yourself, we can then give them a little bit of information to help them on their local level, like what Derek Shirley does with his local state house and stuff. People need to learn how to not be afraid to approach their local people that make the laws, their local
They're go to their state house.
Yeah, you need to learn how to approach these people and force them to do what you want, because they're at behest of the will of the people, not the will of their desires and their passages of the laws to make money and backroom deals and stuff like that. Because this is the government by the people for the people. And as long as we understand that, we can arrest back control for us, not the rich man around the corner that's living in the big pearly house behind the gilded gates. This has to be for patient access, handicap access, cannabis access. It's whether we're talking about mushrooms, ayahuasca, ketamine, whatever it is, everybody needs to have access to the truth of what is actually going on. It's all about education. It's an educational process, and people will get it eventually. And eventually we'll have all 50 states. I mean, because
we will.
I think a couple of years ago, we only had like how many states? Lefty, I think it was like 10. Now we have plenty of people that are on the podcast today. I mean, there's a ton of people. When I first started, that it was just me, Lefty, and Mike. You know, I would come in remotely, or I would do whatever, but it was like nobody was there. Nobody understood what was going on. And now, eventually, we will see this podcast my girlfriend just figured out that we're not saying podcast. She just realized that we're saying podcast. And that once that concept gets going on, the person that will be credited in history for creating the podcast will be Lefty and Mike and Bong Holio and El Rampador. And then all of these things will be a formula that somebody can follow in the future, because there is a next generation that is coming about, and all of them smoke weed. All of them do some form of cannabis and cannabis related products. And I'm not gonna sugarcoat that for people. My sons were from birth until present day, cannabis kids, cannabis and cannabis related products. So who you got coming on now next? This is Pearson Crosby. Where's Pearson from?
Well, Pearson's from Alaska. He's on in 3:15. We have Farmer Bill coming up at 3.
Okay.
Farmer Bill in Nebraska. So we got Nebraska and Alaska.
Wow.
Nebraska and I didn't know 2 states that rhymed like that. That's cool.
That's cool. Well, Alaska, man, that Alaska was one of the early adopters of the cannabis. Most people don't realize that. I think homegrown was legalized in Alaska first.
48 years ago.
Yeah, you guys were the first were allowed to Yeah, that's why a lot of people moved up to Alaska, was to be able to, so some people did anyways, depending on where you live. A lot of it's indoor because when the winter comes, there's not much outdoor growing in Alaska. You guys are very seasonal.
There's a few. Rosy Creek is an outdoor. They do autos. Yeah. Majority of the
It's indoor.
legal. Yeah. Oh yeah. I'd say 99%. I've probably been in over 100 of the local or the Alaska cultivations. I don't know how many retails we have, but we're scattered throughout the state. And you're right. Alaska, I don't know. So I was born and raised in Philly. First time and last time the cops kicked in my door was at 16 years old, growing a couple plants in Bucks County before on a Wednesday before school. And ever since I've been up here, I've been legally allowed to grow because I am an adult.
Right now, now correct me if I'm wrong. In Alaska, they know how to grow. If you have a 6-plant limit, some guys are growing massive trees out there.
Oh, dude, I've seen some of the moms that I've seen are literal trees. Like
yeah, trees.
They've been growing for 15 years.
Yeah. That's what I've heard. I mean, from my contacts in Alaska, they say you guys don't understand what a cannabis plant can turn into if you do it properly. I mean, the legacy strains that came out of Alaska, because that's where the Alaskan thunderfuck, which most people have heard of,
Matanuska thunderfuck.
Yeah, and that's that turned into, I think, AK-47. Eventually got turned into AK-47 once the Dutch came over, took the Madagascar thunderfuck and then turned it into AK-47 and then re-imported the seeds back into the United States, into California. So there's a lot of strains. A majority of the strains that are present on the market right now came from Alaska or Washington, Oregon, and parts of California. Once the genetics were stolen or exported out of the country to Amsterdam, names were changed, the genetics were changed, and then they were re-imported back and sold through seed companies. But majority of the genetics, when people talks about genetics themselves, they come out of, Alaska, Canada, places like that, is because that's where the sativa and indica strains of the grow rooms all started, was along the California, Oregon, Washington, all the way up into Alaska, the west coast of the North America, for sure.
I got it, boy.
There's Paco. Now he's outside.
There's Nebraska.
All right.
Hey, Nebraska, can you hear me?
Of course.
Hang on a minute. Let me fiddle with it a little bit. We're with you.
Right on, man.
Doing good. Actually, I need to get voice is what I'm trying to get.
Turn on your audio. You got to get your audio.
You got.
You're not.
You. Oh wait, I got it. I got it.
You guys are
Brother,
at the state house in Nebraska. They're literally at the state house there, fighting for their rights.
Hey,
what?
Farmer Bill here, and we've been having a little problem with the internet.
Yeah, of
And
course.
so we're here now, set up, and we
Oh, wow.
have the cannabis awareness sign we created, all under the creative, motivational effects of ganja. But without a lot of warning, we don't have a lot of patience. But here in Nebraska, I'm sure you folks know that we have not much progress. We haven't been able to get a medical bill out of legislature for probably 6-8 years. The one we have in session right now is written by Altria, Big Tobacco, and it allows an inhaler and probably a little green pill and some lotions and tinctures. So
Very limited.
we really need help here in Nebraska. It's both governors, our last governor, Pete Ricketts, he made international news by stating that if we legalize medical cannabis, it will kill the kids in the street. Our new governor came in with a lieutenant governor who's a ex-US attorney general who made the statement when we had all our cannabis displays opening of the session in January, jars of weed in his capital. He stated that marijuana is a threat to all Nebraskans. So we have a statement, the salvation of the state is the watchfulness in the citizen. And so in our state capital, we are a unicameral, so we just have one legislative body and the Senate doors are open. So you can walk in, talk to your senator or any senator and interact with them. So for probably 10 years, we've been in here as an unpaid citizen lobby and we're trying. So I appreciate and everybody who's put this event on all across the nation. And I don't know if Paul Stanford's out there somewhere, Paul, but I know he's helped instigate it and get it going. And Lefty and a lot of people are fighting all over this country for cannabis as medicine. And it's an issue right now. We need to give everybody equal access to this plant. And so we are trying. We've got right there, my friend Jamie and buddy Frank. These gentlemen have been in it for a long time. You can see our jars of weed here on our Capitol. And we are trying, folks. And so, as you can see, because of the, what would I say, being a little bit radical, because we aren't getting this medical cannabis issue moving here in Nebraska, I've decided to not cut my hair, but I've always been a long-haired, tie-dyed, pot-smoking hippie who evolved into a cannabis consumer and have chosen to stay here in Nebraska, even though I've got over 50 years of practical real-life cannabis use and growing the plant. I want to grow it here legally. So I'm a local farmer and herbalist, organic farmer, and we've had genetics here just like all over the world. So folks, get involved, work with the system, even though we don't like the system. We don't really want to tax and regulate, but we want to be able to have free legal access to plants and plant medicine. And we are here in Nebraska, or I believe, sun-grown, organic, natural cannabis cannot be beat. I don't think all this energy consumption and chemical consumption that the cannabis industry has evolved into is really beneficial. So we really need to go back to sustainable practices in our packaging, in our products, and the plant itself. So I don't know if anybody has any questions or where we're at here. Because I decided 15 years ago to start getting educated on cannabis as medicine after taking care of both my parents dying of cancer. And I found out my dad had such neuropathy, and I had to force him to give him a shower once or twice a week, that I could have been giving him cannabis products and he would have been a happier, just a lot better person. And whether it would have prolonged his battle or not, but it would have been a lot more of a benefit for him. And so I became real involved and put my marketing entrepreneurship into cannabis and cannabis reform here in Nebraska, and met Paul out at the Great Midwest Marijuana Harvest Festival in Madison, Wisconsin. Those people for almost over 50 years, they've been producing that festival and marching on the Capitol and filling the Capitol steps with patients. And my dear friend Jackie, we pushed her. For 9 years, people were pushing her, and she finally passed. And so that's what this is about, is making awareness of all these patients that have battled for this for their lives. These kids with seizures that I've dealt with here in we've had senators tell them to just move. And a few have, but a few have stayed here, and their kids just every day continue to suffer from seizures. And it's evil here to allow that to happen and not let this plant that has never caused an overdose death that's been documented, as much abuse and use that we have developed from this plant for decades and decades and thousands of years, we have a pretty safe efficacy rate. So, folks,
Did we lose Farmer Bill? Farmer Bill went to go harvest. It's harvest time. He's got to go. I understand, Farmer Bill. Thank you, Farmer Bill. We wish we could do something to help you out there in Nebraska. We know you have nothing out there. It's like you're fighting for crumbs. It's sad because you have cancer and MS and kids with epilepsy out there too, just like we have here. It's not like the border ends and cancer ends with the border. The damn borders again. Up there he is. He's back.
Hello. Yeah.
Hey,
you guys,
there you are.
have you been getting what I've been saying?
I heard everything except for the last minute. The last minute you went black. I thought you went to go harvest. If it's harvest time, I would go running for the fields myself. So. Running through the fields.
Oh no,
actually.
October. Wait, got to know the plan.
No, I don't know.
Do you make hash? I would like to make live rosin. If I had a farm with pot fields, I'd make live rosin and smush it, and all day long, just smush it, smush weed all day. Fresh weed, juicing fresh weed. Oh my goodness. All right, well, I don't know if they can hear us in Nebraska, but we're going to jump to Alaska from Nebraska, where Alaska has a lot more than Nebraska, unfortunately, from that border. You have more than a border. You have like some water too, but so yeah.
Right, yeah, we have an international border, and yeah, along the longest shoreline out of. I think our shoreline is longer than America's.
30.
Oh.
Cut is this?
Amazing. And it's beautiful in the summer. Do you actually have a growing season in Alaska in the summertime? Can you grow weed outside?
Yes. There's I think Rosie Creek's about 100 acres outdoor autoflower. Usually people start them, they'll germinate them and give them a week or two inside, and then plant them. Got just enough time for an autoflower season if you do it that way. Yeah, we're on day 59 of the sun not going down. That continues for the next 2 weeks, I believe. It's like 70 days total of no nautical twilight.
What'd you guys do for 4th of July?
No fire. Well, no fireworks. Well, not
No.
none. I'm sure somebody shot fireworks off, but they definitely didn't see them in the air when they exploded. Like,
Do you like drive cars off cliffs in Alaska?
that was last. Yeah. Oh, that was in July 4th. Yeah, July 4th. I was so pissed that I missed that. It's 6 hours away. I told myself last week to remind myself, but I have a week on, week off with my son. I got 50-50 custody. So he's stuck with me 24/7 for seven days at a time, and it takes a lot out of me. But yeah, I wanted to go down. I'm definitely going next year. I made a point to put it in my my Google Calendar. But to answer your question, it's absolutely gorgeous in the summer. It's gorgeous in the winter. I think every person that tells me they want to come up, the next thing they tell me is, "Oh, but I couldn't handle the cold. Oh, how's it in the winter, in the summer?" Let me tell you, I've been all over the world. I've traveled around the world all of my adult life. Lived in several countries. There is nothing that compares to a good Aurora Borealis show. I mean, I've been to Vatican on Easter. I've been to war. I've been to, the Northern Lights are light years above anything that I've ever seen, and so I highly recommend coming up in the winter. But if you do come up in the summer, stay for at least 2 weeks. I was in the tourism industry for a few years. I'm actually trying to start a resort now, but I'm everyone that's ever come up here that I've talked to, not everyone, obviously, but they all wish they stayed a little bit longer. And with the Northern Lights, it's a rule that you stay up for at least 3 or 4 days, because they won't come out if you're not here for that long. But back to cannabis, because I think it's the lessons learned from Alaska, at least, and I'm proud to say Alaska has been decriminalized for around 48 years. It is illegal or it's against the Constitution here to get no-knock warrants, because the 19th Amendment says we have a right to privacy, unless there is a like a violent felony happening at that time. They can't get a judge to sign a warrant, and that was proved back in 1992 by the Colette raids. So I guess my point with this is we've been trying to, and very rationally trying to attack the cannabis legislation, or just a personal activities doing. But sorry. I told myself not to smoke before this because I get choked up when I'm getting very serious. I think we've extended as much time as we possibly can on the actual the solution that the Reagan administration was attempting. And I think that this happens throughout society is that we were attacking this infection or wound by putting a band-aid on it. Like, this is the problem, this is how it can be fixed immediately. And people are not built to anything's not, most things aren't built to be able to think about the future, right? We're the only animals that are able to do that. And the effects of our solutions 2 or 3 degrees past are somewhat or often never taken into account. The right of another human being to tell another human being what they can and can't put in their body consciously without anyone forcing them. That the liberty of not being able to enjoy something in life simply because at one point people thought it was bad. The individual responsibility is it's not someone else, it's not someone's place to tell someone else what to do if they're not hurting anyone else. And I say that so plainly and seriously. I mean, I don't understand why we make our lives so complicated. Like, there is no rational reason for a person to tell another that they can't enjoy something or do something that brings them happiness or helps heal them. This is not what I was planning on talking about, but I'm going to continue. I think what we've come to is being afraid if somebody else doesn't want us to do it, it's wrong, even though it's something that brings you joy or helps you or allows you to get through the day. We focus so much on physicalities and not, or like the physical world over the internal world. And it's overlooked. I'm so it amazes me how we as a society look at physical injury as being worse than behavioral health. That word, behavioral health. It is frustrating, but it's something that we can change. I think if mental illness was looked at similar to a broken leg, and just as opposite, I think it would do a lot of good for society. And yeah, sorry, that was like way deep for me, and I'm not sure if I made sense. But last thing, so this is the second in on-site cannabis cafe in Alaska. This is possible.
What's the name? It's blurred. It's blurry. I couldn't read it. What was the?
Oh crap! Sorry, I am like. All right, so this is the Alaska Cannabis. I can't believe it. There it is. This is Pacololo. I actually asked them if I could do it in their cafe that they recently opened, but they didn't get back to me. They're good people, though. It was short notice. And why I bring that up is because 5 years ago we were fighting for that. Like, it was a big fight. It was a bunch of cannabis activists, mainly in Fairbanks, that really pushed the powers that be to change the laws. And it's possible. Being able to grow your own cannabis is like that. It just this. You're not allowed to grow a plant in your house. A plant that otherwise has been utilized like extensively. Arguably the most utilized plant ever. The plant that humankind has used the most. It's sorry, I just brain dumped on y'all. But yeah,
I agree 100%.
What, that I just brain dumped on you?
No, before that.
Oh, cool. Wow, that sounded really weird. Really could have been taken out of context. Sorry.
That's funny. I'm really stoned too, bro. It's all good. It's Patient Awareness Day. And I should be high because I'm in a lot of pain. My friend Chris is sitting right next to me in a lot of pain. It's a long day for all of us here. We're struggling just to get through the day. A lot of people, it's I get it.
Well, I guess the moral of or what I'm trying to get at is just the basic rationale behind most of our laws. The very simple ones that were put together just because, or not just because, for very good reason, have been expanded and allowed to let us be comfortable or safe over living. And people are lazy, including myself. So security feels good.
It does feel good. I like seeing Republicans fight for my Social Security. Not.
Fight? What? No, wait. The Republicans are trying to. What are they? They're fighting for Social Security. Good.
I thought they were going to fight for it. I heard they're going to try to get rid of Social Security. Now the Republicans are fighting for it, which is
no. Well, so that was brought out because they didn't approve a bill. And I know as good as anyone that these laws are able. They're so complex again, and they've been trying. They've been sliding, slide things into bills that are not similar to the actual bill's name or title. And I think it was the budget or something that they didn't approve. But I bet you Paul knows better than I do.
Hey, Pearson.
Hey.
How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm stoned before noon, so it's a good day.
Well, I am sitting here at the state capitol. You see that Honeybee is over there getting people to drive by. We're like sparse. It's a cloudy day here, but it's pretty cool. There'd been some hot days recently, so we're not under the heat dome right now. So
there's this Capitol needle guy
in front of the.
Oh, there's us.
So, but just a few of us are here, and so we're
Right on.
representing on behalf of medical cannabis patients, and it's about 12:20 here, I guess. We're 3 hours ahead of you guys in New Jersey. But I don't know, Pearson, what time is it there?
It is it's 11:30.
11:30. Okay.
Yeah, we're 4 hours behind Alaska, or 4 hours behind the East Coast.
Well, hey there.
Hey, Paul, what do patients need the most in Oregon?
They need the fees to be a lot lower. Hey, I can see Paco and Bill there in Nebraska. Hey, folks. Hey,
Paul, buddy.
Patients need the fees to be lower. Patients need the fees are really prohibitive here. For instance, if you don't have public assistance in some form, it's $200. And if you want someone else to be your grower, it's $200. And if your grower has more than 3 patients, they have two or more than 2 patients. Once they get to a third patient, they have to pay $480 to opt into the metric system to track every plant. And then you have a very onerous requirement regimen there that makes it difficult for growers used to be able to help patients. Nowadays, they're being driven out of it because of the excessive fees and everything. Here comes the capital. So, see there.
Hey, Paul, what are those laws supposed to do? What are those regulations actually doing in order to help the local community or the business, the new business?
Those regulations those regulations have no positive impact whatsoever anywhere. It's just make work. The only ones to benefit are the company that tracks it, I guess. And,
metric. Metric.
So
the metric.
They have no impact on diversion to the illegal market. They have no impact on anything really. When it comes to medical marijuana patients, especially,
Hey, do you know what is that? Do they base the cannabis laws like that off of like pharmaceutical? Like, are they like transporting or do pharmaceutical companies from the laboratory have to follow the same protocol that cannabis legislation requires?
No, it's cannabis is in a group of its own. We have a law that was set up back in 1998, and it hasn't really changed that much since then. So it requires the patient to get a doctor to sign off on paperwork. They turn.
Oh no! I'm not talking. I'm sorry. I'm not talking about. I'm talking about prior to the patient. You guys. You're talking about caregivers, but I guess my point was, why is what is the reasoning behind? Like they put these laws in place for the good of the people, and I know you.
Yeah. Well, the laws were based on lies, and they were put there to benefit what the late great attorney from Kentucky used to call the petrochemical, pharmaceutical, military, industrial, transnational, corporate, elite, fascist sons of a bitches. And so those are who they were set up to benefit. And it was all based on lies. But we know that.
How could so is there? I know regulations change all the time in other industries. Is there any way to attack the individual regulations? what, like in a broader context, a very an approach that is directly on the regulations that make no sense to anyone.
Well, what you can do is you can get a legislator to put together a bill, but then it has to go through a process in both houses, pass the same house, and then once it's done that, then the governor has to sign it into law. It's just except for Nebraska, there you guys only have one house to go through, but the rest of us have two. Hey, Bill.
Hey, Paul, how's it going with you, sir?
I'm doing well. It looks hot, like it's hot there.
It is hot, but that just makes the ganja grow taller.
That's true. We got a pretty cool day here. I'd say it's about 65. It's not going to get up above 75.
Yeah, very cool. I'm sitting here with Frank and my buddy Jamie here.
Hey, Jamie.
And we are just celebrating the ganja and cannabis awareness. So we did a little artwork here for people, National Cannabis Patient Awareness Day. Cannabis is medicine. That's the size of our leaves right there, Paul. Can you see those?
Good work. I'm glad to see you guys got involved.
Yeah, see those big leaves? Those were painted cannabis leaves this morning.
Ah, okay. Well, I remember back in 2017, Frank had Dr. Rachel Knox and I fly in there to testify in front of your Judiciary Committee. But Nebraska remains one of the 3 states with no medical marijuana law at all.
No.
And so how does it look for the initiative there for this year?
We can't get people to get on board and go with it. Our medical people have filed another 2 petitions. That is, they're having a problem getting people to follow their petitions, but it's kind of, it has some questions, but, everybody just has cannabis except for medical patients. And so it's a real issue here in Nebraska.
It's amazing it's taken so long for Nebraska to get on board, especially given the feral hemp industry and everything that's been protected by the Fish and Wildlife people there. And, back in the 1980s, there was a fellow who was the director, a lawyer there, Don Fiedler. He became the director of NORML in Washington, D.C. for a few years before he died. But Nebraska has a proud history of supporting liberty. It's a shame that, the Republicans have subverted that there.
We are owned by the Republicans. Our last governor, Ricketts, made the statement that if we legalize medical cannabis, it will kill the kids in the streets. Our new governor stated it is a threat to all Nebraskans. So we are making progress because we're right here in the Capitol, and the salvation of the state is the watchfulness in the citizen. And we do have our eye on our senators and governor and government. So it's a pleasure and honor to be on here with all you people from around the country, around the world. And one of these days we will end that declared war on the cannabis plan.
Well, I want to thank you for going there and representing in Nebraska. That's great. Thank you.
You bet. Appreciate it, Paul, and we'll get together sometime.
How amazing is that out in Nebraska? Fighting for their rights in Nebraska. I love it.
We've been decriminalized since the early 70s when 7 other states, we were one of those 7 states that decriminalized. But we still give them a ticket and run them through the court system, and it's still a crime. And so we have fun because you can consume all the ganja you want and go in and talk to senators and politicians and other lobbyists, and we are winning people. If it doesn't always seem that way, every day we are making more and more progress with this plant and ending this war. So, yep.
Baby steps. I'll take them.
Yeah, I don't ever believe that. No, that sets me off. Bullshit baby steps. We need to legalize cannabis for everybody right now, tax and regulate, medical issues all across the board. And, you know, yeah, we make baby steps, but we can't accept it. You know, sorry, I get off on that one.
Yeah, we want more. We need more.
Yeah, it's, I mean, we've had prohibition of this plant for so long. It's all my life they'd consider me a criminal for consuming this plant rather than pharmaceutical drugs. And so it is time to end it. Done, finished. But this may set some people off, but we made a mistake as an herbalist using plants as medicine, that we called cannabis medicine instead of herbal medicine. And we got into a toe-to-toe battle with the pharmaceutical companies. And I know certain patients need a pharmaceutical grade cannabis, but it needs to be a full plant extract where it contains the whole plant. And so some of that we've gotten away from.
But at the end of the day, regulation has only been in society for 100 years. I mean, the majority, I don't even think it should be on the tongue of law enforcement or politicians. It's no place for power to limit what we have on this planet.
Even getting off subject on the subject of hemp, there's so much plastic and this one-use plastic. If we had more hemp instead of plastic, it would save the entire world. But the oceans are.
You can get hemp plastic straws and hemp plastic utensils, you know, forks, knives, spoons, from hemptensils.com. And I think it's actually shop.hemptensils.com. They have, and the thing about their plastic is it composts in 5 years or less. And so it would resolve the pollution problems we have with plastic in the rivers and covering the ocean. So check them out, hemptensils.com.
Yeah, hemp tensils.
Yeah, it's cornstarch and hemp fiber. That's what it's made out of. Cornstarch and hemp fiber.
Yeah, I think the first part was the body of it was constructed using hemp. The first internal combustion car.
Yeah.
You can there's four different uses of a hemp plant. So the fiber, the nutrition, the medical uses, and construction material, like hempcrete.
Yeah, industrial. Yep, that's great.
It's one of the most used. It is the most useful. It's the most studied. Cannabis in general. I mean, it is.
There's another
mind-boggling.
There's another one that makes wood products out of hemp fiber, and so it's fiber pressed that's harder than hickory and oak. And so the lumber is harder than hickory and oak, and it makes flooring because it's so hard, it's scratch resistant. It's about the same price as bamboo flooring. And you can find that at hempwood.com. Hempwood.com. They'll sell you a sample pack for $20.
That's awesome.
Pretty good.
Imagine having a whole house built out of hemp. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, you
taken
got hempcrete, you got hemp brick.
Yeah.
You can use hemp for quite possibly anything.
And then you use the hempanol or the gasoline for the run the diesel engines to build your house.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's hard to find. It's hard to figure out what uses what it can't be used for.
Well, see, the Chinese. I'm sorry, guys. I'm eating while I'm doing this. The Chinese
in Europe, the euro is made with hemp from a hemp flax company.
Yep.
The guy who started Cincy Seeds, the
Yep.
big cannabis seed company, the folks who founded the Jack Hare strain,
right?
They started hemp flax, and so the euro note, the money there is now printed on 70% hemp and 30% cotton.
And that is where also within the Netherlands as well. Yeah. The Netherlands has hempanol, and there's big factories over there that produce the gasoline for out of hemp and hempanol, and they use it in all their diesel trucks.
Yeah, so if we just take a step back and like a 30,000 foot view here, we're talking about one of the most useful plants to humanity.
Yep.
And all the energy expelled just right on this call alone, the resources that had to go together to talk about something this fucking ridiculous.
Yep.
Like when we got confused with never mind, I'm not going to go there, but aliens are real and cannabis shouldn't be governed by any man or entity.
That's why deregulation is such an interesting topic. Stop it. We should all be talking about deregulation of hemp and have it being treated just like
tomatoes should be regulated more than cannabis.
Exactly.
Like in reality, we can make a very strong argument, and I bet you proved that tomatoes are more dangerous than cannabis.
Looks like somebody's going to come up and talk to us.
Million.
Well, the thing is that cannabis is a close cousin to Oryza sativa and Oryza indica, which is just a common household rice. So if we're going to treat cannabis this way,
but we've only known those words for 200 years, 100 years.
Yeah.
This is the thing that amazes me. There are big pieces of rock that are carved into it with these plants, and
the tree of life the tree of life that's mentioned in the Bible. There's been arguments that people either think it's the acacia bush or the acacia tree, or it's the cannabis plant. So you just
why wouldn't it be? Why wouldn't it be a cannabis plant? What other plant is that special?
And for somebody like myself, I mean, I'm experienced with how I got into cannabis. A lot of people don't know this about me, but my grandmother, who died a long time ago, she was around before the Tax Act of 1937. So she was actually here in Texas, required by the local law enforcement to kill her hemp plants after 1937, and she kept them going well into the 60s.
when we were obligated. Well, we were obligated. If you were a landowner, early on in America, you're obligated to grow hemp plants.
Yeah. When the founding of this country is we would have not won World War II and World War I. Well, World War I especially, but World War II, they still used hemp-based products up until 1945, I think. So whenever World War I, they had to use it as fuel, fiber, parachute cord, paracord, all this stuff.
Literally everything. Except for the violence.
Except for the violence. And then going into World War II, they had to make special concessions for farmers because the Marijuana Tax Act in 1937 passed, But when you see hemp for victory, that was in 1942. They were making it special exceptions and licenses for farmers to grow hemp to be able to produce the fiber, the fuel, and all the stuff that ran the big diesel engines for the ships to go over and fight the Germans and the Japanese in the Pacific. So,
and why was hemp criminalized?
in the
What was the rationale for?
Well, in the beginning, it's everybody that knows the story. It's Harry Anslinger and John Dupont.
Oh yeah, the prohibition, the prohibitionists that failed.
Yeah, Harry Anslinger.
I can't believe the FBI is still around.
Well, see, Harry Anslinger was at the time the Bureau of Narcotic Control or whatever, it was the predecessor of the current DEA. And John DuPont, everybody knows who John DuPont is, the largest chemical company, and they were producing the paper and pulp industry was basically why cannabis was made illegal, because hemp out produced and out competed the paper and pulp industry. So that's how it all kind of and then the
lumber
and then with Harry Anslinger, he was a part of the DEA all the way up until like I think he was a part of even maybe Nixon, so he might have been up there even into the 1970s with the recent incarnation of the DEA and the Schedule 1 stuff. And so that's why cannabis is still a Schedule 1 in a majority of the states, is because it outcompeted the paper and pulp industry. And that's true. And that's why people need to understand it's not about that it's a narcotic or we were smoking it and stuff like that. No, it was a resource that outcompeted another industry, and the collusion between private industry with John DuPont and Harry Anslinger with the DEA, and they got together in backroom deals and said, hey, we got to get rid of this cannabis plant. And then it also fed into the immigration side. They can condemn the Mexican immigrant and call it it's devil weed coming up from Mexico. So now we consider the illegal immigration of Mexicans crossing the border, and it's how we now have the problem that we have with sex trafficking and cartels and stuff. It is rooted in the prohibition area of the 1930s. It had everything to do with demonizing the Mexican immigrant that was coming back and forth across the border to be migrants. So it's
so what you're saying is it was all out of pure capitalistic and it's amazing how quick, like that was 2-3 generations ago. Like our grandparents were alive when this happened, and we forget, and we're
and when I went into college,
we just completely forgot.
When I learned the truth not only in high school I was just stupid stoner, but once I got to college and I started understanding cannabis and cannabis science, and I found out why cannabis was really a Schedule 1 and not a Schedule 3 or 4 or something to be able to use in industrial processes. I went to my grandfather, and he has a farm here in Texas that's real close to another county called Hemp Hill County. And it was called Hemp Hill because they grew hemp out there. I got literally fuming mad at my grandfather and said to him, why in the hell did y'all let this happen? How could you let this happen knowing that it was going to set us back 100 years? And now we're still here in 2023. And my grandfather's been dead since the 80s. It set us back.
I'd like to address that, if I may.
Go for it, Paul.
When the Marijuana Tax Act passed in the United States Congress back in 1937, the Speaker of the House was from Bonham, Texas. I grew up in Dallas, Texas. I was born in Houston in Harris County, but I grew up in Dallas. But the longest Speaker of the House in U.S. history was Sam Rayburn from Bonham, Texas.
Yep.
And he was an acolyte of FDR. Mm-hmm. But anyway, when marijuana Tax Act came up in front of the House of Representatives, they didn't tell them that the American Medical Association had opposed the Marijuana Tax Act in committee. In fact, they said the American Medical Association supported it. But one other point, Bonham grew hemp on his farm outside of Bonham, Texas.
Yep.
So he introduced the bill and says, this is something called marijuana. It's a deadly new drug. He did not know that he was making the crop he grew at home illegal.
And
So,
a lot of people in Texas had.
You're giving your grandparents a whole lot, but it was the petrochemical, pharmaceutical, military, industrial, transnational, corporate elite, fascist sons of a bitches who did it. And they lied to everybody about it. Anslinger just passed off, you know, that it makes us go crazy and kill our family.
That was what is that?
Believe it. What could be farther from the truth?
Hey, yo, hold on. Is Paco?
I just have to throw that
looks
in.
Like he's having a seizure.
Texas. Little Texas history for you.
Is Paco all right? Can anybody else see Paco right now?
I see Paco. He's
Yeah,
there.
right?
He's with those.
All right.
Okay.
It looked like he was having a seizure. Is he okay? All right. Sorry.
No, he's not. He's probably just hot. Probably hot.
Cool. Sorry. I couldn't sit back and watch that. Sorry. I thought he was in danger.
But yeah, either way, I mean, and that's the thing, people, if you want to know your history about what happened, I think there's plenty of books out there that deal with this. The Hemp for Victory is a book and stuff. There's plenty of books you can read. There's plenty of stuff about it, and the history sucks. And for like with Paul, I mean, I was born in Amarillo, Texas. I grew up in Houston, so to understand Texas, vital part of it, yeah. I went to my grandfather who grew hemp on his farm as well, and when he destroyed his crop, I was like, "Why did you let them do this? Why? How did you let them get away with this?" And it comes down to the petrochemical companies, the pharmaceutical companies, the military-industrial complex. They all colluded and closed door.
No, it's not. I agree with you, but it's like, so I was having a conversation with a DEA agent. He's dude I grew up with. I'm good friends with him. We were talking. He brought up how they are gonna take our guns away, our assault weapons. You know, I'm sitting there and I look at him and I go, "You are the people that do. You are they. Would you do that?" And he goes, "No." I'm like, dude, you're just because it's a law. People, this is.
They won't be able to do it if they start trying to ban guns.
That'll be
the biggest mistake
they is a fictitious character. I mean, they is a belief system,
right?
The things that the entities that act on that are real. The people are real. The laws, the
ATF,
yeah. But we look at it now that if we say, you know, ATF, DEA, Christians, Jews, Muslims, right. It's an entity, it's a belief system. And we look past the fact that somehow it's coercing a person to believe that what they are doing is right, responsible, and their duty to do this.
Well, I feel sorry if they ever do that, because you know what? There'll be mass murder on a large amount of scales when they want to start coming around and taking, because it's one thing to come after you for cannabis and things like that. When you start to talk about people's guns, it's a death sentence for any one of those people that go start knocking door to door and starting to try to seize weapons. Because
it's Milgram's experiment, man. It's if a person in a white lab coat says keep doing it, even though someone else is being tortured, we have a proven tendency. Yeah, no, it was Sanford prison. The Sanford prison experiment.
The Sanford prison experience is a similar.
It was the same.
It's a similar
same,
thing.
Same
Somebody in a position,
psychologist.
somebody
same,
in a same,
same
yeah,
research.
somebody in a position of authority telling somebody to shoot somebody, they'll do it. That's how the Nazis controlled Germany. That's how Hitler did what he did, is because
And they'll do it with a smile on their face because they know because their belief is so strong. And the ability for human beings to, it's like the last dictator in Soviet Russia and USSR. One person stood out and said and booed him, and within minutes that country had fallen.
Yeah.
One person, after, with millions of people cheering, and this dude, I'm not going to get into that one right now, but
well, and it's unfortunate, and that's why I was saying, is like, once we do what we have to do here, because we're only really worried about our continental lower 48 and Alaska and Hawaii. Once all 50 states get representation, hopefully we're going to be able to move past this ugly version of our history. But unless we get deregulation on a federal level, unless we get some dealings on the federal level, what we're doing really because it's states' rights versus federal rights. The feds could come in at any moment and shut everybody down. They know that, but it's just gotten so big now that they can't do it. And they're allowing it to happen because they know it brings in the money on a tax inside. So it's helping the state. It's helping the states out a whole lot, but it's not a part of the banking system because they're having to. No dispensary. They all still have to be a cash business in a lot of these states with the big dispensaries. They have to have their own.
all of them have to be. They're all cannabis shops are all mini banks.
Yeah,
Sometimes not so many.
and they all have to be involved in some form of money laundering to wash their money, because it's not legal in the federal banking system. So it's really it's a real convoluted issue.
I actually used to do the deliveries. I've sat in front of IRS counting millions of dollars, and like I used to deliver all the cash. A lot of the cannabis legal licenses up here in Fairbanks. I used to literally get on planes with bags of cash, go to the IRS. I get searched. I'd get put in a room. There'd be two counters, a supervisor, an armed guard, and they would take the stacks of money. Like, I mean, I would come in there with the, $1.5–2 million in just tax revenue, all in cash. I do it once a week. And
that's so dangerous. That's why you're seeing in some states the rise in the robbery of delivery drivers. In Colorado, there's actually a couple of former military guys that have taken over.
Yeah, no, I know them. Dude, I had the largest transportation company in Alaska, and I started it back when the industry started. I delivered nearly all of the concentrates throughout Alaska for 2 years. I did 1,400 miles and 30 retail. Like and to think it would be just as easy as switching numbers if they were allowed to deposit into a bank account and be able to have that. Dude, it's dangerous. It's so dangerous. It is so like I used to go through TSA, like when I stopped doing it because I had my son, but I would call ahead to TSA, or not TSA, the airport. And I'd request an officer, a police officer, to
escort
armed
escort, because people know and watch, and then all of a sudden somebody's doing a jump out gang and you're being robbed at gunpoint or killed.
Yeah,
because in California, delivery of cash and drop boxes and stuff like that, those guys were getting knocked off all the time.
Yeah, I was doing business to business, so I'd go from the manufacturer or or cultivation to the retails, or vice versa. I would deliver the cash and the. But yeah, USCCA did a really good article on it, or a documentary. I'll make sure you get it. But it's so dangerous. Everything, and just to go back to our main point, why? Because somebody wanted to get some money for something that didn't help, that only helped them serve themselves, and we continue to allow it to happen. Like this is crazy. Like this is like it is a form of like I don't know what could be worse than that. I mean,
It's a
as a whole, it's there's like a crime.
I don't know how.
How do we accept it? We accept it, and we do it with organ.
That's why we're at the Capitol. We don't accept it.
I understand that, but we accept it in a very civilized way. Like I don't know if you're familiar with the tennis, the tennis court. I mean, I know, no, Lefty, you are. I cannot say that about you. You do not accept it, and I'm sure majority of people on this call, and everyone on this call, doesn't accept it. No, but us as a whole, I mean, like, how the fuck do people just allow? Like, how is this happening? Not just like the cannabis, not just the THC products, but the actual suffering of whole society because one ingredient or one plant that has been used since before the Bible, and in every way. I'm sorry, I'm speechless. I guess I'm just I shouldn't be so speechless. I've been doing this for a long time, but maybe I'm just
it's
just the simplicity, the simple bullshit, the simple illogical, irrational reasoning behind it, and it continues and gets me up in the morning. Let's just say that.
Right.
You know, here in Oregon, where I'm at, and in Washington, if you want to have a bank account and you have a legal dispensary or a legal farm, there's only a few credit unions that will take your account, and they have a $500 application fee and a $500 a month account fee.
Wow.
And then of course
the original one was $40,000 a year. The pilot program for that in Washington, to do the private credit union.
I hadn't heard that.
Robbery.
Oh yeah, they were doing it from Alaska, so they would have to do an armed flight down there.
I actually have had my bank accounts closed for my clinics. We don't sell marijuana, but I've had my my bank accounts closed 20 different times. One time I closed 26 accounts at once, political accounts, business accounts, personal accounts. And out of those 20 different bank closures, 18 times they would not tell me why they were closing my account. They said, we don't have to tell you why we're closing your account. When you sign your opening agreement, it says we can close your account for no reason at all. Only twice did they tell me it was because of marijuana. And the doctors I work with have also had their accounts closed.
Yeah, I've heard
this. And they'll fine you. Well, Wells Fargo used to fine industry businesses $25,000 for they'd pretty much wipe out their account and put them on a.
That's just a continuation of the. That's just continuation
of
why we consider the.
Never heard that one. They never fined me. I got my money back from them.
Crime and punishment.
But I have 20 different stories about each of those. Once I was at the gate of Disneyland with my family, and I got a letter at my office, and so I called the bank. I called their head office of security for the bank. They said, no, we're not closing your account. You're the best account we've ever had at this branch. And I heard that several times in the various things. But the next day, the account was closed. So I called their head office. This was Bank of America. Their head office was in Charlotte, North Carolina. I called the president's office because all the local people didn't know about it. So I called the president of Bank of America's office. I told him I was going to sue him. At that point, we always had more than $100,000 in the bank, and we'd never bounced a check. So, and my payroll had gone out the day before, and that night they stamped 17 people's payroll check refer to maker. Now, not insufficient funds, but refer to maker. So I called the next day they reopened the account. They cleared the rest of my payroll checks. But I still have couple of those employees who got those that think I bounced a check on them.
Wow. Wow.
That's that one story. That's 1 out of 20.
Wow. Yeah, it's to me, the fight. I mean, I don't know if
told
it's
a lot of them from the beginning. It's like the Twilight Zone. They won't tell you why they're closing your accounts.
right. I just don't see. I mean, I can see how we're fighting it, but I just don't see what the end game is going to be with the feds. I'm still trying to figure that one out. I don't know if they're ever. I mean, I know when Trump was in office, he did the Hemp Act and stuff, but I don't see on the federal level if they're ever gonna get to the point where there's not going to be criminalization or criminal penalties on a federal level. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see where we go. Right now, it doesn't matter. You know, they got cocaine at the White House, so as long as they're blowing the White House, they're gonna continue down this pathway. Mr. Hunter Biden and his cronies.
Very, very valid fucking point. I mean, that is, put simply, that was incredible, an incredible point.
Yeah, I mean, you have to look at it. I mean, is the Biden administration with their son, with the collusion of the Chinese getting us into the war of Ukraine because they're under the thumb of the cartels that are funneling in all of the fentanyl into this country and killing thousands of people? Is that how much collusion's been going on with the Biden administration with the Chinese government? Is that they're allowing for because I know for a fact that Mexican cartels do not cut their cocaine with fentanyl. And a majority of the fentanyl coming into this country and parts of Mexico that is eventually being cut with into the cocaines that are killing people, i.e. Prince or Tom Petty and people like that. It is because of the influence by the Chinese. So, and that's because all the precursors for the fentanyl on the streets, just like with meth, all the precursors down in the super labs from Mexico, it's all coming in from the Chinese drug cartels that are bringing it over and doing that kind of. So with last week, whenever they found that little baggie and they closed down the White House and it had the hazmat team to come out and then it tested positive for cocaine hydrochloride, that's pretty much pure cocaine. So for Hunter Biden and everything that's coming out right now, it would be interesting to see. We'll never know the truth, everybody. And that's actually probably going to get swept underneath the rug. Eventually, it'll be out of the news cycle and nobody's going to care. But it would be interesting to see is like how compromised is our government, Biden administration, the deep state or whoever. Are they that compromised by the Chinese cartels or the international drug dealers or the international?
I bet they find cocaine all the time in the White House, and they just reported on it this time for whatever reason.
They're trying to
probably
trying to demonize Hunter Biden.
First time.
Oh no, probably not the first time. But it's just interesting to see that well, how far does it go up the ladder? How far does this stuff go? I mean, are they, because you know they're not going to demonize a candidate for smoking weed, but
I think Biden's on coke. Joe Biden's
I think that's how they're keeping him going. I think he's being kept going with some form of speed. They said the same thing about Trump as well, because supposedly Trump is on speed as well.
Really? I don't see him as being a yeah. was planted. Yeah.
No, it wasn't planted, and they're going to find out because there's cameras everywhere at the White House. And they're going to find. They'll find out for sure. Yeah, they'll find out for sure. But it's going to be interesting to see where this goes.
We won't know, but they'll know.
Yeah,
They'll know.
We're never going to know any of the truth about this, but they do know that the Biden family and the Hunter Biden and the how many different shell companies that they've discovered now, that the Biden crime family has taken in millions and millions and millions of dollars, especially from Ukraine. I think it was only like $5 million from Ukraine, but it's the millions of dollars that's coming in from the Chinese government. So he's been in collusion with the CCP for a while. So yeah, we'll see. It's very dangerous though. It's very dangerous. It's dangerous for Americans, because if this is able to go on at the highest levels of government, then what else is going on, in the background? I mean, what's going on with Ukraine? Why are we attacking Russia? I mean, is it going to lead to nuclear war? Because I mean, somebody like Putin, who has been sick for a while, I mean, I think he's got cancer, and it's very close to pushing the button, Nate pushes the button, we're all gone. We won't have the privilege to sit here and talk
today, because that's is why we need cannabis, because after the nuclear war, we all have to plant cannabis to get rid of all the radiation. And plus it's going to help me get through the rough days of
that's why I'm going in the bunker, man. I mean, I've explained to everybody on this before. I'm leaving Bomb City. I'm getting out of Amarillo because it has become untenable for somebody in a wheelchair, when we've had just in the last 2 years people in wheelchairs hit and killed, going not on the street but on the sidewalk, and dragged for like half a mile or blocks and killed. I can't be involved in that kind of a society. I've got to get myself into such a small rural town where everybody is they're all old, like my elderly parents. They're 78 and 80 years old. I'm going to go out and hang out there and make myself useful out there, because everybody knows that not only am I a cannabis and cannabis activist, I'm also a surf and skate dad. I've produced 2 national championship surfers. I've produced a professional skater, and I'm thinking that's what I'm going to do with the rest of my life. Is I'm going to bring about the next generation of professional surfers and skaters, whether they're in the boonies of Texas, because we have skate parks everywhere. But I'll find my next little ripper, and he'll go on and become the next Nigel Houston or the next Tony Hawk, and he'll be making millions of dollars. And it'll all because it started in his little small town of wherever. And he's not playing football, he's not playing baseball, he's not playing basketball, he's skateboarding, and he's learned how to make money that way. So it's hopefully we have a bright future, people, and I'm hopefully very confident, because of your organization, activism.org, things that what Mikey's doing. And Mikey has been very absent today, but Bong Holy over there has done some amazing work in his own right. And
he's right here. He's sitting right here now.
I know he's
chilling.
Sitting there just chilling.
There's no way he's on. First of all, it is way too hot for a Bong costume.
Oh my
I wouldn't
God,
even let him. Love it when he does it.
We need to get it air cooled, water cooled. We need to get a water cooled Bong Holio costume.
Too hot in there. His balls overheat. You don't want that.
You could have brought Bong Lito. You could have brought baby Bong Lito. You could, because it could have been just sitting there. So you could have brought the baby with you. What'd you do? Leave the baby with the babysitter?
Yeah, he left the baby in the car with the windows up.
Oh yeah, the baby's in the car with the windows up. I'm gonna get back there, and Bong Lito is gonna be melted all over the car. Oh my God. How is your?
So we're working on the other project, and Mikey made some really amazing cuts last night. Cut out the entire roof of the hot dog place, and it looks so cool.
Okay, so your studio.
So
yeah,
it's gonna be really exciting to do.
It's so much fun.
Looking forward to that.
Are you changing your street scene because you've got the light now on Avenue C? Are you going to go to a different intersection, or what are you going to do?
You're moving to Broadway now. We're doing the activism on Broadway. We're stopping cars on Broadway, and we're making the intersection of Broadway.
Yeah, we kind of skipped over putting the light on the old one because of the importance of moving directly to the new intersection.
That's what I saw, and I remember when you got your light. And where did you see the cop? Was that at your new location? When did the cop come up and talk to you? Was that at Avenue C?
Just recently?
Remember whenever you were on, you were, I don't know if you were crossing or wherever you were, but the cop came up and talked to you about how dangerous it was.
Oh, no, this guy was happy. The last guy was happy. He's like, El Rampador, we haven't seen you in months. Where have you been? Blah, 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 blah. And they were so happy.
Yes,
So,
because
that was,
you're doing a public service, and I told you that on the phone the other day, is
Yeah.
like, you're going to
They're
go
happy.
down in the history of Bayonne. I mean, at some point, there's going to be a bronze statue of El Rampador and Bong
Right.
Holio
Next to
in
China,
Bayonne, New Jersey. This
Right
light
under
saved.
No, it is really cool though how receptive the Bayonne police have been to
They're
all
great. I love
all
it.
the stuff he's been done with it all.
Man, I've been
They-
beat up by cops, man. It's nice.
It's amazing that they're not beating
It's
him.
nice to have cops not beating me up and
Yes,
actually helping
it's
me.
nice. Yes, exactly, and that's why I said you're going to be credited with the. I mean, I think they need to put a plaque on the light. This light was supplied to you by El Rampador. You know, there needs to be something like when you see on the sides of the roads for those trash pickup people, like this is sponsored by the whatever JCs or whatever. This light.
And then as you keep walking down the road and you get to the new intersection, it'll be another plaque that says, and this one too.
And this one too. And then the next one. And the next one. Because it's in the inner cities, people don't understand how dangerous it is. And then access. Let's not even talk about access to the stores. If you don't have a caregiver to go in for you to be able to get what you need, trying to get into these stores is impossible. So, but these urban art projects or the way that we're doing, the way that you guys are doing this, it hopefully it's going to show a next generation of how activism actually works and how it's effective activism and bringing the attentions of everybody around you. Because whenever I found you and you started doing this stuff, I remember being on some of the podcasts that we were doing, and we're sitting there just looking at your table and playing with cars and and back and forth. And
we're gonna do that again. We have a plan for Bayonne that involves playing with cars, a song.
It's going to be a better hit.
It's going to be a really good hit. I can't wait. It's going to be
eventually
great.
you guys are going to be superstars, man.
I told you I didn't tell you about my magnet idea. A magnet, but not where you have a magnet under there. You put a magnet on here, and then you have the guy on a fishing line on the rail of the magnet, and you pull him across on the magnet. That'll work. I think that'll work.
That would work.
I think that work. Jay Coffee and the mayor have to cross the street like that.
Yeah, we could try some things out.
We'll try. Yeah, we're in R&D right now. We're actually redoing a building. I'm at fault. I actually dropped the ball. I'm going to take the blame for this because making a building a triangle when it was an isosceles. I'm like,
I love that this is still stressing you out. So yesterday when we put the building together, it's naturally a triangle building. That's what we both thought it. You see it as
a triangle.
You're only seeing two sides of the building at one moment,
Yeah.
just because of the way the building is.
So
So we looked at an aerial view at the end of
Google
putting
Maps.
it together,
Yeah.
and it turns out that it's not a perfect triangle.
No, it's an L with a line.
It's like a right angle.
Isosceles
Yeah.
triangle.
Crazy.
I'm very upset. So all the work Mikey did last night, he's probably
No, but we're gonna fix it, even though it actually
We
looks
caught it.
more proper, because the both of us would never have thought that.
I love it.
We'll fix it, and even if it looks wrong, if someone says, "Hey, the building's wrong," then it's a teaching moment. We get to be architecturally explaining the correctness of that building, which you would never know.
Because people in Bayonne are going to give us crap if it's a triangle. It's not a triangle. It's an isosceles triangle. I think that's the word.
I can't wait until next year when I get there. I can't
Sounds
wait.
good. Yeah, it's an isosceles.
Let's look it up. Let's make sure I'm not talking shit here. I know my triangle.
Basically, a right angle with a line coming down, making it a triangle.
Yeah, it's an uneven triangle.
Right.
Oh, it looks like Paco and
Yes.
Frank left.
Okay.
Yeah,
Two
it's probably
sides of
hot.
equal.
It's probably hot as shit out there, man. That's Nebraska.
No, but I don't even think that two sides are equal length. That's the thing.
I don't know. They were on since I got on, but
Pure triangle.
Yep.
So I gotta hop off here in a few minutes. Yeah, so I'm glad I got to come on, actually invite. And yeah, so the it comes to I don't know. I recently purchased 300 acres up here in Alaska. Yesterday I sold the first 50 acres to a couple of buddies. We've decided that we're going to build a development here. We're going to sell out another 50 lots to a few other people, and I think we're going to open it up to others if anyone's interested in hearing more about it. I'll be bringing it up into the public eye sometime soon. But I think we have a really good idea coming along, and I think people just like the main topic of this conversation is the irrational bullshit that we have to deal with every day. But yeah, just want to throw that out there. If anybody knows anyone that is at a point in their life that they want to change, and we're building a farm and a solar system to pay for to live off of. So
well, good luck
I
with
got
that. I'm going through that right now because that's what I'm doing in my real rural part up in Lipscomb. Is I'm having to put in my own electrical, my own power poles, and I'm going to do solar and wind backup with the last solar, wind, and then I'll have a backup generator because during the winters it gets really, really cold in that part of the Texas, and then we have snowstorms and the grid goes down all the time.
Yeah, you'll have to get a generator for backup power, and batteries are the best way. The battery technology is coming out now, especially off the grid. It's really incredible. But yeah, that's what the 10 guys now are coming up to do. They're each taking an acre, and we're going to build facilities on it otherwise, and so
it's doable out there, people. There are YouTubers out there right now that are off the grid. There's a Life Uncontained is a YouTube channel that he lives complete. They're out of Tyler, Texas.
There's 30,000 people on the outskirts of Fairbanks that don't have any grid connection.
Yeah, and you have to live off
like within. The place I'm at right now has.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's awesome.
It's not. So I just want to throw that out there. It is we're making strides and going our own way, I guess, to support each other, and
that's awesome.
Keep
that is
regaining the sanity.
That's where we're at, man.
Well, I'm gonna sign off. It's great talking to y'all.
Later, man. Have a good day.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Bye, Piston.
Thanks for taking part from Alaska. Right on, man. We have one last guest coming on, which is Brian Box Brown. He'll be on in a couple of minutes. Paul, you have anything more to add about what patients in Oregon?
Our legislative session is out here in Oregon now, so we don't really have they did sign die about 3 or 4 weeks ago. Nothing really passed. It was deadlocked. Bunch of Republicans. It has a super majority of the Democrats. So Republicans have done this walkout where they deny them the quorum to do business. At the end, they did come together and pass a few bills, but anyway, it's too late now. But we're working with a group of people about launching an initiative petition next year to set up public consumption areas where people can come together, like in a bar or a coffee shop, and share cannabis. Right now, there's no place to do that. We also want to lower the fees for patients, make some other changes so patients aren't subjected to the metric system. And but we don't really see that going through the legislature. We'll try. There's a few different people, but we're working to launch an initiative about this time next year, shooting for the 2026 ballot. We'd start gathering signatures in 2024, and we'd have 2 full years to gather them. So that's kind of what we're working on here.
Well, good luck with that. Hopefully it works out for you guys.
Yeah, it's a big process.
Amazing.
I was the chief petitioner on the legalization bill here in Oregon back in 2012. And so in fact, I moved to Oregon in 1984, as did Jack Hare. And we both worked together to put marijuana legalization on the ballot for a vote in 1986.
Jack was a wonderful man.
So I've been at it a while.
Yeah.
I know what it takes.
Yeah, and you have to know it's not a foot race. I mean, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon, and you got to know how to play the marathon game with these things.
Yeah.
And you have to, and that's why I'm still doing what I'm doing. I thought by the time I got to be at my age that we wouldn't be even having these discussions, but unfortunately we still are. You know, because in the scientific community, everybody's already accepted the fact that cannabis is an innocuous substance that it's not going to hurt you. But for it to not be accepted by the political system that we currently find ourselves in, it is really ridiculous. Really ridiculous.
Hey guys, I want to thank CMMNJ, Coalition for Medical Marijuana New Jersey, for always supporting us. I want to thank Canasense, United Food and Commercial Workers Local 152, JacksonStorms.com, Smoking Monkey, Arlo Glass, OprahMachine.com, Pure Puff Lifestyle, and SativaCross.org. I want to thank you all for, where's Magical Butter on here? Oh yeah, thank you, Magical Butter. Put that on my thing here. Thank you, Garrett Angel and Magical Butter. We appreciate it. We're going to do the list in a little while. We're ready for one more guest. Honeybee, we didn't hear much from you today. What's going on in Oregon? How are you?
Oh my gosh, I am busy setting up, making sure everybody's taken care of, making signs. I'm standing out at the road showing people that it's Cannabis Patient Awareness Day, and I am just a busy bee. I am smoking some weed at the state capitol, giving away a magical butter machine. I can't wait to show the person that's going to win. So,
what's it look like out there at the State House?
oh my gosh, it's so beautiful. One thing I have to show you guys over here is that there is some really pretty flowers, and there's a whole bunch of honeybees. Well, I don't know if they're honeybees, but they're bees. Because I don't really here. Can you guys see? Look.
Oh yeah, those are big ass.
Yeah,
those are big ass.
cool.
Almost I call it considered a bumblebee, but it's a honeybee. It's not a honeybee.
It is a honeybee.
No, it's not a honeybee. It's a bumblebee. But most bees have hives and they can produce some form of honey. It just may not be the type of honey that we consume.
Mm-hmm. They're all right here on this purple flower and back there.
They're all pollinators, and that's the point. You have to have pollinators to have those flowers, because if the bee went away, the flowers would die.
Right. And then look, it looks like a Make-A-Wish flower.
Cool. Well,
all those
flowers depend on pollinators. Every plant that's a flowering plant depends on some form of pollinator to come along and spread the pollen. So without the bees, we all die, people. Without the bees, we all die.
Right. Exactly.
I think they said something about if there was a colony collapse syndrome for bees. If for one day all the bees died, we would die 3 weeks later, because all of our fruiting plants and everything would cause such famine on the planet that we would all die soon after the bees die. So would we. So save your bees. Don't kill them.
Save the bees.
If you have a hive,
and be nice to me.
That's fun.
But it's beautiful out here.
Honeybee, hold on one second. I want to get on to our next guest, which is an
Okay.
award-winning journalist, Brian Box Brown. How are you, sir?
Oh, hi.
Doing very well. How's it going over there?
Right on. We're doing good in Jersey. How's Pennsylvania's laws? What do you guys need out in Pennsylvania as far as cannabis?
Oh, well, so much. I mean, we're still in it's still illegal here. The numbers from last year, there was 12,000 arrests still in Pennsylvania for possession. Also, we have a medical program here with no home grow. We're just in that same situation you guys are in Jersey, where you can't grow your own cannabis. Our market looks a lot like Jersey's, but the legal market, I mean, it looks a lot like Jersey's, but we actually have better prices than you guys right now.
What are your prices? Are when you're talking about for just how much your gram? What are your gram prices for your oils and stuff like that? Is about
So yeah, those can be still on the high end, but there's some new company. I mean, I haven't been buying there, but I've been checking out the prices lately. But there are new one of these companies is putting out hash rosin now, and it's like $65 a gram, but there's always like 20 or 30% off sales. And flower, there's a couple stores here that are owned by, I think Cresco's store is called like Sunnyside or something like that. And they have pretty cheap ounces of flower every day, like, $2.50 or less.
Wow,
It's good, but I mean, the choices are still few and far between because there's I think 25 legal cannabis licenses in Pennsylvania. That's not enough. It means there's 25 companies, and there's been mergers and acquisitions on top of that, and so there's really not a functioning competitive market in Pennsylvania.
it's probably just for the cronies of the politicians that passed the law. They're the ones that probably got the licenses.
Yeah.
That's how they're gonna control it from the top down.
Yeah, and this is why we're never going to see these people talk about wanting to end the illicit market and things like that, but that's not going to happen. I mean,
No, maybe not even in our lifetime, because of the fact there's too much money in the black market, or the right market that people call it.
What they've done is not really legalize the market that we're all used to. They kept that illegal and then made a whole new thing.
Right.
That's the legal. I was talking to a dude today that thinks we should start calling the traditional market the cultural market, because that's where the culture is. That's the culture of cannabis.
Right.
Which these are all the people that have been left out.
Yeah.
They've been doing it for years.
Yeah, but they still are. Because I started smoking weed in 1982. I think I started growing weed in 1994. I mean, the medicinal market, and where I was in Texas, it was still highly illegal. I left out of in 2000 when I moved to Arizona. They still didn't. I still grew in Arizona. They didn't have a market at Prop 200, hadn't passed yet. And even out in California, up until I left in 2018, I was still involved in the illicit legacy market with a lot of the growers that were left out in Prop 16. When Prop 64 came about, they're still there. That's the reason why California's getting rid of 215, going to Prop 64. Their legacy market has stayed so strong, and I think it's about their percentages are probably better right now because they've done some changes to allow more inclusion.
A little bit,
but it's still about 80,
places.
about 80-20. 80% of legacy to 20% of the legitimate legacy market, and it's because of the fact that the people that were let into on the legalized side, you had to have millions of dollars to be able to get through. I mean, people like Be Real from Dr. Green Thumb and stuff, people look at him as like and think that he's some form of Jesus, because he's a part of the legal market and stuff. People have to realize that's Dr. Green Thumb. Majority of probably his business is probably still part of the legacy market, because he's probably his shit's probably being shipped out, because he's been a part of it since he was in Cypress Hill, man. He's been growing weed and being a part of the legacy market, just like a lot of us were. But unfortunately, we were all forgotten about.
Completely. And it was they just want to wrangle control of this huge market, but they'll never get it that way. I mean,
never.
The only way it could ever be done is if it allows everybody in. If you legalize the thing that's already there.
And that's deregulation on a federal level. That's deregulation. You're gonna have to deregulate it for everybody, not only federally, but across the board on a state level and everything else. Because if not, you're going to forget about the people that have sacrificed not only their lives, but their freedom, their businesses, and everything else that has been a part of the legacy market since shoot. And I'm not even a newbie. I mean, I'm just like the new generation of OGs. We're not talking about the guys from the 60s, the 70s, and the early 80s that had been doing it that brought about the indoor cultivation market. The guys in the 60s and the 70s are growing it outdoors in California and Humboldt and Mendocino and Sonoma County and stuff. That's who we have to thank. Those are the guys that cultivated the cultivars that got us to this current point in time. Everybody else is just standing on the shoulders of those giants. You know?
And it can't really. You can't just rip it away. It's part of me, but it's anti-American the way it's been taken away from the average person, like the working class people that built the industry. They're not able to access. Nope. Even in legal states where they legally technically can access it, it's almost impossible to do so. Like in Jersey, there's so many small businesses trying to open up shop, and not only is it crazy expensive, but like the process to get it done is almost impossible for anyone to bear, because it takes so long. It could be blown up in your face,
right?
At any time, on any level. The local township could fuck you up. The state could do something. Anything can happen.
And their go-to catch-all phrase is that if you have a felony, if you have any sort of criminal background, you can't even enter into the process to get a license. So that's right there. That is not being an inclusive industry. That's why the legacy market or the black market or whatever people want to call it is so prevalent still in states that have recreational, whether it's Washington, Oregon, Arizona, Nevada, California, New Mexico, and Texas. Even though Texas is technically is that state, there are people here in the state of Texas that still grow copious amounts of fucking weed behind closed doors. And they will.
I mean, that's scary, man. I for real. I've only been to Texas like that. I've been to Austin, a few times, but I'm always scared when I'm down there of Texas justice, because like, who the hell?
Well, you're lucky. You're lucky if you go to some place like Austin. They do have decriminalization and for a certain amount. So if you have like an ounce of weed on you, it's a ticket. You're not going to go to jail. It's a fine. We're lucky that the city councils in those areas have taken upon themselves to not give a shit what the legislatures want to do. And they're trying to. Now, when I do move up to the county that I'm moving into, I do plan on approaching the county commissioners. And if I have to, I'll run for the commissioner's court, because it'll be a lot easier for me in a small populated county to get on the county commissioner's court. And that will be the first thing that I do. And I will try to be one of the first counties to deregulate cannabis and cannabis related products, so that if anybody wanted to move there and on their farms, which everybody owns, like up here in this area, everybody has family farms. And if you choose to want to put a hemp farm, because we have the Hemp Act right now, so people can apply for the licenses to grow hemp on their farms. but it should be opened up for the medicinal side as well, where you're getting
Right.
the full spectrum side of it. And I would love to be
And
in First County.
The hemp thing is what makes the cannabis laws seem it exposes the cannabis laws in such a crazy way, because like you can get into the hemp market and send hemp across the country, package hemp, it sells for cheap,
Well, and they also with the Delta 8, if anybody's ever smoked the Delta 8, it gets you just as high as you're smoking a joint. And that's why they're going after the Delta 8 shops and things like that, is because they finally realized they kind of fucked up, that they just did a less psychedelic and a less kind of trippy version of Delta 9 is Delta 8. And that's
right.
They're
A
trying
lot of
to
places have Delta 9 too.
Yeah. But it's all Delta 9 derived from hemp, but it's still their low level versions.
Like they have it's like hemp 9. Yeah.
And I think I think if Trump would have been smart in his administration, he would have gone for the touchdown instead of the 2-point conversion with the Hemp Act. I think if he would have been smart, he would have gone to the DEA and said, hey, you need to reclassify cannabis as a Schedule 3 or a 4 or whatever,
or unschedule.
I'm all for deregulation, people. I don't cut any.
Well, my whole thing is that if anything, they got to redo the entire scheduling system, because this whole scheduling system is based on bullshit racism.
It is bullshit and racism. It is. And if you look at it, that's why with what's happening with the FBI and the collusion with the Biden administration and stuff, we need to start looking at these extra governmental organizations that are acting without the will of the people, and they just need to go away. The CIA needs to go away. The FBI needs to go away. The DEA needs to go away. The ATF needs to go away, and we need to return the power of the people. And we need to be, because we have the ability to self-govern. Everybody has the ability to self-govern. I self-govern every day when I wake up to choose whether you self-govern yourself.
It's true. Yeah.
You self-govern, and if we do not do what needs to be done now, the next generation of people that are coming behind us are screwed. These little kids that have no clue of how much pain, suffering, and everything that we've gone through just to get to the point to where they allow them to steal the tax dollars from us, in these over-regulated markets like Colorado.
Oh my God, yeah.
And to them it's all about money.
Every state, really. I mean,
right.
Yeah.
And then
even
just California is a prime example.
Yeah,
prime
but
example.
they went from 215 to 215 was like one of the better laws, really.
One page of regulation.
Yeah.
Went from one page to Prop 215 was one page of regulation to changing it out with Prop 64. And I think there was 210 pages of regulation with Prop 64.
And it instantly put a ton of people out of business. Like there's so many people that were unable to convert. To convert to the thing. And
or
because
if they did convert, they didn't have the time, because when 64 was taking effect, you had to have your facilities up and running before your licenses were issued to you. And then they delayed giving you your license for 18 months. And people were going broke because they were having to pay millions and millions and millions of dollars in operating costs without a license, and they weren't be able to sell the product. And it just got to, and it's so screwed up. And
it's so messed up. I know. I can't.
I haven't even gone back yet to California. I'm going to be going back here at the end of September, 1st of October, and I'll probably hit up a couple of my friends out there when I'm out there just to kind of see where they're at, because they were, and I know a ton of them are probably going to be completely in another industry at this point. They're going to be doing
it's true.
They just quit and went on to.
I interviewed a dude from Mendocino, and he was telling me like there were something like 10,000 operating cannabis farms in Mendocino County at one point.
Right.
And now like the amount of farms that are still, trying to get licensed, from 10,000 has been whittled down to like 800.
Yeah,
That are the people that are still
it's,
trying
it's
to.
sub 1,000, and I think that's right. I think that if everybody looks at it, that was the intentions of Prop 64. The intentions of Prop 64 was to kill the cannabis market in California, and that's the truth. And that's,
Yeah.
you have one person to thank for that. Her name is Kamala Harris, or as we call her, Kamala. She was a part of the Prop 64 passage, and then your Gavin Newsom and all of those people involved in the California state legislature, they're the ones to blame for the destruction of the California market. And it's sad because I can tell you right now, when you go out to California and you go to these recreational shops, man, the quality of the cannabis that I used to get back in 1996 versus what I get now out there, it's completely different, man. It's horrible. It's horrible.
Yeah, I mean, it's like every other shitty legal adult use shit in all these other states here, New Jersey, like.
Yeah,
or
and
NPA in Jersey.
And we do have our positive states, like I've mentioned earlier, is like New Mexico did when they went recreational. It's like you're getting, because New Mexico.
I heard that
New Mexico is great because their laws tell them that it has to be produced in state. So you can find small towns that have their mom and pop kind of dispensaries that are cranking out some pretty high quality medication and stuff like that. So end of September, 1st of October, I'm going to be marching my way down Route 66. And along the way, I'm going to be stopping at mom and pop organizations. I'm probably going to be recording raw footage if they allow me to, but I've already talked to my guys in Tucumcari, and it's most likely probably not going to happen. So it'll probably just be me reporting after I come out of the dispensaries and say, because I know
I'm actually excited
to check it out. I'm going to put it on my YouTube channel, it's Hammer Scott on YouTube, and I'm going to show people raw footage of what it's like for handicap access, being able to get into these stores and stuff like that. Because in Tucumcari, Puff is the one that I go in Tucumcari. It's got a 2-story dispensary, and the dispensary is on the 2nd floor, and I can take my wheelchair up this gnarly concrete ramp all the way up into the store, going in, get my stuff, turn around and come out. And I'll probably do it I don't know if I'll stop in Albuquerque, but I might do something in Albuquerque, because there's the Breaking Bad tour. You guys can go around if you wanted to, and you're coming through Albuquerque, and go see where Walter White's house, and you can go to the car wash, or you can go see Better Call Sal's office, do something like that. May not stop at the dispensaries, but then maybe get into Gallup, New Mexico, I'll probably try to stop there. And then when I get into Arizona, I mean, there are some dispensaries, but I do believe you have to have a license to go in some of those. I think they're recreational now in Arizona, so I might be able to stop in a dispensary somewhere in Arizona.
Yeah.
But
Arizona, I think looks a lot more like Illinois or something like that.
I think you have to have, from what I have heard, it's recreational, but I think you have to be a resident of Arizona to be able to use it. Resident, in-state resident. I haven't really explored it yet, but in California, they're recreational. I'll be able to buy there, and we'll be able to see that stuff. So, but I'm going to go see and try to put the pulse and try to see the health of the market. I'm going to go all the way from Southern California all the way up to Sacramento, probably end up in South Lake Tahoe and Reno, and going to Nevada, and try to get an idea of what's going on a nationwide scale, because it's something that affects us all. People don't understand this affects every person in the United States, whether you like it or not. And if we would deregulate cannabis and we would bring it to the forefront as a commodity for just the average Joe, not only will we save money in healthcare, we'll save money and we'll produce money on an energy side, because people can then start looking at ways of producing energy-based products. Screw the electric car. You'll be able to do hempanol and hemp-based hempcrete we were talking about earlier. We'll be able to bring a whole nother industries out that we could then export to the rest of the world. It'd be simple. and we would have no problem.
Yeah, I mean, it's yeah.
We could increase our GDP. We could, probably stop the wars that we're having right now, which I do believe what we're doing over in Russia and Ukraine has everything to do with the petrochemical industry and that Nord Stream 2 pipeline and the control of access of gas to supply Europe. So we can save the planet if we play our cards right. I just don't know how it's going to work for the rest of the world. I mean, I really don't. I mean, I know there are places like Spain.
I think the U.S. might get left behind in some sense because, like, in Thailand, right? Like they just legalized.
You just see,
and
you see what they're doing.
It's extremely accessible to the public there. Everybody's allowed to grow. Anybody can open a business,
right?
And the market is going to flourish there. And they're legalize the culture, everything. And we're going to see a big difference.
Yeah, places like Spain, the Netherlands. Well, the Netherlands is not a good example because they're actually starting to pull back a little bit. But Israel, but Spain.
There's a bunch of countries in South America too that have legalized cannabis.
Bolivia, I think it's Bolivia did it first, and then what's the other one that did it? What's the one that did it first? Was it Peru? I can't remember which one it was. It did it first. But those guys did a good job. I mean, and that's what's going to happen. The United States will probably we're already behind right now.
Yeah, we're way behind on this stuff because this could be a national, worldwide export.
We could be a net exporter.
Yeah,
for sure, definitely with cannabis because
I think one day, I think, hopefully within my lifetime.
Yeah, we keep saying that.
I would like to see it happen.
I'm gonna be dead. Yeah. We keep saying that I'm gonna be dead soon. So,
bye everyone.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Signing up for Oregon.
From Oregon.
See you guys.
Bye bye.
Bye. Thanks, Paul, for showing up.
Hey, you're welcome. Nice to see you. Bye bye.
Bye. Bye, honeybee. You guys did a good job. They did an awesome job. Right. So, but hopefully we get to a point where, I don't know. We'll see. Hopefully by the time I'm not too old and not being able to do this anymore, that we'll have some sort of movement on it. But we'll see. I'm getting older every day and I'm not getting any younger. But it's a topic.
I feel like they're not going to. If we just hear and just let it.
I'm going to do whatever I want to do, anyways, man. But I just got to get it to a point where the local law enforcement is not going to kick in my door for smoking a joint. That's where I got to get to. Because I mean, as a medical patient in the state of Texas, there is no medical marijuana in the state of Texas. I still have to I have to travel for mine, and if I do buy it, I buy it on the black market still, and. It's a rough existence, but I'm willing to do it because I've been doing it my whole life, and I'm willing to challenge the medical establishment about giving me what's already been passed, which is synthetic Delta 9 dronabinol, which is a pharmaceutical Schedule 3.
Yeah. Listen, I gotta get going.
All right.
For now, but I appreciate you having me on, and let me plug my book, the He-Man Effect, which comes out tomorrow.
Please do.
It will be in bookstores everywhere.
What's it called?
It's called the He-Man Effect.
Where is it available?
And it's about how media corporations sell us our childhood back to us. It'll be in bookstores everywhere.
Okay, cool. So it's available on Amazon, things like that.
Yep.
All right. Well, hopefully everybody will go out there and do this thing. And then signing off. Have a nice evening. See you later.
Hey, happy 7/10.
Yeah, you too, guys. Have a good one.
All right, take it easy.
Later. All right. We're out of here, people. Have a good night.